95. $95.
Sorry, 344, seat number 5, raise 95,000.
$200.
Seat 6, we raise 200,000. 7 fold. 2 fold. Seat number 5 raise 385.
Call.
6 calls. Heads up. First off. 6 checks. 5 bets, 175,000. 175. 6 calls. Heads up. First off. 6 checks. 5 checks. Check out. First off. 6 checks.
6-4, man. Only 6-4. Feels like scan. Scan hand. Always scan hand. Scan sport with 0 value expanded. Always scan,
Five
always
checks.
scan hand. Yeah, I can't get values. So with that hand, I can. Yeah. Low card come, he's automatic gone. can't value is favorable. Queen's not call me. There's no queen. Queen's not never call me.
Blind space.
Ace king.
How good's a 5-bet pot first hand?
Let's hope everyone's that exciting. Otherwise I fall asleep.
Everyone went broke.
Yeah, we're sitting over here going.
Are you kidding me, man? Every hand, 100%. 哦，这个这种救了你，这种救了你。然后我会打很小，真的。
Live hand.
I can't value against any shit. Queen's not calling me, right? King is. Ace king. Bullshit. Queen.
20,000, extra 20,000.
One fold. Two fold.
So what? I'm bad. I'm bad.
Five fold.
You know now. Dead money.
No, it's not. Just turn maybe be overworried, but river I don't think have kings anymore. But I can't value against any.
7 goes all in.
My range still have ace king and aces, right? 5 bet flop against small blind, 4 bet.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 5 then. Then I will bet 10 as well. If I have ace 5. If I have ace 5, I will bet 10. If I didn't have it. No, it's a bad play for me. Very bad.
8 folds.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Guys, just a little update. You've all got final table bomber jackets that will be handed out to you. We've got 7 at the moment. There's 2 more that are back in storage, but the person who has them in storage isn't here yet. So when you bust out, we'll be giving those first 7 out for the first 7 busts, so we can buy ourselves some time to get the rest. We good with that?
No worries. And spare.
One fold. Two, 3 raise. 30,000, 3 0. 4 folds. 5 folds.
I know what you're gonna say. I know. Let me guess.
Great.
6 raise. 70,000, 7 0. 7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. Heads up. Three checks. Six bets, 50,000. 5.
Anybody need any cold water? Cold water, anyone? Cold water, anyone?
这牌挺恶心的，对你来说。
我没办法抛，我肯定要抛的。link play 我肯定抛一下，因为是翻钱嘛。没帽子我肯定要抛一下嘛，这个东西正常打。
但是太上有帽子你还扣。I comment says on Facebook.
APT live on Facebook.
Seat 5 folds. 6 folds. Seven raised, 30,030. 8 folds. Seat 9 folds.
Excuse me, sir. Do you mind if I get 75 in oranges? Thank you very much.
chop啊，maybe chop at home。
有点往上很好。
不到高端我也不一定会投，我也打不出来第二场了，KK 都打不出来第二场，KK 打出来。
First love. 3 folds. 4 folds.
I don't actually use both now.
5 folds.
They had a huge spot for the pen on like Dan, he'll give it away then.
6 folds.
I do.
He can't if he pulls like a better than stack of balls.
7 raised, 30,030.
But if he keeps doing that, eventually he wins. Oh, that time you caught him with ace 4.
Hey, no.
9 folds.
He knows it's coming when he does it, and when he knows it's not coming, he won't do it. Yeah,
That's what he's
that's
always
it.
on the final
1
table.
fold. Okay, 2 folds. Heads up. Two checks. Seven bucks. 30,000. That's 150,000. 150.
If any of these guys open, I'll be all in.
That's long heart.
Trap. Yeah. Set the trap.
Could have played a good one.
We could have. But my hand can't be very against us, okay?
30,030. 8 folds, 9 folds. Keep one. Really raise 120,000. 2, 3 folds.
Rocket.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that the only red one you got, Michael?
Yep.
Tens up. To about 65,000. Seven folds. Tens up. Two checks.
All dealers in the vault, please take your seats, please. All dealers in the vault, please take your seats.
Keep 7 gets 135,000.
Dealers for the vaults, please take your seats.
Come on, Arch. One time. One time. Mega nuts. Flush draw, top two.
What? It's still
That's what
diamond?
you're saying, I can't
Yeah.
bet you with that stack. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, no.
Could we got in pre?
No way, no way.
Probably.
Next, yeah.
That means no.
Well, we could have, but we wouldn't have, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah.
What a trap. Idiot. Cheeky.
Check a diamond.
Dealers for the vaults, please come back to the tables.
Jack's first, ace king again. Second time nudge.
Yeah, can't win that flip.
Yeah. I wonder if I jam again, you only fold again.
This time I
6 folds. 7 folds.
this time I would have lost though. You got red.
I didn't see the river.
River could have been
Didn't see the
one of the
river.
2 out.
Didn't see the river.
8 folds.
Depends how this goes.
Not, nothing yet.
Always talking natural 9.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to pancakes too.
Alrighty, players in the vault, start taking your seats, please. Players in the vault, start taking your seats, please.
6 folds. 7 folds.
So, players at the table with the chip racks in front of their stacks, can they please buy up the 500 chips? Players in the vault, please start taking your seats.
3 time break. 3 time break.
That was nice. Nice.
No.
7 folds.
Alrighty, players in the vault. Blinds at our 3,000, 6,000 with the 6KB blind Andy. Dealers, if you have 3 of them on your table, shuffle up in the deal. Players with the chip racks. In front of them, can you please start buying up the 500 chips for me, please?
Yeah.
No.
Down 3 0. 3 and 4 folds.
Easy again.
Easy when they don't have anything. 8 king suited, top 2 nuts. I don't even make that hand to get right. Top 2 nuts.
Too strong. No hand can pay you, man. No hand can pay you. Ace and king on your hand, right?
Yeah.
No one can pay you. No jewels face. Only a wrap with under flush draw. That's so fucked up.
Hard to have a wrap.
Yeah. careful.
And
Started with 375.
heads up.
没有了。
不洗个毛要洗。
First up.
4万，洗毛洗4万，至少可以
就只有10，
至少可以洗3次。
3 chips. Second round. First up.
You got 150 more?
Not that much.
Just like a Queensland home game, eh? Nice and friendly. He doesn't actually play so. No, he's smart. I'm not smart.
Yeah. Actually, yeah.
Seat 9 raised.
I know.
2 fold. 3 fold. Seat 4 fold. 5 fold.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
6 fold. 7 fold.
You get banned for pass and chips. You get
No,
banned
I've
for
got to play a hand soon, but an under the gun raise from another short stack. That's not going to cut
Do
it.
you even offer?
They said
After 1 year, you can reapply it.
Yeah, but normally the
I might
first
have had
just
2
loading
live cards,
ban
but
maybe a couple of weeks.
still
Normally
better
the first ban
spot.
like that, not 1 whole year. Second ban is 1 year. Permanent.
In a minute, I'll double up to what I started with.
Permanent. Includes the city start, right? First, city, all the stars.
But I think they mean over
Yeah, they do it. Yeah, because the star doesn't want the customer to go to Crown. They transfer this to Crown. So if you don't ban them, I'll tell the government to ban it. That's why.
Oh, I'm sure you had it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's a rubber shit.
Yeah.
You know,
Like, well, what else are you going to have?
I know.
Yeah.
That's why I'm confused
I mean,
about
I saw
like the
King
5K
Queen off,
interest
but
in the WPT.
that was under the
like
gun one.
around
and
100.
yeah.
So shit. Should be like
1 fold.
250.
The APO got 150.
Yeah.
The APO only 2.5K, so 525 APO.
Yeah.
4.
Crazy. How good's that? Most of them was like
5.
that's what happens when you're running on the Gold Coast, isn't it?
6 folds.
Little bit of-
I'm looking forward to the next year.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm crazy.
Maybe I'm going to this year.
7 raised.
I saw it and I was like, I know I need to do it, and then I heard all the stories about it. And I was like, whoa.
Princess, you're killing me. You're killing me.
8 folds.
Like having the higher line. Well, I think once it's like into the business, you could. This is nice, yeah, right?
Yeah, it's good.
We're so deep. We're smart, which we're not.
Should we tell them to
Some
increase?
of us
I
are.
think we should tell them to speed up the level.
Some of us are.
30-minute level.
Did you say if we're smart, we should do a 9-way chop?
Now we tell how much we get.
Is that what?
Listen to
Is
you.
that what?
He's the last person to be
And then we could go register like the $600 tournament or something.
No, there's a 5K coming up.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Then we get over 100.
No, let's do
Seat 9 we raised.
how about we do
90,000.
flip? And then like rank by the
7 folds.
by the hand. Yeah, we can't have to forget the smart.
I'm in. Definitely in right now.
I mean, you have to win all the chips.
Obviously, I
Keep
needed
flipping.
seat
Oh, I
Win
need
all
the
the
same one
chips.
stack.
Yeah.
Obviously, I needed seat 9 instead of seat
Someone's gonna like. I don't know.
I'm
you
not
can
sure I believe him.
Doesn't matter.
You can be the first one to do
At
it.
least he's.
See, now I can say you'll see on the stream, and you actually will.
Yeah, this time you will. We'll see it on the cameras. It's not lying.
100%.
Stupid away now, wouldn't it?
And then the time to test the flip skill.
Took him like half
like
an hour.
yesterday.
Yeah, I was just going to say, many
That's-
people lie for
very
half an
decent.
hour.
I went to big planes, he went 4.5 big planes.
Oh, he straight back. Oh, he jumped for me.
Time.
4 folds. Seat 5 raised. 30,000. 6 and 7 folds. Eight folds. Six, 9 folds. Big line. Seven folds. 8 all in.
I thought that the other day. But I can't.
1 fold. 1 hand. One hand.
Your name really, Princess? Princess? Nice name. Wow. 6 bigs.
How can I call King 5-0? Like this.
What do you mean you...
Up with these guys. Please enjoy the next couple of hours.
Hello, hello. Yes, we are here for the 10K TLPT International 10K Challenge final table. My name is Liam Jacob and I'm with Sheridan. How do you pronounce your last name?
Paul.
Paul. Why did I think it was different? Yeah, so we're here. We're on the FT, and it's a nice one. We got some really elite players here on the final table. We got some repeat offenders
want me to be an
who we see catch every series on here.
They want me to be an
We've also got
for white-haired
Yida
old
Chung
guys.
here in the box who's going to be jumping on soon. And yeah, so can't wait for this one to be honest.
That's what... No, I'm not talking to him about that, but... Demillion. And then Rob's in for old bull guys. That's all right, we're good. We're good.
Hey, I'm not old.
No,
I
nor
believe we
am I,
have
mate.
Najim as the chip leader. Is that right? I think we have Nigel, the chip leader, with approximately 4 million chips or so. And we have Martin Ward absolutely cockroaching it here on the FT with the sub 10 big blinds. And then obviously a bunch of middling stacks as well. Sorry, Najim with 2.2 million. I'm not sure if he's chip leading or not. Didn't see the graphics, but
What is that? I saw you all in.
Is that binding?
So that means all in and that means taking them away. That seems weird.
who are your predictions for this one, Sherry?
Always supportive of Queenslanders, so hopefully Vintage or Martin takes this one out.
And who do you think?
No,
so?
Rob, we're setting up the
No, for
cameras
sure.
at my place.
I think I'm
As
going
in for my
to
2 TV tables.
go for a
Yeah.
smoky. I'm
Yeah.
gonna say
We're going to have them streaming weekly.
I reckon Mike Legan is gonna take it down. I don't know why. Just got a feeling.
He's a pretty solid player.
He's
so
a very
it'd be nice
solid
to see him
player.
go
Yeah.
far.
Obviously Najim in a great position with the chip lead. I think it was. I think he's tied with. Oh, I'm not sure who he was tied with, but definitely in pole position for the Queenslanders to potentially take it home. Let us know in the chat, guys, who you're supporting, who you think's going to take it down. Happy to hear.
Both fine.
Can I get one with no sugar as well, please?
You see Michael here opening up the A6 suited +1.
30,030.
Martin here waking up with the ace-queen offsuit in +2. Looks like he'll definitely be putting this one in the middle. Sub 10 big blinds, and I don't think Michael is going to fold with a suited ace. So looks like it could be a really good position here for Martin to double up.
We're not getting this.
Pending no one wakes up with something in the blinds here, but looks like we could see the chips get in the middle here.
Count, please.
140.
140.
$250K up top. There are some pay jumps here. We have 25 to 29 up to 33. So the pay jumps not too severe at the bottom, but once you get to that 41 up to 55, and all of a sudden you're talking 25,000, 40,000 pay jumps from 5th to 4th sort of region. Michael does decide to let it go.
Another double up.
Really great pickup there from Martin. Doesn't need to see a run out.
Only got a cool 7.
Michael
7 bigs
is getting a pretty good price there with his hand, but probably knows that he's going to be behind very often there.
I beat king high.
Would be pretty lucky. I think Martin might only have maybe king queen might be the only hand that Michael's ahead of there, but more often than not he's probably going to be dominating Michael's range. Michael does make a tight fold.
He says that now after openly bluffing me on the bubble yesterday for a big hand with queen high.
It was your fault for folding.
Sherry, you're pretty close with
Thank
no.
you.
Yeah, we worked together a few times. Seen around the poker
I
community quite a bit.
check called.
Always supportive of boys as well.
Yes, thank you. Hey, if nothing else, I learned a lot yesterday, and the
Another
next
pretty one
10K
here.
I
Michael
will
ace 10
play
suited
better.
under the gun.
Thank you.
Oh, Martin wakes up with
Talking
queen.
about you're in this one, mate. Come on, live.
No, I'm going to.
I think the chips are going to be going in the middle here again with Martin.
Vamos!
And I'm not sure if Michael's going to be able to fold this one either. It is 12 big blinds. Michael does have a very nice hand. Ace 10 suited under the gun.
Martin puts it all in.
What did you have for breakfast?
It's a similar spot to the last one where he knows Martin's not jamming a worse hand, but again Michael is getting a great price.
1, 2, and 3 fold.
Oh. What do we have here, Sherry?
He is more.
Big wakes up with
This one, Michael is definitely going to get away from this one, but
He does have an
a bit of a cooler here on the FT.
210.
Cool age look. Yeah.
4 only to 5 fold.
It's going to be tough here for Martin when he wakes up with bad news.
Queen?
黑就发财了啊，黑就发财了。
You have ace?
Ace 10 of hearts. I'm going to win, obviously.
We do see the jam, we do see Martin get out of the way. So it is King 2 Queens. Martin is all in and at risk.
30% enough.
Oh, there's this rock.
A little bit of help on this flop. He does have some backdoor opportunities if a spade or a 6 rolls off.
Very nice of you.
There it is.
Oh!
Martin with the 7 out of the shot.
How are you feeling, Michael?
Doesn't find it. GG. Martin, another good score.
Thank you, everybody.
Queensland regular.
Yeah, it's a real pleasure. I'll come round. Don't
Does
worry, don't
finish
get
in
up. I'll come round.
9th place here, taking home $25,000. Another good score for Martin, the circuit regular.
Do you call?
And a couple ladders
Ace 10
for the other guys
Ace
as
10 of
well.
hearts. Almost called you there, mate. This close.
Me?
You're not calling him.
Michael just mentioning that he would have won.
Last
with
round I would
Band-Aids
have
as
called
well.
him, but then I gave him an extra 2 big blinds, so no.
Thank you, Princess.
Thank you, Chris.
There you go, Sherry. One for the Queenslanders.
Somewhat of a joke, but it's actually no joke.
It all rests on Nars' shoulders now for the Queenslanders.
Yeah, that's very cool. I like that, Andres.
You're lucky to have him.
Is that Colombia?
You're lucky to have him.
Oh, did he look Mexican, mate? Come on. He doesn't have the angel look about him.
He hangs out with it.
Can I move here?
I'm just
Why is
a
that?
white male from
Right, I can't see.
I think you have to sit
It's an unlucky spot.
No, actually, no, I'm not going to move.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I'm not going to
Play spreading
move a
around.
bit more around.
Now the 8-handed. A little bit of breathing space. Tom Meir, ace deuce a hard under the gunner. One go
As long
Phil
as he
open
said
this.
live longer, it'll get cooler.
8-handed. He's gonna
It's
have
your
a look.
fault, man. You should ask him to get longer.
Probably go either way here. Can definitely justify folding this hand. Yeah, he does decide to make a fold.
That's a qualifier. That's a qualifier.
Mind if Tom moves to 8?
No, I'm going to stay here. I'm staying. Yep.
Okay. One fold.
Just curious to know.
9, 1, 2 fold.
Don't want to move into set that just busted.
We need all 3 raises to 30,000.
Yeah. I think that's what I'm thinking.
5 folds.
I'm just having to move a bit more around
Robert
now.
opening up the King Jack suited here. In the higher jack. 2 sevens in the small here. Most likely going to peel and see a flop here. Over 50 big blinds deep. Never mind.
110.
What do you think of this 3-bet show?
3, 4, 5, 5, 7.
Aggressive, we'll say. Robert does snap fold the King Jack suited. Interesting, very interesting that he elects the 3-bet, and very interesting Rob just doesn't want to see a flop the King Jack suited. Obviously we're on the FT, so you know pressure is high. Robert makes this one fold, and the 7s take it down.
Yeah, on break. 20 minutes.
It's qualified.
All right, guys, so we have had a commentary change. We've got a wild Yita Chung has swapped in out here for Sherry. Obviously fresh off his 25k win, so we've absolutely got some an expert opinion here coming in. So welcome, Yita. Thanks for being here.
Qualified to be an expert after winning one tournament.
Oh, mate, hey, one tournament in the last 2 months, but obviously, you know, Yita Chung over $1 million worth of earnings. It's great to have him in the box. So, what do you think of this FT? What do you think of dynamic? What are your thoughts? Who do you think's gonna win? Who do you think's smoky? Give us the rundown.
Yeah, very interesting FT. Obviously, like you said, a few repeat offenders, as you said. I haven't played too much with this Chinese guy in seat 5-1 Chow, but I hear he's very solid online reg. So
is that in C5? The one that just had the 7?
Yeah. So I know the one on his right.
Oh, okay.
Guys drinking the Red Bull. Yeah.
Oh, yep.
I haven't played much of him, but I hear he's very good. So people might not know about it because he's not from here, but what I hear is quite a good player. And obviously Michael Egan, very good. And then there's very sort of good variety of players. Should be a very interesting FT.
Yeah, and obviously you would have been battling these guys all week in the 25k and in the 2.5k and tournaments like that as such. Obviously, we've got some of the best players in the country here, you know, on display. Like Tom Meir, for example, a guy who's just only been in the circuit, I guess you could say, in the last sort of 12 to 18 months. was firing a lot of the 1Ks and the 500 buy-ins, and then has had a lot of great success there and pushed through and started playing more 2.5Ks and 5Ks, and now we see him here in the 10K and has had great success. Winning multiple tournaments, and obviously built up his role and improved quite a lot, and now probably, I guess you could say, shot taking his 10K and doing really well here and having great success, and obviously has proved that he's definitely up to the standard with all these guys. So it is good to see a mix, and obviously we've got guys like Michael who's won 25Ks, played 10Ks all over the world and stuff. So it is great to see a mixture of some of the absolute high roller regulars in the country, and then up and coming guys that are just sort of getting into this sort of buy-in range and doing well. So it is good to see the dynamic, and obviously, just like you just said as well, we've got a few international guys as well that aren't necessarily known but have had really great results and do really well online. So it is cool to see APT having these events and being sponsored by the TLPT or whatever it is. It's really cool to see these coming into into the Aussie circuit.
Yep.
So we do see a bit of an interesting hand here. Michael raises BVB with the Jack 8-0. Tom defends. We do see the Queen 8 flops, and Michael does outflop Tom here. Obviously, Tom with a cool hand BVB with the the 2 overcards, the second pair, and the gut shot. But we see a C bet from Michael here, and Tom rightfully calls, and now Tom's going to have a stab on the turn when check 2. What do you think about this here? Did you think he should bet here, or do you think he should realise a bit of equity?
Yeah, it's interesting. Kind of interested to see how he plays his hand. And if a diamond rolls off from the river, if he sort of continues with his bluff. But yeah, I think he can kind of go either way on this turn. Makes some checks, makes some stabs to try and buy some equity.
Wow, what an interesting river this is.
Yeah, we'll see what Tom decides to do. The Jack of Diamonds blocker. See if he can,
it's actually pretty sick. It's actually pretty sick, because I think Tom might bluff a 7 or a 7 or a 5 river or a diamond, and I think more often than not he probably just gets snapped off by Michael. But having the ace of diamonds roll off here is really quite interesting, because Michael's hand obviously decreases in value, but it is quite good for his range. So generally speaking, an ace of river is going to be quite underbluffed here. An ace of diamonds river is maybe if it's an offsuit ace, it's definitely going to be underbluffed. Ace of diamonds might have a few more bluffs, but it is really interesting. I think Tom will definitely pull the trigger. He doesn't arrive here with any worse hands, really. And I mean, if he has a queen, he's going to bet. If he has a flush, he's going to bet. So it will be really interesting to see what he does. If he does jam, it would be pretty sick. I'm not sure if he will jam.
He does say all in.
Does say all in.
Pretty sick.
What a sicko. And all I will say is Michael is a man that doesn't like to fold, but does need to think to himself. He does have a lot of better hands here. He might not have a queen, but he does have a lot of ace-X here that plays this way. But that check calls flop, check calls turn. He does have some flushes. Like if he has, for example, he might have Queen X of diamonds. That's a really strong hand on the turn. He might decide to check if he wanted. He has some. He's got some better hands here, and he does decide to let it go. It's a pretty sick one from Tom. What do you think of that one, Nita?
Yeah.
Huh?
You always think of a well played hand. As you said, Tom's been around maybe 12 to 18 months in the tournament scene. But I think from what I know, he's been playing for quite a while, and he's got a pretty solid bunch of experience playing cash as well. So you might not have heard of him much before the last 12 to 18 months, but I've certainly played with him a couple of years ago when I went back when I used to play cash a bit more. And I know he's solid, he's aggressive. Not afraid to pull the trigger when he needs to.
Yeah, Tom was actually telling me yesterday that he is actually a cash player by trade, and he's only been dabbling in the tourney scene, obviously, getting more seriously into it in recent times. But yeah, was telling me yesterday he's more of a cash player. Also, shout out to the guys in the comments, Malcolm in the comments, who's currently got about 4 billion chips in the 1250 vault. So he'll be looking to close that one out. He was on my left for day 2 and absolutely wrecked me all day. So shout out to you, Malcolm. Hope you take it down. Shout out to Dean and Johnny as well. Good to see you guys in the chat. Let us know who you think's going to win. Let us know who you're supporting. we see Chow take that one down. Andres folding the King Nuso there. Interesting chip distribution. Naj, chip leader. There's a few shorties. We've got Tom, Luke, and Andres all sort of even in that 500k region, about 30 big blinds. So lots of play on this 10k FT. Hour-long blinds, I believe.
I think it's 90 minutes actually.
Oh, there you go. Even more. 90-minute blinds.
Yeah.
No rush for these guys to make decisions.
A lot of scope for play with 90-minute blinds. You can kind of take things slow. You don't have to sort of rush and wait. I mean, the blinds aren't going up that quick, so you don't have to really take too many spots that quickly. Kind of just, pick your spots well, and yeah, it's a very relaxed structure. So,
what's your experience, Yida, like playing FTs that have 40-minute blind levels, for example, or half-an-hour blinds, or 45 versus like playing an FT with 90-minute blind levels?
Yeah,
like, do you feel like you have to play differently, or does it?
I mean, it kind of depends on the average stack as well. So, if the average stack is closer to like, 20, 25 big blinds, there's a sort of a bigger sense of urgency in terms of, you kind of always, there's always some short stack or something. But I mean, with this FT, I believe the average stack would be a bit deeper. And obviously with the slower blinds, yeah, it was a bit more relaxed, and you can kind of take your time more. And yeah, it's obviously, really good for the players that they can just, really show off their skills and, take advantage of any edges that they may have.
30,000, right?
We do see the Jack 10 suited over here in the hijack. Ryan does let go of the ace 9. Probably can mix in a 3-bet there occasionally. Decides to let it go. More than reasonable. Not sure how to pronounce this gentleman's name. What do you think, Yida?
Was it seat 6? Was it?
Yeah. It is a stumper.
I'm not going to try and butcher it on stream.
Yes, it is a stumper. I think we can settle. I do not want to butcher this man's name, so I'm going to settle with Mr. G.
Mr. G works.
Mr. G works.
Probably How would work.
Yeah, I think How is what I was going to go for, but I just feel like if we're just actually butchering that, we're going to get trolled so hard in the comments. So we're going to settle with Mr. G.
I mean, we're probably going to get trolled in the comments regardless.
Yeah. It's a lose-lose situation. So we're just gonna take the risk, the low risk management approach, and we can't get Mr. G wrong. So we can take it down with the Steven there with the Jack 10 suited after Naj defends the big blind.
I would say the one thing about playing these high rollers is like the level of trolling during the tournament is also very high. So just between players, like it's
we do see lots of fun being poked at.
Lots of needles, lots of So.
That's just the given with tournament poker. It's sort of just like all the people that are playing tournament poker. They're always just joking about, we're always losing, we're always running bad and losing flips, and just bricked another series, bubbled another 20, just in the life of a 20 player. And then you see all these cash game players just going, I just played a massive session and won 10 buy-ins, and I'm just going to go flick a tournament and win it. No worries. It's just the life of a tournament player, guys. If you play tournaments, you understand. If you're a cash game player, you never truly understand the struggles of a tournament player.
I actually had a funny chat with Andres here in Season 1, but I think it was yesterday, and he was saying that, as a tournament player, I grind the entire year for one day of happiness. when obviously referring to a day when he binks a tournament. So. And that's kind of true. Like,
it is the case. Interesting one there. We see Naj 4xing the small blind. Rob decides not to defend the Queen 5 suited. Probably can call there. You think Ian, or you think under ICM he can just let it go?
She was coming like 4 single chips maybe. I mean, against that big sizing, you can fold a lot of hands there. I think so. I wouldn't fold Rob for really making that laydown. I mean, Luke's still kind of short. Tom's kind of short relatively compared to Rob. So.
And we do know that if it comes Queen High, we do Naj is capable of being a bit of a sicko and putting him in the blender. So it can't be bad. Folding the suited Queen there in position to the bigger size, it really can go either way. Obviously, ICM is just such a funny creature, and there's just so many ways to look at it, and there's always really a justification for most decisions. We see Tom killing the Ethy. Ethy in the hijack does let it go. Yeah, we were chatting about it on the stream the other day. Just people were sort of asking about ICM and just like what it consists of, and I was trying to give an answer, but at the end of the day, there is really no true like one answer for it. So, you know, you can always justify making that extra tight fold or putting that extra. You know, there's so many guys that will make these no equity bluffs when there's so many ICM considerations, and some people will look at it and be like, what is he doing? Like, what's going on? And you can always justify it because when ICM is in play, people do funny things.
Yeah.
People like to play tight, and chip leaders like to play very aggro. So,
yeah, and like different people sort of see tournament poker in different ways, right? Obviously, some people are looking to, you know, play sort of quote unquote correctly with respect to ICM, and others sort of want to play more for the win. And
yeah, exactly.
You know, the decisions that you make kind of should depend on, or I guess you should take that into account as to like what they want to, what they're trying to achieve in the tournament. So yeah, it's a very interesting format.
We do know the quote that ICM is for poor people.
That's right.
And I know Naj likes to say that quite a lot. He does like to say that ICM is for poor people. Yeah. So it is quite funny. We do see Naj here sort of get bailed out, I guess, a little bit on this turn. Probably might have a double barrel here or there on some turn cards, but does turn some showdown. No need for him to blast off into the Jack 7-7 flop, and Luke takes it down there with a flop top pair.
Call next time.
Hand number 2. Shovel up a deal.
Didn't think I caught who you thought your prediction was. Did you mention who your prediction was?
I don't think I did. I mean, obviously, Naj chip leading by a mile at the moment. Actually, not by that much. He's chip leading by a little bit.
No,
it's
red too.
Lead 5. John's got about 2 mil, so it's pretty close.
Yeah, you're right. I think they're two equal chip leaders, and then just I think it's what, 2 chip leaders, 3 shorties, and then a few middling stacks.
Yeah.
Usually, pretty much a rough. You'd say a rough sort of consistency with the stacks there on an FT. Usually, it's always a couple up top, couple in the middle, couple down low.
Yep.
We saw on the 2.5K FT that I was on, it was a guy with 5 million chips, and then there was 7 guys with 2 million chips, so we were just all tied for second. It was pretty interesting. Not really a common thing, but this is definitely much more of a usual sort of FT dynamic.
Dominated.
Yeah.
I can tell. You always raise the S10, man.
Yeah, always that's a dream spot for the guy with the 5 million chips.
I've seen you recently with
you're
like
all
5
sort
or 6
of
times
handcuffed
already.
essentially.
Well, last
do
2 days.
too much. And
Yeah.
you sit there and play
I don't mind it.
hours and hours on end.
Yeah, and we did see some interesting stuff on that FT, like a 4-bet jam with a queen and a 3.
Yeah, I saw that.
We saw some interesting stuff was going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we've got a Naj prediction and we've got a Michael Egan prediction so far.
I'm gonna go with Chao Duan, lead 5.
There you go. Now we have. How'd you say his name?
It says on the Chao Duan. I was just reading it off the screen.
There we go. We got 3 horses in the race in our eyes. So we'll see how it plays out. Tom with a 10 and a 10 here and +1. Definitely going to be playing this one.
9 raises, 35,000.
What are your thoughts here if he was to get 3-bet by, let's say, a Naj in the hijack here? Would you have many 4-bet jams here, or like try to mitigate a bit of sort of, I guess, mitigate getting bluffed off a hand in the future, or do you think?
Yeah, it's quite a tricky spot if you get 3-bet there actually, because it's a bit of an awkward stack size. It's got like, 35 bigs. What is he coming?
You only
coming for his second last in chips, so he would ideally hit 1 and rest a bust before he sort of starts making moves. So yeah, very tricky spot.
Yeah, it is tough. Like, obviously 10's such a strong hand. There's no real folding in that spot, especially against a really capable, aggressive chip leader. It does kind of suck when you do jam if you get 3-bet and you get called, obviously.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, it also sucks if he's 3-betting with you with Queen Jack offsuit, for example, and you have to see a flop versus that. You know.
Like you would probably have some 4-bet jams there, and you'd also have some like 4-bet induce.
That's what they're going to do. One of these days, these boots are going to...
There'll be some 4-bet induces as well with like nutting hands.
Yeah.
Something a bit more polar, like aces, like obviously ace X plus.
Yeah.
And you'd also have some just 4-bet jams. I'd say 10s probably falls into the 4-bet jam category, but I don't know, maybe you can just find a fold there as well. Just depends on how you feel about the player who's 3-betting you and yeah, what's going to happen post flop if you deal with 3-bet.
Yeah, no, it is so interesting, and it's pretty busy day here at the APT. We've got a full house early. I got here at 11 a.m. and it was pandemonium at the registration desk. Got heaps of stuff on today. We've got the 5K high roller running today that I'm sure you'll be jumping into, Yida. We've got multiple flights of the 675 main event, which I've already busted bullets in. And we've also got the Australian Deaf Poker Championships main event, which is a $250 dealer dealt tournament. A really great inclusive tournament. That's I know Lando from Poker Media Australia fully endorsed that and supported that, which is great. So yeah, there's heaps on here at APT in Sydney. If you're hanging around, get to Bankstown, flick something in, give it a go. Interesting pot here as well. Robert opening the threes, getting flattered by Chow, and flopping triples, which is a pretty good hand.
Pretty standard practice for Rob Spano. Just flop strips, no problem.
Yeah.
Flop the set, I suppose.
Yeah, you would get flamed if you said that.
Yeah,
say that again.
Can't say flop strips there.
I wasn't really.
We will see the C-bet and the turn barrel here. Not sure if Charles going to be seeing a river with fives. It's a little bit miserable, facing multiple streets of aggression, and Rob does let him know that he is the luckiest man in the room.
That's sick. Old man Ned always has it, eh?
Down.
Reinforcing his image when he pulls the big bluff later on.
Reinforcing the image indeed. And Rob shipping up 1.3 million now. Third in chips.
He's so strong.
Dylan Hunter says Jamie Hunter to take down the vault. Well, it's going to be hard because you're going to need about 8 billion chips to beat Malcolm Trainer at this point. So I saw him, he moved to my table on my direct left. He was chip leading by a mile. And then I got felted, and all of a sudden Sean Ragazzini sat down, and 3 hands later Malcolm felted him. So he was just a chip magnet. So it's going to be hard to take him down. But shout out to Jamie Hunter as well, great guy. I know he'll be in the mix, as I know there's a few other great players still in that tournament as well. Obviously the sort of market piece of this series was the vault with the 150k guarantee for first.
I'm lucky, or you're lucky. You're lucky.
Luke here opening up the threes in the hijack.
You would have called me if that.
Thoughts about just folding this one, Theodore, or you think it's okay to...
You've got like 700 now, Eddie.
I mean, like, you got to be careful with these low pairs when there's other short stacks, quarter stacks that you for Tom and Andres are both shorter than Luke, so possible to find a fold, but can't be the worst.
Can't, yeah, you're right.
Opening a pair.
Yeah. And Michael flagged a small one here with a pretty one, Jack 9 suit, Jack 9 dimes. That's actually one of my first ever tournament with that exact Jack 9 dimes, so hold to place my own. Tom here with a King Queen O. Any thoughts of a 3-bet?
Yeah.
Or you think you're just taking a flop with this hand?
I think Tom is strongly contemplating a squeeze here.
It is so easy to over 3-bet when you see that small blind flat. Obviously, the small blind just pretty much incapable of having a really strong hand there. So it is a juicy spot for a 3-bet, but he also has a really nice hand to take a flop when he does do that. And Michael probably flopping the best of it here with the double over, 2 overs in the flush draw here. So I think we'll be seeing a turn. Checks through to the threes. I think Luke can definitely stab this board. I mean, as far as boards go with pocket threes, this is probably about as good as it's getting without flopping a set. Although when he does face callers, his hand is pretty miserable. Does decide to check it back.
Yep, 7-6 deuce hitting the big blind pretty hard. So makes sense to not try and put too many chips in the pot position.
Tom's definitely going to check this turn to Luke here as well. And does check through. Wow.
Ooh, Egan gets there.
Interesting river. I wonder if Michael ever just checks this, thinking that Luke does have a pile of ace-x that does decide to check twice. He could go for a really juicy check raise here on the river. Like, doesn't have really any good hands, and he does decide to check. Doesn't really have any good hands when he checks 3 times. I wonder if Luke's going to bluff or he's going to take his showdown. Does check, and Michael's going to be really tilted showing the jack-high flush. And Luke is going, yep, that is 5 diamonds in a row.
So you have a king. Natural 9 too.
That is funny. I actually don't mind the check there from Michael. Luke's going to have a ton of ace-X that wants to value bet the river. So I'm sure there's going to be probably a bet of about 50k from Luke, and I think it would have been about a 250k check raise probably from Michael. So
fun little hand. The lead changed hands on every street, I think. Luke was in front on the flop, and then Tom on the turn, and then Mike on the river.
It's actually a pretty good spot there for Tom as well. Just drills top pair on the turn, knows that Luke's going to stab a lot on the king. Probably ran into one of the only hands that doesn't want to bet the turn there as a bluff or a value bet.
And then against the Nutlow River.
Yeah.
Ace of diamonds.
If you're just tuning in, we are on the FT here of the TLPT International 10K Challenge Tournament. We have 8 left. My name is Liam Jehu. I'm joined here with the 25K champion and 2022 GPI Australia #1 ranked player, Yida Chung. It is a cool final table to be a part of. We have a lot of great players, some regulars, some new up-and-comers, some international players. It is a cool final table here. We are playing for $250,000 for first. Welcome to the chat. Like we said, let us know who you think's going to win. Let us know who you're supporting. And let us know where you're watching from. We are here at Bankstown Sports Club here in Sydney. We have heaps on today. $675 main event, 200k guaranteed. Looks like it could be getting about 70k for first, if not more. We've got a $250 Deaf Poker Championship main event, dealer dealt, fully endorsed by the APT. We've got buy-ins for all comers. We've got a 5k extreme high roller later. It is the place to be on a Saturday afternoon in Sydney.
Good discipline lay down there from Andres in the big blinds. I think he wanted to play that hand pretty badly, but he knows it's probably going to be tough to go up against that strong range that Luke's opening. +2.
And Yid, obviously you did play this tournament, and obviously we see you not on the FT here, but
I did my best.
Any stories from this tournament?
Not particularly. I don't think I ever got above sort of 2x start. Day 2, just didn't really get anything going, and then I busted with 15 left, 11 in the money, so nothing too special.
Obviously, annoying to soft bubble these one, but I mean, it will be. If there's ever a time to soft bubble at 10k, it's going to be after when it gets 25k, right?
Yeah, we'll take that one.
Shout out to the viewers as well. I think we have over 100 viewers tuning in here, which is cool. Happy to have everyone watching. You see Robert Spanner opening American Airlines under the gun, getting no action. Standard Robert Spanner things, peeling 2 aces under the gun.
I mean, usually he gets action there, and like it's the full double. That's standard Robert Spanner.
True.
Of course, always nice to take the blinds down.
We see Taylor in the chat saying Naj, Tommy, Andreas in any order. That is fair enough. Shout out to Taylor, one of the regular dealers we see on the circuit, supporting from home. Ace Jack suited here for Tom the cutoff. Definitely be opening this one up, Ida.
Yep, that's good to me.
Is a little bit awkward if when facing a 3-bet here from some aggressive lines here in the small blind.
Aggressive button, aggressive small blind, aggressive big blind.
It is an interesting hand when facing aggression. Obviously, still has about 35 big blinds. Is a disaster to get to 4-bet jam and get called if he gets 3-bet. At the same time, it is a disaster to be folding this hand in the cutoff as well. Does just get it through.
Yet to qualify. I have to qualify. Yet to qualify the big one. You qualified every time he raised yesterday. 100% qualified.
Nice and Chow holding about a quarter of the chips there.
100% hitting cocktail.
Very good spot for them to leverage their chip advantage to put pressure on the medium stacks.
Top there. Second set, mate. I was thinking about what you were saying about Queen.
I keep calling.
No,
You're going to get me.
I didn't even see that. Like, most
Shout out to Jasper.
on every
Hello, Reg, Jasper.
And then you
I've
show
played
top man all day.
many hands with this man of mine.
so brutal.
Says he's supporting Naj, Michael, and Andreas. Seeing a lot of support for Naj, I've noticed.
Fan favourite.
Fan favourite Naj. Does like to have a good time, does get along with a lot of people. And obviously a very, very capable player.
Did you see his little chip towel yesterday?
If you haven't seen it, guys, have a look on Facebook, APT Live. There is a photo of the most miraculous chip towel we've ever seen from Naj. I don't think it's even legal. I think it's not even legal, but it is a pretty cool sight to see.
It's very impressive.
Lots of support for Naj here. Isn't a tournament player by trade, but has had great success. I think he almost cashed for it. He might have even cashed for more. I think it was over $1 million last year. Had great success in many tournaments.
Yeah, I believe he's had a very good, at least last couple of years when it comes to tournaments. Was it third in the WPT main event last year?
Yeah, he's taken down Jackstar High Rollers as well.
High Rollers, yeah.
I know he's won. I think he's won a grind. He's won a Goliath maybe. He's had some great success in a lot of the 1500 to 2.5K range. We do see Naj open the Jack Deuce suited here on the bottom, which is probably very standard considering his chip lead. Robert does decide to make a little bit of a wide peel in the small here with the King 9 offsuit, and Luke did come along with the Queen Jack suited. Actually, wouldn't have mind seeing the Queen Jack suited, even just 3-bet jam there, to be honest. But obviously, we do see people playing a little bit tighter on these FTs. Thoughts on a 3-bet jam there?
Yeah, nice spot to squeeze, I think. Use a jam size, you could use a slightly smaller size. I can't see the rest of the stacks, but yeah, definitely. I think he definitely would have considered it before he decided to call.
Yeah, and does make the call, which is fine. Robert does float with the King High. Naj does have a deuce, and he's going to show it. He doesn't want to show it, but he will show it and take it down. Yeah, I wouldn't have mind seeing maybe not a 3-bet jam, obviously playing 40 big blinds now, we've just seen, but I wouldn't have mind of seeing, a 3-bet there. I mean, Luke's probably not certain of what range that Naj is opening. Now that he's seen the Jack 2 suited, he might be more inclined, and now that he's seen the King 9 offsuit call the small blind, I think he might definitely be inclined in future to have a little bit of a 3-bet heel spot there. And the thing is, like, on these FTs, especially when Naj is opening such a wide range to leverage, it's like he doesn't actually need to 3-bet to that big a size either. Like he doesn't need to really worry about Naj. Like Naj isn't really ever peeling a 3-bet there with Jack Deuce suited, right? So he doesn't even need to 3-bet that large, knowing that Naj is just going to have a lot of hands that are just snap folding for pretty much any sizing. So definitely probably would have gone through his mind. Does decide to take a flop, which is more than reasonable as well. We do see Mr. G under the gun here opening the ace queen off.
I was just going to say with the King 9 peel in the small, I know Mr. Spano likes a good game of Baccarat, and it may have been a tribute to the natural 9.
There's been a lot of Baccarat players, taking to beach tables this week. We did see JP from New Zealand taking down the Goliath. He is a serial Baccarat player. Does absolutely love it. I know you're a bit of a Baccarat enthusiast yourself.
I'm a retired Baccarat enthusiast, unfortunately. Probably for the best. But yeah, I don't know. Queen 3 is not a very good Baccarat hand either, so I'm not sure that one's the best.
We do see Chow defend the big blind here. Mr. G flopping the ace. We'll have a bet, and I'm assuming Chow's going to fold, but hasn't happened yet. Does let it go. Also, we are going to say a big happy birthday as well to Yida. Get your happy birthday messages in the chat. Yida has had it. Is it today or yesterday?
It's today.
Today. So we will wish a big happy birthday to Yida. Must have been a great week for you, right? Obviously having the 25k win and now rolling into a birthday. I know that you were having a few drinks last night celebrating. Anything on for this week? Or?
Well, I'm still going to play the 5k a bit later, so we'll see how that goes. If I bust that, I might go and have a nice dinner somewhere. But if not, then see everyone on day 2. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, yeah, happy birthday again. Oh, what are you turning now?
I'm 31 today.
31? There you go.
Yeah, I'm becoming a bit of a dinosaur on the Aussie scene, actually. I see all these young 23-year-old kids trying to take my money every week. You know,
inevitable.
Start to feel my age, especially when I walk around these APTs, and you know, it's just these young kids, they're hungry.
A lot of up and comers. A lot of up and comers. We literally just spoke about JP, 19 years of age.
Wow.
Just took down 2.5k. This is right after he just took down the opening event for 150k at WPT.
Very impressive.
So it is pretty cool. We see like guys like Gary Lynn, 19.
I was going to mention Gary Lynn.
Just came 3rd or 4th at the WPT main. Was firing 25k and stuff like that. So
yeah, I believe he's even fired a Trident 20, Gary Lynn. And, so there's all these young kids with a lot of potential and just willing to fire the higher stakes and.
Yeah, we do see the graphic. Happy birthday, Yida.
Jeez. I thought that was an ad.
Thought it might have been that too.
Oh dear. Thanks very much.
Happy birthday, mate.
20 bucks each hand. Not bad, yeah,
Most people even are surprised about my age. Most people think that I'm late 20s, I'm actually early 20s. Most people do get kind of surprised about that. I feel like I've been sort of been hanging around the circuit for a while now, so most people just think I'm like older than I am. But yeah.
Fair enough.
Rob's going to opens up the Jack 7 of diamonds here in the manager. Probably a pip maybe too wide here, opening into I think it's Chow's got him covered on his direct left, although he has been a little bit passive, so maybe taking that into account. He does get the defend here out of Michael Egan.
Yeah.
Does have the 6 of clubs in his hand, which is just whispering something in my ear, but does
take it down.
Yeah, does decide to check fold on the king high board with the 8 high no draw.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit too wide to go for the aggressive option there, but I know what you were thinking.
Yeah, definitely on a king high board, definitely probably too wide there, but
and it's always good to think about those options. Like a lot of people are sort of too quick to just snap fold there, and yeah, it's always good to at least have a think about it before you decide to fold.
Do you think this will be open here by Andres?
What is it, 800? It's a close one. You definitely want to open a bunch of pairs here, but then you definitely start folding some of your lower pairs. Sixes might just be on the cusp here.
Yeah, I think it's one of those spots. I think it's one of those spots where you just snap opening 7s and you probably snap 45s and then you've got 6s that is sort of just like lingering in the middle. Does decide to make the discipline fold. Folds to Mr. G on the button, the Queen 7 suited, which I'm sure will be getting opened up here.
Yeah, 40 people are minimum, yeah, well, but like, there's people who doesn't care about like sleeping all the time. Double to the random can.
9's in the big blind.
800 big blinds or
exciting. It'll be interesting to see if he does go for the all-in sizing or he's a bit smaller or just flat. Well, I think all options are available fold here.
I think he'll come in here with the 105. I think he'll come in for the 3.5x. 3.5x call off if he jams. Yeah. Could probably decide to do this with 10s. 10s plus and maybe just jam 9s. I'm not sure if it's too many big blinds there.
Yeah, it's interesting because if you they're on a stack that way, you just get peeled in the button. Yeah, it's like
He's gonna
it's kind of awkward to get peeled here with the big blind. Situation, tournament situation. So.
Does go with that. Just shy of 3.5x sizing, which is definitely an okay sizing. Like on these FTs, like under ICM, you don't really need to size your 3-bets up that much. So it does go just shy of 3.5x, which is fine. People are really like folding tight to 3-bets on these FTs, so not necessarily you can get away with it. I'm sure you would know, like when you're having those 3-bet bluffs, you don't really need to like expend a lot of chips to like get those 3-bet bluffs through. Like people are sort of playing tight on these FTs.
Yeah.
So
certainly like you know slightly smaller sizing on FTs because it's sort of people are less incentivized to peel you in position kind of thing. So then in a regular sort of like the level 1 of the tournament, so you can definitely go for some slightly smaller sizing.
I think you'd find like with a few tables left, Tom would probably come with a 4x sizing here. I'd say about 120, probably playing almost 40 bigs deep or maybe just shy of 4x. So interesting that Mr. G here hasn't folded the Queen 7 suit. I wonder if he's feeling about applying a bit of pressure here with like a min 4-bet. And I think either way, if he decides to min 4-bet or if he decides to jam, Tom's going to be getting all his chips in. There's no folding this hand, button B big blind. I think he will make a sensible fold. Definitely crossed his mind. I'm not sure if that's the right hand at all with, but definitely was having some naughty thoughts there.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about applying some 4-bet bluffs there in that spot?
Yeah, definitely could do it. Not that particular hand, but yeah, like with Andres being so short, it's definitely possible to sort of leverage that situation to your advantage as Mr. G. So I can see why he definitely thought about it. But yeah, I think that hand would be, I don't know, might not be the right candidate.
I think you might find some like low-suited King X that might want to potentially 4-bet. I think like sort of do go towards the low-suited Ace X. I'm not sure if he like you can probably just see like he'll 3-bet with maybe like some suited aces there in that spot. It's kind of like a little bit too good even in position. Getting like obviously a slightly cheaper price with the slightly smaller 3-bet. But yeah, it would have been interesting to see if he did make a move there. Tom is a guy who is capable of having a lot of 3-bet bluffs out of the big blind. It's a very under-bluff spot. He's definitely capable of finding some King 3 offsuit 3-bets and stuff like that out of the big that just want to apply pressure and just bin so much of his button opening range.
Yeah, I agree with that. Tom will definitely find some 3-bet bluffs that any players would not. He's a very capable player. And yeah, I sort of give him a lot of respect to find enough bluffs there kind of thing.
We did see Tom before make a really, really nice bluff on the river there. Jammed about 280k, I think it was.
It was 260 into 285.
Yeah, it was a really nice bluff there. Got him to fold. Got Michael to fold a 3rd pair on a favourable run out too, actually for Michael's range. So it was a really nice bluff. Had a solid hand to do it with. Not great, obviously blocking some of those missed gut shots, but you know, having a nice flush blocker with a jack of diamonds, and had the sort of I guess once checked on the turn, probably has a lot more Queen X when he decides to bet. It was a really nice bluff. So yeah, we did see
so you know, right? 5K
see Tom making those really nice.
We're going to keep
3-bet
it
and
for one more
3-bet
hour
bluffs and obviously river barrels. We do have a break here, guys, so we will be back. I think we need a 20-minute break,
right?
so
we need the dealers everywhere.
We'll jump back in soon.
Yeah. So in the meantime,
and we'll see you then.
What I was saying is like just I'll come and break you, but you just stay here, and then I'll go back to wherever they're named.
Yeah.
Because they're going to tilt like they have all series if me and you were just doing like 45s off here.
Okay.
So you just do this, and I'll just come and break you when you need it, alright?
Cool? Happy with that?
Yeah.
So that'll be the swing between you two?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll just tell whoever I'm with,
and
get me off
on break, we're jumping
40. I'll go
across to an interview Lucy Electric with the man himself, Daniel the Juggleman Cates. So we'll be crossing over now, guys.
Over there.
Mega free.
I think the floor. Just doing the floor. The chips. He needs the counting?
No.
He doesn't need it.
In fuck all play.
Joined by Jungleman. Welcome to the APT. How are you finding it here here in Sydney?
It's okay. There's lots of wild Aussies around here. Someone's got to hunt them. I came here with my golden spear. So the other day I was hunting them until I ran into a true warrior, and he called me with 2 5s after I overread the river, and I felt like such an idiot. So that's how I was dejected and demoralized and doubted my hunting skills. But now I'm back on the attack.
Well, it's so awesome to have you here. You're a big name here at this event, and I think everyone's so happy to see you. And look, you've entered the 25k, no luck there, but are you entering any other tournaments for the remainder of the series?
I'm in the 10K. There's going to be more Aussies to hunt, more deuce to sevens to play and to bluff with, and yeah. So I'm still in, and maybe I'll play some cash games. So there's still a chance. There's still hope, and still hunts.
And last question: have you enjoyed coming here to Sydney and seeing this spectacle here? I think the poker rooms have been great. Have you also thought the same?
Yeah, I think so. I think America sucks, and Sydney's better than America. I recommend it.
Sydney, the city, is better than America, the whole nation.
Yeah, all you Americans can. Fuck you guys.
You should just move here. Everyone loves you here.
I can't. I gotta clean up America. That's my problem.
Well, we hope to see you back here very soon. Actually, we've got the next event in Brisbane in January, so hope you're a regular fixture, and we'll see you next year.
All right, that sounds good. Brisbane sounds like fun.
Perfect. Joined here by JP, also known as Podge, in the online gaming world. Congratulations, you've just won the Goliath, where you've gone up heads up against your mate Yukia, both from New Zealand. Must have been so awesome getting to the final stages here with him.
Yeah. We came back to day 3, there was 16 left, and we did the odds. We said there's only 1 out of 240 chance we make it heads up, and it came in. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, it was entertaining to watch for the most part until the heads up. I feel like it dried up a little bit there towards the end. Not too many big hands, but look, the chat was going off in the commentary box. We learnt so much about you in such a short time. So I hear you can do the haka. Can you tell us a little bit about that? And also a Chinese dance as well, someone said.
Yep. Well, I'm from New Zealand and my family is Māori, so that's probably all my Māori family wanting to cheer me on and, you know, celebrate by doing the haka. And a Chinese dance, I did Chinese dragon dancing when I was younger, but I can't really do that because there's not many instruments or anything that needs to go on, but yeah, that's what it's about.
Wow, that's so cool. I'd love to see you rip that out one time in a tournament. I know it's probably an ambitious ask, but maybe one day. Look, you've had such an excellent month really in poker. I've heard you've had some awesome results. Are you playing in any more events here at the APT series?
Yeah, I'm looking to play the 10K. Maybe I'll register that tomorrow, see how I feel. Definitely play the Vault and a few other. And there's WTOP coming up in Gold Coast, so I'll be looking to do that. And then other than that, not many plans. Yeah.
Awesome. And just a final one here. I've heard as well through the grapevine today that your mum is also an exceptional poker player, and your grandma. In fact, your mum won a WPT tournament in the Gold Coast.
Yep, she won
just recently.
WPT ladies tournament.
That's awesome. Runs in the family.
Yeah.
In the genes. Well, thank you so much, JP, for joining me, and congratulations again on such an awesome victory.
Thank you.
我也怕他那个啥，增加他成本。
2头有可能发布会瑞士，你不知道你会扣。
我要扣啊！我要扣，挺大的。
发布会167，挺大的。 博学，博学还不行，这个博学。那他有他做他 minimal 的一个。啊？一圈就是一圈打就叫博学，他认识本来不强。对呀。
All right, guys, welcome back. We are back on from break. We just saw a wild Thomas amount. 4-bet pile, the ace-10 suited for 30 BB. Yida, you might have just missed it. It was a cutoff open by Tom, playing about 29 bigs. Naj made it 7 BB in the small, with Jack-9 of clubs.
And we're all in.
And Tom 4-bet jammed the ace-10 of clubs.
Let's go.
Which is quite interesting. I'm not sure what to think of it. It's so weird because obviously he's gonna 4-bet jam and win a lot, but when called, it does kind of suck. But what are your thoughts on the 4-bet there, like against the chip leader? Obviously, is in position, but you know it is going to be hard to beat a man like Naj post-flop. What are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, it's very interesting, and especially with Andres still very short. It's never comfortable to face a 3-bet in that spot. So yeah, and then let's say you flap the 3-bet, right? And then it goes post-flop and you whiff. Naj C-bets into you, you know. It's never a comfortable spot, so I think all the options are pretty gross there.
Yeah.
Jamming is quite nice because Naj is, you know, pretty aggressive opponent. He may have a few more bluffs there than most people, so you know it could be a good spot to 4-bet jam. Yeah, I think all options are quite, you know, difficult though.
Absolutely, and shout out there to Troy, Liam Murray, and Lawrence in the chat. We did sing Happy Birthday before. We had a full graphic. It was very beautiful. Liam wants to know what you're going to spend your money on. It's something about a yo-yo collection.
Yeah, that joke's been running for a long time now. Still going apparently.
And we actually do have an interesting hand here. Naj has opened the button here with the King 8 of diamonds. We are just going to get this graphic large if we can, just so I can see. I think it's a 3-bet to 160k, which is about 4x. Naj deep in the tank here with the King 8 of diamonds. What are your thoughts on a 4-ball here, Yida, with the King 8 of diamonds?
It's I can't see how deep they are.
I think it looks like it's about deep. 40 BB deep.
40 bigs deep. Yeah, I think he was weighing up all his options, and looks like he's made the right decision to fold there.
Yeah, we do see Luke absolutely had the nuts there with the ace king. Luke, we've seen he hasn't been super aggressive out of the big blind or the small blind. Obviously, is sort of that short to middling stack. I think so. Does 3-bet the ace king there. I'm not sure he's finding heaps of bluffs there. So Naj does let it go. Obviously, a very small sample size there, but Luke does take it down.
6 folds.
And couple of kings here for Michael and +1.
7 raised, 40,000. 9.
You're only going to hit one of them. 1-8. Black cards too.
Kings here for Michael. Opening off 50 big blinds. Queen 9 suited on the button. I think Robert will be seeing a flop of this one. From what we've seen so far. Never mind. Interesting that he was peeling the King 9 out of the small, but then decided to fold the Queen 9 suited on the button there.
Both natural 9s.
It is interesting. We did say that he's a notorious baccarat player.
Even if it's suited Doyle, I'm going to call you.
I'm better than ace-10 this time. It's a good fold.
There's some coaching, big blind coaching from this man. He knows what he's doing.
We also have a wild Cooper Fell from here in the booth. sweating his mate, Tom, on the FT.
Just here to make sure Tom doesn't punt it off. 30 minutes in the past.
Cooper is in the booth having a watch here, supporting his great mate Tom. Are we able to get that chat scrolled up as well, Aiden? You know, it's a project where you can hear on the stream, you can hear Sportelli's just bellowing laugh in the background through the stream, and he's not even in the tournament.
Yeah, it's probably out there berating them for putting Ace King in.
Well, speaking of Ace King, Tom with the Ace King here in +1. He is opening here off about 40 big blinds roughly, and takes it down. Tom here has done well. Sort of got the indirect double up here. Had a few three bets and a 4-bet jam, and has basically received the indirect double up.
Yeah, very key hand with the Jack 10 bluff that he ran against Michael Egan. Sort of, I guess, building that momentum up. So he's gone now from like the short stack to, you know, pretty reasonable position on the FT.
It's just not flattering when the camera pops up, is it?
Nah, it's not great.
Yeah, just saw it refresh. That's good, yeah. Shout out to Zach, shout out to Jamie. Thanks for tuning in. A couple of the lads sussing out the chat. And speaking of Big Slick, we've seen it again. I wonder if he's going to be silly and put all his chips in the middle. No, just 40K. Big shout out to Adrian Sportelli.
What would Sportelli do?
Oh, yeah. If you guys don't know Adrian, he's a poker regular from Brisbane, and he absolutely hates it when the millennials put it in with Ace King. So that's what we joke about. But yeah, Luke opening up the Ace King. We see Chow on the button here with the King 3 suited. He's got a really nice candidate here to 3-bet bluff with, and we do see the small size. What do you think of this 3-bet bluff? Do you think he's picked a good candidate here with the King 3 suited?
Yeah, it's a nice one there. Plays okay once you get flattered there, and yeah, just putting pressure on that middling stack as we talked about before. Just undress spin short.
He's absolutely running to the nuts though, which we've seen a lot with Luke. When he's opened, he's often had it. When he's 3-bet, he's very often had it. Michael here with the Ace Jack go, really interesting. Chow has been quiet. Although, even though he's a sort of tied for first in chips, he should be applying a lot of pressure. We do see that here. Michael's Ace-Jack performs really quite well here, I think, as a 4-bet against this very wide sort of button, cut-off V button 3-bet range that Chow's got here. I think we will see a 4-bet quite often here, less than all-in for Michael. The only problem is he has run into the absolute nuts, which is what Luke has. Has Michael 3-bet here? Or did he?
Michael's gone for the 4-bet. I think he may get 2.
A 4-bet, sorry? Yeah. Yeah, he did. I really like this 4-bet because I think that Chow's going to have a lot of snap folds very often. He has run into the nuts, which isn't good for
depends who you ask.
Has run into the Ace King here. Luke, we are going to see a 5-bet jam by Luke, and I think we're going to see 2 very quick folds.
Yeah.
But I think in general, I do like this 4-bet here from Michael. I would be curious to see if Luke had folded. I wonder if Chow would ever mix in a 5-bet, like as a cheeky 5-bet. But I'm not sure he would. But
I don't know about that. But yeah, I've seen crazier things.
I've seen crazier things. We did talk about how ICM does make people go crazy. Luke does put the jam in, and I think we're going to see a couple of very quick folds.
There's one.
Count.
Michael here asking for the fake count.
I mean, if Luke had like 400, he might get priced in here, but like with 620, he probably gets away from that pretty easily.
And I think it's good that Michael, he picks a 4-bet sizing where Chow snap folds all of his bluffs, and then obviously he can get away from Luke's absolute TOR top of range, which he's found here.
620.
Shout out to So Sally in the chat, Jamie asks, what's your next game? You're crushing, Liam. Thank you, Jamie. I think for me, I'm gonna go back to the Gold Coast for a bit. Via WPT League, which is just a small series on the Tweed Coast, which is basically local to me. So might go fire that, and then possibly off to Vietnam or Taiwan or Cambodia at the end of the year. And then mix that in with a few local circuits here or there, so that should be good. Might get back to Melbourne for a bit as well. Haven't been there for a while, so thanks for that, Jamie. Yeah, we do see the fold there from Michael, which I think is very, very sensible.
If he fold, I'm going 5 bet.
What do you think of if Michael had Ace Queen there? Do you think he should find a call?
Sorry, I was Ace Queen. I mean, yeah, Ace Queen, Ace Jack kind of performed pretty similarly against the 5-bet jam range, so I don't think you'd be calling that either. Yeah, it's just unlucky.
You think you might cycle off an Ace Queen suited possibly?
Yeah, maybe. It's just unfortunate he's kind of run into it with the Ace King there.
It's going to be a really, really nice pot there for Luke. Almost a full double up and without having to see a run out. I think he picks up. It would have been 100 plus 250. Plus, it would have been almost. It would have been just above 400k. So almost a full double up there.
Yeah.
And that's very, very, very nice. When you have Ace King offsuit, it can get a little bit, a little bit annoying having a flip for your tournament life in these deep runs, having it get the full double up there without even having to fade outs or win a flip. That's a pretty sick spot there for Luke, and that's going to put him up into the Millionaires Club as well, as Mr. G opens the King Queen on the button. Tom with the King 6. So this is a hand where we did talk about it before, where some of this offsuit King X actually doesn't mind 3-betting out of the big. Doesn't mind 3-betting this out of the big sometimes. Can also call, see a flop. Obviously, King High versus a button opening range, pretty good here. What do you think of this spot?
Yeah, I think all options are on the table here. Again, with Andres being quite short, it's just important to keep that in mind when you make a decision here. But yeah, you could definitely go for an aggressive route and sort of try and target the. I guess wider than usual button range because it's opening into a middling stack. So yeah, it could definitely go either way here.
I think we're going to see 130 or we're going to see a call.
I'd have better nothing.
Looks like he's called.
Hey, Jack.
We do see
oh, there's the red chip, 130, you're right.
Oh, yep, sorry, 130, yep.
Yes, something like that.
We do see that consistent sizing, sort of just shy of 3.5x. I think about 38 big blinds deep it was.
No, this guy's already berated me for doing it with my hand, so. Yeah.
No.
He said I couldn't do it if I had
Ace King.
Because I have a king here, there is. So
yeah, there's no chance, right? There's no Ace King left in the deck.
He said I should fold because he doesn't think he...
No. I think Ace King is maybe... Ace King maybe...
yeah,
if it,
I got 660 here. There's no nothing back for the next 4. Yeah. Doesn't matter.
We do see Mr. G in the tank here with King Queen. I
you're
think
dreaming about Ace is a
pretty good candidate to defend this 3-bet here.
You think? Right.
Yeah, I mean, take a flop position, dominate some of the bluffs like we talked about, King X, Queen X bluffs.
Yeah,
seems pretty reasonable.
Dominates a lot of the bluffs. Obviously performs well against some value hands. Like if he's 3-betting a hand like Ace Jack here, Tom or something, performs well against that position. Obviously covers him with short stacks in play, can put pressure on in later streets. Don't think there's much 4-betting with this hand. Obviously, it's probably too good to 4-bet, and then obviously not good enough to 4-bet at the same time. So,
yeah,
think we should be seeing a flop here. Although,
he does fun it later.
Is going to be a fold. Probably a little bit tight there from Mr. G. I think might be getting exploited a tiny little bit by Tom if he's going to be folding King Queen on the button.
Yeah, but I guess he's looking to maintain his position in the tournament. Like he's currently sitting at about 4th in chips, and let's say he plays a pot, slips down to 5th. I guess I can understand the decision, especially with Andres. I keep saying this, but Andres being quite short in the tournament. So yeah, it's always interesting to see how different players react to the situation like this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is him in the Terminator? Or
8-3-0 here on the gun for Naj.
He's been in the army for a while.
Ethi, as it's notoriously known as in the southeast Queensland regions. Folds.
Rob Spouto folding natural 8 here. Don't know what he's doing.
Chow opening up the King Queen suited. This is not getting put into the muck. I think Mr. G, well, probably could take a flop here, but we've seen him play a little bit tighter, so wouldn't be shocked to see the 4s hit the muck here. Is going to see a flop. I guess if I'm sort of looking in Mr. G's mind, I think the King Queen against the 3-bet, it's like a little bit more troublesome in the sense that you know, it's going to be sort of hard to play post. Like if it comes Queen high, and you know, like is he just going to stack off? It's a little bit scarier. Whereas with the 4s, it's pretty simple. You flop a set or you don't, and you can just fold or you can get your chips in. We do see Andres here with the 6s. I think he's probably going to find the 3-bet jam here with the 6s. You know.
Yeah,
what are your thoughts? He is playing sub 15 big blinds.
Yeah, obviously, kind of difficult to play this hand post flop against two hands. Like most likely, the board just comes, you know, at least 2 or 3 overcards. So it's very difficult to play.
It is a little bit scary. We've seen Mr. G play very tight, and seeing that flat in the cutoff, it does contain a lot of 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s sort of range. So it is a little bit scary, but at the same time, I think it's probably going to be too good here. Especially multi-way, you know, you don't want to let the Queen Jack offsuits, you know, realize their equity. So
looks like he's going for the call.
He is going to go for the call.
Which I don't hate either.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate it either. Like I think Mr. G's range is quite strong. Yeah, in the cutoff. And we do see a very favourable flop here for Chow. I think he's going to see bet a lot here, and I think he's probably going to get 2 folds most likely. Does decide to check actually. Don't hate it either. I think Mr. G does hit this board pretty hard with the.
Yep, I'd say both the big blind and the cutoff in general like this board. So I don't hate the decision to check from.
Pretty nice hand.
Chow.
Pretty nice hand to have in your checking range as well. Obviously, very strong. Yeah. A lot of people don't check flush draws necessarily. Like it's sort of like one of those things where if you check a flush draw, a lot of people will go, "Oh, we kind of flush," because he would have bet his flush draw. So it is kind of cool having coverage on the heart turns and rivers. Yep. And obviously, you know, 2 overcards, really nice hand to fit into the checking range here. We do see a stab here from Mr. G with 4s. I wonder if Chow proceeds with the check call here, or if he decides to check raise. Probably fits nicely into a check call.
Yeah. Both options are all right. But
5 folds.
We did see the 6s hit the muck as well. He might not know it, Chow. He might not know it, but that's actually a very good turn card for him.
5 checks.
He does have some 5x that check calls flop sometimes. Do you think, like maybe some ace-5 suited can have those hands as well?
Yeah, not a huge part of his range. It's probably more likely condensed around sort of ace highs and like flush draws like this.
It is a good card as well, because it does lower the amount of sets that Mr. G can have as well. It does eliminate you know, combos of 5x. Sorry, from pocket 5s, which is obviously we see him have pocket 4s. So he has pocket 4s and he obviously has pocket 5s. I wonder if Chow does just check call this turn as well. Obviously, still a very strong hand. 2 overs, the flush draw. He is facing a reasonable size bet.
Yeah, and it being multi-way on the flop, that sort of strengthens Mr. G's range a little bit more. So it'll be interesting to see how Chow proceeds here.
A reasonable size bet. I think it sets up just under pot on the river as well. If Mr. G was to jam rivers as well. So Would you proceed with a check call here with the king queen of hearts?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think check call is pretty reasonable. But he might even...
Does look like I think he's going to make the fold.
Oh.
He doesn't.
Pump fake.
It was a pump fake.
Yeah.
It looked like he was about to put his cards in the muck. He was just checking that he still indeed has 2 hearts.
Not the most comfortable spot because let's say if Mr. G has pocket 8s here, we don't have any outs.
Yeah.
So, not the most comfortable spot.
Like if a deuce of hearts rolls off and he just cops a jam, it's kind of like, well, I only really beat a bluff, but maybe some value. But it is awkward as well having like the king queen of hearts specifically because he does block some like queen, obviously like queen high flush draws and stuff. Like he can really only have a side jack high flush draws. There isn't. It's not like he has king 9 of hearts where the other guy can have queen jack hearts, for example. So does decide to make the folds, and it's a nice pop there for Mr. G. Sort of turning his 4s into a bluff there. Didn't actually know he had the best hand, I'm assuming, but does decide to turn his 4s into a bit of a semi-bluff. Could have been maybe denying equity from a hand like ace high at the side of the floor, but yeah, nice pick up there for Mr. G. Yeah, results orientated, Andres probably could have made a nice jam there with the 6s, but yeah, don't hit the flat. And Andres does now find himself reasonably short. I think about 12 big blinds. We'll do an update in the vault as well. Lucho Vargas from Brisbane is currently in the US, has a dead stack in play, so did play an early flight of the vault, bagged up a stack. Currently on the bubble for the money, and is nursing a few BBs. Apparently, could make the catch. It would be quite remarkable. It would be an interesting dynamic if you are short, knowing that someone is literally about to blind out of the tournament.
Yeah.
It is always funny seeing these tournaments and just all the people they bring in. Oh, this is an interesting hand here as well. We see like a +1 open here from Luke, a 3-bet from +2 with the ace-10 suited, and Andres has woken up with Big Slick in the small, and it's looking a lot like he's gonna jam, and Chow's probably gonna be priced in here with the ace-10 suited.
Yeah, definitely. I don't see Chow folding here because he's already put in essentially half of Andres' stack, and yeah, it looks like the price is too good, even though he probably knows he's going to be behind the range of hands that Andres is putting in here in the small line.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's always going to have, I would say, maybe ace queen suited plus, maybe jacks. Like I don't even know if he puts 2 10s in the middle here with no fold equity. Like it's kind of awkward. It's probably jacks plus and ace queen suited, maybe even just ace king and jacks plus. So
yeah,
he's going to put it in.
He's not happy about it, but he's putting it in.
Yeah, Chow sheepishly knows that he has probably about 25 or 30%. Does make the call, and we are going to see a 70-30 here. Andres with the ace king. He's going to be looking for a clean flop. He's going to fade the 3 outs and the hearts.
A 10. You have a pair?
A 10 was folded as well, as we just heard. King high flop, really nice for Andres. Just going to fade the jack of hearts on the turn for a sweat. And you bloody bet you we find it with the 6 of hearts. 7 outs, running once, and that's not going to be it. A huge double up there for Andres with the ace king. Did let his rail know to come for the sweat.
Yeah, and that does change the distribution of chips a little bit. Before it was Andres by far the short stack. I think he might still be the shortest stack, but it's not like quite as severe as it used to be, the disparity between him and second last. So really changes the dynamic a little bit here.
And what do you think, like, for Tom or a couple of these guys, sort of like Luke as well, these guys hopping around that 30 BB, like 700k region? What do you think that does, having Andres double from that 250 up to now? He's got 600 now. Do you think that helps?
I mean, if Andres had busted there, it would have helped him a bit. Obviously getting the pay jump, and then also kind of making them a bit less handcuffed. Because now they become the short stacks. It's harder to put pressure on them. But now, as it is, with Andres doubling up, they're kind of still in the same position as they were before. So I would say it doesn't really change things too much for them at the moment. But I'd say that they're not entirely happy about that outcome.
You think a 10 on the flop would have been handy for a few players on the table?
Yeah, it's always good to get a pay jump.
Interesting spot here. Luke opening the queens under the gun. Andres does pass in the ace-4 suited on the button. Mr. Spanner will not be passing on the King 6 suited. One of my favourite 3-bet and 4-bet bluff hands, actually, King 6 suited.
Yep.
It is a nice hand to put chips in the middle with. We are going to see a flop. 8 high. I think Rob might want to continue here with some bet sizes. Does have 3 to a flush, 3 to a straight, and an overcard.
Yeah, let's see what sizing Luke goes for here.
The 8-7 board does smack the BB a bit. He's going to have a lot of straight draws in this board. He's going to have a lot of Jack 9s, Jack 10s, 9-6, 9-5 suited. He's going to have 5-4s, 6-5s. A lot of gutters on this board.
Probably have a few less offsuit combos than usual here because it's been opened from under the gun.
Yeah,
so.
agreed. He's gonna have a lot of suited stuff. He's gonna defend for
Definitely.
him, especially being over 50 big blinds. We do see the check fold from Robert. What are your thoughts on the sizing there on the flop? Like we do talk about how Robbie's gonna flop a lot of pairs. Like he's gonna have a lot of 8x, 7x. That does flop pairs. He's gonna have a lot of straight draws. Do you think there's ever a case there for sizing up there on the flop as a C-bet where you know that he's going to have a lot of his range that wants to continue, or do you think he should just default to the quarter pot or 1/3 pot size?
I mean, I think you can go either way there. Obviously, Luke's under the gun range is pretty strong, so you can kind of leverage that and use a smaller sizing. But yeah, you can go either way really.
That was like
And what are your thoughts on the check fold there?
when the fish sits out and online and everyone else sits out.
Spanner, do you think he should be seeing a turn card there at all?
I mean, yeah, obviously it's a pretty optional continue with the whole setup. ICM setup and Andres being short and all that. And, Rob's being pretty comfortable, sort of third, fourth, or fifth in chips. I can't remember, but and I guess he doesn't want to compromise his position with a sort of a marginal hand that sort of has to improve on the turn. I can go runner essentially to make a strong hand. So
it really is.
Yeah, I can definitely understand his decision there.
Michael actually, now that Luke's just picked up those chips, Andres doubling up and Tom sort of indirectly doubling up. I think Michael's actually slid into second bottom now, so was about third or fourth and hasn't really lost too many pots. Obviously had that 4-bet before, but does find himself now sort of lingering towards the bottom of the
I don't like queen.
Bottom of the chart. He does
I like
open
Queen's no
Rob
good. Queen's
he's
not
looking
good.
to call out the small blind with his jack
Yeah,
here
never
and
good.
does get the better of the equities on this flop. We do see a C-bet for Michael, which he is going to do a lot on these kind of boards. I'm assuming Rob probably goes for a check call here, or do you think there's some check raising?
I think he'll go for a check call. He does put the call in there.
Full auto queen.
Try and play some turns.
You're not a lady.
That's have a really nice hand to check call with, in the sense that a lot of Michael's, king queens and king jacks and stuff will double barrels. So
and Michael has to be a bit careful here because Rob was called out of the small blind and not the big blind, and that sort of changes things a lot. If he's called at the big blind, his range is a lot wider, whereas the small blind range is very, very tight and like a lot of ace-x in there. So he just has to be a bit careful continuing on the turn and river.
Michael is sort of lucky here as well. He doesn't have a hand that he needs to really bluff with the 7s as well. So he beats a lot of the 6x and 4x.
That's right.
Does just check. Takes his showdown. Does beat some sort of random hands. We do talk about how he could have a small blind, so it's probably less likely to have those hands, but does take showdown. Mr. Spanner does rake in the pot. We see Naj chip leading still. Michael does slide into, I think, the shortest chip stack now, or at least equal shortest with Andres roughly. If you are just joining in, we are on the FT of the TLPT International 10K Challenge.
He was pitching me on the table.
I am joined with 2022
I really wanted to call that.
#1 ranked player in Australia, Yidit Shaw. Also his birthday.
Don't remind me, mate.
Also his birthday. So, chuck a message in the chat.
7 fold.
We are playing for some serious dollars,
250,000
real Australian dollars, first place.
And I'm just having ace-5 hearts.
It is a nice spot here for these guys. Najim Ajiz in the chip lead, and we've seen some pretty good quality poker so far. We've seen some interesting stuff. We've seen some interesting hands.
It's natural.
Still 8-handed. It's been this way for a little bit now. Yeah, we do see Andres still shortest, but Michael and Tom not far behind, and then it's pretty evenly sort of distributed through the middle. So
Yeah, I was going to say, Nigel has been a little bit quiet the last couple of orbits at least. Hasn't been played too many hands. So it's been the middling stacks kind of battling it out and, double here and there. And yeah, I do expect them to start putting a lot of pressure on when the short stacks get really short, if that happens. But yeah, haven't seen much of it at the moment. So yeah, should be interesting to see what happens.
Neville asking how long this game is expected to go for. This is day 3 now for the 10K, so it is scheduled as a 3-day tournament, so we should be finishing tonight at some point. Pending the carnage, yeah, it should be finished tonight.
Yeah, with structure sort of this good, with 90-minute levels and yeah, just, a bit of a shout there. Yeah, like there's a lot of scope for play, and yeah, so even after 3 days, you can still see like the average stack is very, very high, and yeah, we've got a long afternoon / evening ahead of us, so strap in.
Luke there with the American Airlines on the button. Did run into the 8-3 and the 7 deuce in the small and big blind, so didn't get much action. Takes it down.
Look. To give you context.
Kamamir, the showdown king, 66%. Like we did mention before, did put his tournament life at risk with Jack High in the river. Did get third pair to fold. It was a very, very nice bluff from Mr. Amir.
Yep, definitely not afraid to pull the trigger, and that's what it takes to do well and win these 20s.
Absolutely. We do have Tom's good friend Cooper Feltham in the booth as well.
Shout out Cooper.
Fresh off a nice online score this morning, I'm told. So is a little bit chirpy today. Is up and about.
He's always chirpy, mate. And we got the Sportelli on the button.
Shout with the Sportelli on the button, the ace and the king. You're going to be wagering some chips, 45k. Michael in the big blind. Isn't a folder we have seen. The 8-deuce suited does want to defend a lot of suited hands, but this is probably one that's going to fall into the folding category.
Let's stop that trend right now, but for my big blind, no more deuces.
A couple of absolute monsters on the button in the last couple of hands. Yep. No action to be had. Shout out to Princess Adila. We do love the staff here at APT. They do a wonderful job. It's been a really well run series. Just freshly taken over by the Hashman Group, and they've done a lot here to put APT right at the top of the poker operators in Australia. It's been a great series. Juicy prize pools, great turnout across the board. There's heaps of buy-ins across all points.
You can get much better than that.
40,000.
So yeah, 2 weeks.
Did just get news in that Lucho Vargas, who's currently thousands of kilometers across the world, has just min cashed the 1250 volt and is still currently in. Has been blinded out into the money. And that's pretty sick.
Pretty good hourly considering you're not even at the venue.
Passive income.
Very
Passive
nice.
income. Naj here with the 5 and +1. I think Tom will find a call here probably out of the big blind. Never mind, does slide to fold. Thoughts on that one, Ida?
I mean, when you're playing against the guy who hasn't played a hand in about 2 hours, it's good to fold your big blind there. It's a little bit tighter than usual.
Depends on what you get today, mate.
Does decide to make a tight fold. Can't blame him out of position, obviously, with a hand that doesn't perform super great, facing multiple barrels, but also could see a flop. It's one of those ones where we always say everything can be justified under ICM, so...
Yeah, that's right.
Understandable fold there from Mr. Amir.
Naj
can go back to folding now for a few more overs.
Shout out Naj.
I'm just used to it.
There he goes.
Universal figure.
Back on schedule. I have to give it to him here because he always gives it to me whenever I'm playing with him. He's like, "Are you gonna play a hand, mate?" So I gotta give him a little bit back.
I have noticed that Robert Spano does seem to pick up top 10% hands at a higher clip than everyone else. Is this something that, obviously you guys both being from Sydney, is this something that is a normal occurring thing, or is it just sometimes?
Well, I was just on the rail earlier before I dropped to the booth, and I saw him pick up a $50 note from the ground, and it just, good things happen to Robert Spano, is what I'm trying to say.
I'm actually surprised he picked up the $50 note, to be honest.
I didn't think it was worth his time, but apparently.
Yeah, but I thought the hourly wasn't going to be there, but we find the ace king here. We've seen ace king a lot on the button. That is actually 3 hands in the last 4 where there's been aces, ace king, and ace king. Michael is going to 3-bet. I think he's going to go for a 140.
7 re-raise.
Does go for 140. 3.5x. I think that's an appropriate sizing. I think Spano might peel a flop here. We're not sure. It's awkward. Obviously, out of position. Probably can just fold this hand multi-way. I'm not sure if that will happen. Obviously, King Jack of Hearts has flattered behind as well here.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be doing too much peeling here from +1 with an offsuit hand like that.
Yeah,
no, squeeze.
Definitely agreed. I think it is a flip though, as to whether these chips.
He's made the fold and
does go fold. Nice pick up there from Mike.
Bit more annoying for Chow there folding King Jack suited. Just a nice hand to take a flop with, but it seems pretty reasonable and disciplined.
No, I think it's definitely 2 very appropriate folds.
I respect you.
And with that pot, it looks like Andres is once again the clear short stack, but he's still got about 27 bigs, so really a testament to the quality of the structure of this tournament. And yeah, and he's still got a lot of room to play with, a lot of room for outmaneuvering people and using his chip stack to best visibility.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see some interesting stuff over the next few orbits. Obviously now, sort of Andres, as you did say, coming back into the clear short stack. Obviously, pay jumps aren't super significant now, but they will be in about 6 to 5 people. So it will be interesting to see. Chow, you're opening up the ace jacko. Michael feeling a suited king in the cutoff.
So good. That's right.
And does perform sometimes as a 3-bet, but we'll make this one fold.
7 folds.
They got heads up in the tournament once.
Do see a lot of those low-suited King X, low-suited Ace X hands that like to 3-bet bluff. Obviously, people on the FT need to sort of play a little bit tighter, a little bit more disciplined, and make those easy folds. We do see Andres here also folding a suited ace in the small one.
Butlins and servants, like Spano,
Again, like we just said, those hands, those low suited aces do sometimes like to 3-bet, but obviously FTs.
I thought you said 45. Yeah, I said 45.
No, it's just defend the big blind here with natural 9.
Both players catch a piece here.
Yeah, both players having straight draws. Chow's is better. Naj does have a pair though. No spades in either hand. I think we're going to see a check call here, Rita.
Yeah, I don't see Naj folding a pair and a straight draw here.
Double flush draw down.
Interesting to see what happens on the turn here. I don't think Naj's hand can withstand too much more pressure at this point, but interesting to see if Chow decides to double barrel.
Does have the ace of diamonds in hand. Hand obviously does want to see rooms. Obviously has a lot of equity.
Let's go for the check back.
Is interesting though, just because I think a double barrel does achieve a bit. Sometimes gets a 9 to fold and gets some maybe even some 10x that doesn't pick up equity can fold. Yep. Does make their life a little bit miserable. Does decide to check back. Interesting, 3 diamonds to roll off. Chow with the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, I think Chow's pretty aware that his hand's probably not good here. So it'd be interesting to see if he decides to.
I'd love to see a really big bet here. I would like to see a pot-sized bet here from Chow. I'm not sure if he will, and he does decide to check back. Does he beat any hands?
I guess he beats like his spades, but they might bluff the river. So
even the missed spades, like when it goes running 5-6, sometimes does pick up a pair.
Yeah.
It is a little bit miserable. It does beat maybe maybe like some 7-4 of spades.
Yeah.
Doesn't beat a lot. Does start to check back. Gets shown the bad news. Would have liked to have seen a bet there. It would have been spicy. He's got a nice hand to block with. It is interesting when he checks back turn. Obviously, probably does barrel a lot of flush draws on a turn, but there are quite a lot that don't, like some pair plus flush draw combinations. Obviously doesn't block any of those, which is a little bit annoying, but does decide to make the chip back.
Good spot for Nige as well, sort of cementing his chip lead a bit further.
Yeah, exactly.
High raise to 40,000. 40. Seven, we raised 110,000, 110. 9 fold. 1 fold. Push.
Do you see Michael picking up the ace king again here? Will 3-bet Chow's open.
C5 fold. Heads up.
Isn't it big chips behind?
No, just
First up. Five checks.
We will see a peel here from Chow to 10-9 suited. We'll outflop the ace king. Interesting board. I think like Chow, if he has like a 10-9 suited sort of hands here, he is gonna sort of wrap around this queen-9 board a little bit. Has a lot of like that jack-10 sort of stuff, queen-jack, queen-10 sort of suited hands that might want to peel a 3-bet, whereas Michael doesn't really have those hands a lot. We'll make a c-bet, we'll get check called. What are your thoughts here on this board, Nina?
Yeah, I mean, definitely connecting pretty well with the 3-bet calling range. So I would say Michael has to proceed with a bit of a caution. Queen pairing on the turn, so seems to favour Chow's range, I would say, in general. Yeah, it would be interesting to see what happens here because he finds the lead. Looks like he's going for the lead. Paired queen.
Yeah, I don't mind the lead. I'm not sure I love the hand that he's picked to lead with. I do think that this turn lead is definitely cool with some other hands, like maybe some king-jack suited hands, or maybe even like some jack-10 suited hands. I'd probably prefer to see those lead, maybe some hands that have like less equity, less showdown, that can get better hands to fold.
Yeah.
I think with this, like, I don't know, I think Chow like doesn't really get he doesn't get any better hands to fold. And I don't know if he like I guess he can deny equity, but like it is sort of like an awkward lead in the sense that if he gets raised, it's like now what? You know what I mean? Don't know if Michael does a lot of raising on this point pairing on the turn. Yeah, but it is a little bit awkward here. What do you think Michael should do with ace king? Do you think he should be seeing rivers, or it looks like we are going to see a river?
He's made the call.
What are your thoughts on this? You think that's okay?
Yeah, it's a very interesting spot, and it kind of depends on how much of his range Chow is leading here. Obviously, if he's leading everything, then we're going to have to peel ace king. If he's leading a bit tighter than usual, then maybe ace king doesn't get the right price. It just really depends on how Michael perceives Chow to be playing.
Nice.
And it looks like it's gone check on the river. And Chow will take down a nice pot. And Michael is now a new short stack by 1 chip.
Nice pot there from Chow, 100%. Gets that extra sort of squeaks out that little extra bit of value there on the turn as well, where he probably just goes check, 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 if no leads. So. Queen 9 suited if a Chow. I think he's going to open this one up.
Yeah, I think he's definitely good enough to open up there.
40,000.
Second in chips, opening into a sort of middling stacks big blinds. Nice spot to put some pressure on.
We are about to have a change of commentary, guys. I'm going to be handing over to Aiden in the booth with Yita, so I'll pass over now.
Or that 60,000.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, here we are back at the National Poker Championships. Yita in the box with me. I'm Aiden Glenn. And Yita, yesterday we had Didier in the box, and nothing but gratitude. What a absolute heads up. We watched the interviews that were had. I'm not sure if you've seen that yet. Have you seen your own interview with Dave Mitchell?
No, I haven't. But I believe the heads up was very quick, and we kind of just did a deal beforehand, so we just essentially flipped for the trophy in the ring.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and the deal was explained, and you got yourself the victory and the trophy, and I'm not too sure if you guys have mentioned what the deal was, but I'll leave that up to you if you're happy with it. Who do we like here, Yita?
As I mentioned to Liam, very, very interesting FT. I did pick Chow Duan as my horse to win the whole thing.
Yeah.
He's a very solid player, seems, from what I played with him. I know he's got some results online.
Yep.
So and probably live as well. I haven't looked him up. But yeah, I think he's my pick for the tournament. So we'll see what happens. But there are some other very good players on this table. So he's going to have some tough competition.
100%. There is some amazing players in this competition. Naj, he's absolutely a crusher. The rail right now is just full of experience that is watching this.
Yeah.
The 10K, the 25K. It's great to see it live and being streamed here at the Australian Poker Tour.
It's like Chow's gone all in here on the river.
Rip City with Queen 9 of Hearts.
Gets the top pair to fold. I didn't see the rest of the action, but I believe Chow turned the flush multi-way, and then looks like Luke's bet the river, hoping to get some value from a worse hand, but it's gotten the bad news.
Looks like a blocking. Have to raise.
So what's next for you, Yita? I understand there's a massive schedule here in Sydney coming up.
Yeah, I think I'm probably going to go home for a little bit, so I'm based out of Perth at the moment.
Yep.
I'll probably go home a bit after this series, just take a bit of a break, sort of spend some time with my family and friends back home. And then after that, I haven't decided yet, but I'm thinking of either sort of playing this Aussie schedule with sort of late November.
Yep.
With the Kings Millions and the WSOPC and Gold Coast, so that kind of series, or potentially going to Asia for their series. So I haven't quite figured it out yet, but one of the two probably.
Mate, the beauty of poker does take you around the world.
Yeah, and with the number of series around, like just Australia and Asia these days, like the players, we're just spoilt for choice, honestly.
We are.
And it's incredible. We just sort of pick and choose where we want to play, and like you said, it's great to be able to sort of travel the world while you're playing these tournaments. Yeah.
Poker is booming at the moment. At one time I was like, there is so much poker, how do people afford this? But they just keep turning up.
Yeah.
It just keeps coming.
Yeah, and like the turnouts for some of these big buy-in events, like at the sort of 2.5K, 5K, 10K level, and even 25 has been insane the last 6 months or so, even 12 months. So yeah, it's just, poker's booming. You're right.
How's the confidence right now? I mean, the 5K Extreme High Roller is coming up.
Yeah.
Have you already made room next to the trophy for the next one? Or?
No, I mean, like, so I fired 2 bullets in this 10K, and I would have very much liked to be on the table instead of in the booth.
Yeah.
But yeah, so obviously winning one tournament does boost the confidence a little bit, but at the end of the day, it is one tournament.
Few more chips, maybe.
Just always on to the next one, and see how the best we can do in the next one. So.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. So, I know that you're making some fantastic catches at the moment. Is there many Australian players that you aspire to, that drive you to be the better poker player that you are?
Yeah, it's a tough one. I don't want to sort of name any names, but there's definitely a few that I look up to.
Yeah.
And I also look up to a lot of the sort of overseas players who are doing really well as well.
Yeah.
And for example, the ones who are playing Trident poker, for example, are some of the best in the world.
Sure.
And obviously there's a lot of players online who you might not even have heard about because they don't play a lot of live poker, but they're also at the top of the game.
Yeah.
Perhaps even better than anyone you've ever seen. On your TV.
Sure.
So I definitely have a few poker idols.
There's definitely another world there, especially in the 2+2 forums.
Yeah.
And watching all that international poker, so many young guns coming through.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like Naj has opened this pot. Luke's flattered the button, and Liam was calling this gentleman Mr. G because we didn't know how to pronounce his name. So we'll go with that. Mr. G's flattered the flattered the big blind.
600. 7.
And flops best with the top pair of jacks.
Would you one day see yourself sitting at a Trident table, or is that something you've already achieved?
No. I've never played a Trident tournament before. I would say it's on the bucket list.
Yeah.
It'd be nice. I think the smallest buy-ins for Trident are sort of the biggest buy-in I've ever played at the moment in my career. So it would definitely be a big step up. For example, like I think the Trident, the smallest buy-ins are 20K.
Yes.
At the last series, and that would probably, yeah. I haven't really played that big before in my life.
And I think that's what the Lord Poker Tour is doing as well. You've got the Tritons, which is the premium of the premium. The Lord is right underneath it, fitting in that middle gap where their buy-ins is 10 to 25. They may bump up in if they get the asking for the players to play higher stakes. But I think right now for Australia, that 10, 25, it's kicked off.
What do you think, Dan?
Really well.
Yeah, I agree. And obviously, it's in no small part due to the players that have been brought in as part of the TLPT circuit. But yeah, like playing the 25, I expected something like 25, 30 runners, just small field, and sort of like very, very tough sort of Aussie regs, and maybe a few overseas players that I hadn't met before. But it popped off. Like there was 61 entries in the 25K, which was I think completely beyond anyone's expectations.
That's right.
And even this tournament,
90.
almost 90, 90 entries.
Yeah.
It's incredible. It's good to see that people are sort of supporting the event, and maybe even some guys are shot taking and having a crack at these bigger buy-ins. So it's definitely good to see.
Oh look, Robert Spano's woken up with American Airlines pocket aces in the hijack position.
I think that's the second time I've seen him pick up aces in the last hour. pretty standard for Robert Spano. Might get some action from Mr. Egan the Big.
He's just min-clicked and we're going to go to a flop.
7 calls.
Wow.
Oh, there it is. This is very interesting. We've got a set of aces over 2 pair, Michael Egan. He's on. He has to go into damage control, but I don't know. I think he might bleed a little bit here.
I feel like at 23 effective big blinds, this could be the end of Michael Egan's tournament.
Yeah, yeah.
Be interesting to see how he continues on this flop. Certainly can play the more passive route and check call.
Yeah.
But he might go for the check raise and just try and play for it all. And if he does that, then it's...
He's really hoping to catch that 3 nines that are available.
Yeah,
That's it.
but even the 9's no good because that would give Spano aces full of 9s.
Oh, yes.
And it would give Egan 9s full of aces. So
yes.
Spano would still win the hand even if we turn the 9 here.
Yeah.
Re-raise. 120.
Does go for the check raise, so I think Spano might set the trap here and just flat the raise.
Yeah.
And see if he can put all his chips
Just
on the
one
turn.
of those coolers that, you know,
yeah.
The only thing that's going to be an exciting moment here, other than watching Paul Michael bleed, is if he can get away, and then we can tap the table. That's a fantastic moment. But we shall wait and see, Yita.
Yeah. Spano's selling the story hard here. Looks confused. Looks a bit concerned.
And this is the dramatics of poker. You've got him in the bag, Robert. Just.
He looks like he's putting it all in.
Okay.
And I don't think Michael's going to fold here. He does lose to ace 10 sets. But I don't think it's. Yeah, it looks like it's cold. And
you can tell from his Robert's face.
I mean, he's drawing to running 9s, right? That's it.
That's it.
Yeah. What a caller.
Running 9s, mate.
That's what Michael was saying. You can hear Michael saying running 9s only.
What do we need? Nuevo?
2 9s.
Running 9s. Running 9s.
That's GG Michael Egan.
GG Michael Egan. Well played, Michael Egan. It's been a pleasure watching you on the stream. But Yita, might have to play this one actually.
Let's put it that way.
Oh no.
To the rail you go, Michael. Wow. Great poker player. And unfortunately runs into a cooler.
Yeah, Michael, very accomplished player. And, I'm sure he'll be a bit disappointed, but great run. Great run, yeah.
可以打，但是我不知道你第3张打不打得出来了。
在看发怎么要看发怎么发花，我肯定不打了。
I think that pot might take Spano.
Big bar myself. I'll show the wall.
No, he won't be in the chip lead, but probably second or third chips.
That's a donation, right? How much did he raise?
120. I continuation bet for 40 and he made it
120.
120.
And you jam? You jam?
Well, I re-raised. Yeah.
You raised and he jammed.
On the flop, right?
Wow. Against him.
Yeah. Well, how can you get away?
No, I fold. Against him, I fold. The history I play against him, I fold.
Rob's got better than
I raise for ace king, he's just call after you raise, right? Him?
Yeah.
He's just calling ace king there if I raise him. He never jam on ace king there.
So there is a lot of old, let's say, regular players who are perhaps legends of the games here in Australia, but there's up and coming youngsters as well.
I don't care. I'm
And,
folding. I think you're
I think you've been sitting in the box with one of those people. I know that 7 cashes this year on on tours from the mid stakes, and Liam is certainly making his way up there.
What is he?
What is any advice for these youngsters, mate? You know, or you just
Yeah.
don't want to-
No, absolutely. I was just talking with someone on the rail who was my birthday, and I was saying, I'm starting to feel a bit older than on the circuit. Like there's all these sort of 22-year-old, 23-year-old kids just trying to take my money every stop I go to, and like even like Liam, I think 22, 23 himself, and he's always had some good results.
So how much are you paying now?
JP from New Zealand, I think he's 19, right?
Yeah, known as Budge Online.
He's had some incredible results. He won the opening event at the recent WPT in Gold Coast, and he's won the Goliath here. Another one to look out for is Gary Lynn from Adelaide. He's also 19 and is already jumping into 25Ks. At that age, I don't think I was even... I don't think I even had 25K to my name when I was 19. You know? So there's definitely some up and comers and a lot of potential for young Australian poker players these days.
Yeah, I certainly think so, and I'd like to see more of the youngsters come through. Like these guys, like Yida, have been playing for a long time. Just means that they've got big bags. Come get them.
Everyone get it.
Don't let that happen, mate.
I'll do my best.
Just put them to school.
Just trying to stay relevant for a little bit longer before I sort of fade into.
Yeah. Luke Edwards here wakes up with the pocket queen.
Raised 400 something.
Yeah, it looks like it.
No, he raised 400 and then he drank.
Yeah, so Michael busting obviously a very good result for Andres, who had the short stack. Has managed to get a pay jump by doing nothing. So excellent result for him.
Thomas Amir on this table
Yeah,
has
if
actually
it,
been doing
like
quite
GTO
well
wise
as
is
well.
good, but
I
against
think
him,
Thomas won
no.
the Players Championship with Ryan in Brisbane. I believe so, and quite a humble guy, nice and quiet.
No. Yesterday I always say he's top pair.
When you want the good players, the problem is
still in the tournament.
They're in the tournament.
There's an issue, isn't it? Yeah, very nice guy. And one of the most graceful, whenever he loses a pot, like one of the most graceful sort of losers in that spot. Just no complaints about getting a bad beat, just taps the table, nice hand, and quietly exits the area kind of thing. So yeah, very polite, very soft-spoken, and just absolute gentleman of the game.
Yeah. Here he is waking up on the button with King Queen off. Probably might see a little mean click here. 2.5, 45K.
Yeah, we're 2.25. Let's see what Andres does. Maybe get the Queen 9 suited.
On an ace 9 10 board.
Suddenly a
And he's got
candidate
ace 9.
he might consider putting all his chips in with or putting in a raise.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll find it flat here, but he was probably looking at an aggressive option or a fold.
Robert's in the conversation there, maybe telling him he's got aces, or he was speaking about his aces while he's got he was ace 9 when we had the elimination just before.
Naj does find the jam here with Queen 6 suited,
That's interesting, isn't it?
putting Tom to the test for, what is it, 37 bigs total.
And look at the cheeky smile, straight to Naj. Let the games begin, ladies and gentlemen.
I think Tom will find a fold here, but I can tell he really wants to call against such an aggressive opponent like Naj.
Yeah, Naj is just pressuring that stack.
Yeah. The problem is just because Andres is so short, and it's a disaster for Tom to bust here before Andres busts himself.
Yeah.
And so you can see he really wants to call. He thinks he's in front or at least like a flip or something, but he just... I don't know if he'll find this call.
No, neither do I. I think he'll want to run with his gut feeling, look at his chip stack.
Yeah.
Just cheeky smile at Naj. He's probably got a few cheeky words running through his mind right now. And he chucks it into the muck.
In the bin.
Yeah.
There's a term I use for this thing. It's like when you know you're going to fold, but you sit there and you tank anyway. It's I call it a hand funeral. You're sitting there, you're like, I don't want to fold this, but I know I have to. And then you just sit there and you tank for a bit. And you finally let it go.
that I might actually take that one myself next time I'm sitting there, knowing I have to make this fold play.
I have them all the time.
Yeah.
I sit there and I'm tanking when facing the all-in, and I'm sitting there like, oh, damn it, why am I in this spot? Why am I in this spot? Why did I bet the whatever, bet the river?
King 8,
I know I have to fold it. Just prolongs the agony. Just put it straight in the muck.
Yeah.
Probably for the best.
I mean, the death of the cards is more appropriate than the death of the stack, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Thanks a lot. What do we have?
A lot of big,
No,
a
just
lot
tell
of
me.
beginning
Don't
players.
waste time. Tell me my hand.
I always used to say when those picture cards come out, as like a new freshie kind of player, it is a natural thing to be married to those picture cards and learn a lot of lessons by doing so.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
marriage is the rake of poker.
Yeah, I mean, like those spots where like you get dealt a premium hand like kings, for example, and maybe the flop comes sort of 4 ways, and the board is just something quite low, like connected like 8, 7, 6.
Yeah.
And you find like when you first start out, you can't get away from the kings because pre-flop is such a good hand, whereas but the board might make your hand sort of decrease in value a lot, and but you still can't get away because you're married to the hand, like you said.
Yeah.
So I certainly was guilty of that when I first started out.
Yeah.
It's just something like you said, you learn from experience, and yeah.
Yeah, there is no such thing as death do we part as we play the game of Texas Hold'em. We find a few hands like that in Omaha too.
Yeah.
At least you can. I'm happy.
Six raise, 40,000, 40.
Bit of a loose open here from Mr. G. 5-3 suited.
Yeah, Mr. G, it's on the attack.
Yeah, he's probably weighing his options here.
Yeah, I think he's being in the hijack, and then we've got 3 players in front. Interesting. Just comes in for the call. Madge is super aggressive. You might want to.
Yeah, and that's kind of the issue with calling here. When you've got aggressive opponents behind you who can squeeze you out of the pot.
Yeah, right.
Sometimes it's better to take the aggressive option first yourself. And I'm sure Tom was considering putting in the re-raise himself, but maybe he hasn't seen Mr. G play too many hands, and he's a bit concerned that his range might be a bit tighter than usual.
Yeah. Tom's picked up top pair here.
Yeah. Gut shot for Mr. G. See how he decides to proceed. Also a backdoor flush draw.
Well, he has opened here. Let's see what he's selling. Is he going to tell the story? 40K, 30K is the bet.
Yeah, we'll see if Tom decides to raise for value here against this small bet, this top pair.
And I do feel like it's a defensive raise if he does choose to. But in this instance, he's flattered.
Yeah, don't mind flat here. Take a turn. I'm only fold on too many turns anyway, so you can't get blown off equity. Whereas if you raise and you get re-raised,
opens up more outs for Mr. G, as we've been calling him.
Yeah. Goes for double barrel.
Yeah, double barrel, flop turn.
Sizing up here.
Flop and turn.
130 is it? 130 to 190. So at least sort of threatening the potential of a river jam. I don't think Tom's going anywhere with this hand. I mean, this bet certainly puts a lot of pressure on middling pairs like 9s and 8s and some ace highs.
Look, maybe the out of position bet here is he might be representing some overs as well. I don't know. Do you personally think that it could be picked up as a holding here from Tom?
I don't think Tom will ever see it coming that Mr. G is 5-3 here. I think it looks like, yeah, as you said, he's
he gets there.
Banged off the nuts on the river.
He's get there. This is devastating for Tom. This is how you make big pots, and it's a risky play, but it's paying off for Mr. G.
Yeah. I think at this point, Tom's sort of putting Mr. G on, well, at least Mr. G's trying to represent that he's got over pairs like jacks through aces with his turn bet. And then now on the river, it's interesting because like for a lot of these over pairs, the ace is not great, like for kings and queens. You don't really want to see the ace in the river there. So it'll be interesting to see how Tom reacts when Mr. G, I assume, puts in some bets, some chips. Looks like he's jammed. Or effectively jammed, 475.
I think this is where the surrender comes from Amir. Yeah, and he's just he's got two people running over him now, Mr. G and Naj. I'm not gonna like it.
It's a tough one for Tom because it doesn't look like Mr. G has a lot of ace-X here, like that plays this way and gets to the river. Like the sort of ace-king, ace-queen maybe might slow down on one of the streets prior.
Yeah. I mean, I think the way that Mr. G's played it, in my mind, I'm thinking, the ace doesn't make sense. I eliminate that. Then I ask myself, maybe sets of fours, sets of sevens. Yeah. And I'd probably eliminate the tens because I've got one blocker, or then I've got the overs as well, the jacks, the kings.
Yeah.
Plausible swings,
yeah, and I think Tom's decision kind of comes down to like how does Mr. G play jacks here, for example? Does he just stick it in on the river anyway, even with the overcard, just try and get value from a 10, or is he? And then, if that was the case, then he has a lot more value on the river, or is he sort of playing an ace plus kind of thing, and then he's a bit more polarized in the river? So it just really depends on how Tom thinks G is playing as to whether he makes his call or not.
I think Tom's good enough to put these cards in play. He's certainly been playing good poker. The body language is confusing.
It looks like he's in some discomfort here.
Yeah.
And if he calls, he's down to 30k, which is 1.5 big blinds. He looks suspicious.
He definitely does. He's doing everything he can to find out if it's like he's got a feeling. He's trying to feel whether he's strong or if there's any weakness or. Very, very much something that I would do if I was sitting in this position. I'd just be analysing body language. And you can see Mr. G in the left-hand side of the screen, right behind his
stoic.
Yeah, he's gone into lockdown.
Yep. I think Tom's probably thinking through. Obviously, he's maybe trying to pick up something for G live, but he also probably thinking through what kind of bluffs Mr. G has here. Maybe the 8-9, the Jack-9, the spades, and the turn to pick up equity and go big.
Yeah.
Obviously, ace-high spades actually get there on the river, so that's probably concerning for Tom. But there's also maybe some queen, jack of spades, these types of holdings that feel like they have to bluff the river. So, yeah, very, very tough spot. He's talking to him now.
Yeah, everything. He's taken every play from the book. What can I get out of him? And Mr. G is just sitting there.
About to send it off.
He says he wants to send it.
Such a natural.
He's counting combos down sevens, ace 10.
Yeah.
Please make your way back to your table. Dealers, in the mega freeze, please make your way back to the table.
It said ace queen.
Yeah, he's trying to decide if Mr. G's going to bet ace queen here.
Yeah.
This. Especially big size on the turn ace queen. It's like, I don't know if, yeah, so I'm trying to figure out what the range is.
This is a hand I thought I'd go broke with.
But do I take the right amount of time?
But it's going to be hard for him to beat it with.
So lucky. Yeah.
Good old Phil.
Phil Hellman.
A fairly long tack.
Yeah.
For a while.
He must be edging. He's fighting against himself to find the fold.
Yeah.
He's probably even fighting whether or not it's the call.
Players in the mega freeze, if you'd like to make your way back to the table, this is your 15-second call. Players in the mega freeze, your 15-second call.
The sizing is actually really perfect from Mr. G. Oh, he has made the call.
Unfortunately, Tom.
No good, Tom. Yeah, mate, so close.
Very nice hand from Mr. G.
Yeah.
Propels him, I'd say.
Takes nothing away from Tom Amir. He was in the tank for a long time and makes the call, but you're still as good as.
You have that, you have everything.
Yeah. Pretty sick one.
Mr. G stacks up.
I think that brings him close to the chip lead, maybe even second chips by a little bit.
Yeah.
Check these 4-7.
Tom obviously crippled down to 1.5 bigs. I've seen crazier things happen, and he still might spin it up. It's looking dire. But yeah, like I said, I've seen crazy things happen.
I didn't know actually. I just want to open. Like,
You thought it was 2 5s or something?
I got too many shitty hands.
Black card. And black card. What's my big line?
Not somehow straight, the floor has nothing.
Flop, you have gut shot.
Yeah, gut shot.
Very hard.
Straight away. I'm gonna make.
His play is so strange. Very weird.
If he has that, then he has 5, 6, 9, 8.
Yeah.
Jack 9.
Yeah, but like.
He's always going to bluff the ace.
Oh my god.
No, I didn't think that's a bluff.
You have 30
but before maybe. Really,
It's a natural bluff card.
yeah.
And if he has 5, 3, he's going to have 6, 5, 9, 8, Jack 9. Random hand.
Very interesting conversation there.
I just had to turn that up. I wanted to. I wanted to hear how they broke that down. And
It's very hard. Like I have to string like
Mr. G was saying that.
Yeah, I didn't think he'd bet like ace.
Because
queen.
if I have an ace, I wouldn't bet that hard, right? If I have an ace, I wouldn't bet that hard. Yeah.
Well, maybe 7.
Yeah, it could be a set or
he's
whatever.
saying could be sets. Same
Yeah,
thing
I
with
have to make it like a bluff.
I think earlier he was saying that he'd gotten some pretty bad card distribution, so he just wanted to play a hand kind of thing. That's
Yeah.
why he opened the 5-3 suited. And then Tom was saying that if you've got 5-3 suited, then you probably have all the other combos as well, like the 8-9, the Jack 9, all these other sort of sort of speculative hands. So I think that makes Tom's call a little bit better.
No.
Now that he's seen the 5-3 suited kind of thing. So.
Yeah, well, that's it.
Because if he just shows you pocket 7s there, then it doesn't really give you any information. As it's just it's a standard hand. But if he shows you a 5-3, it's like okay, he's actually wider than normal pre-flop there, and then that kind of changes how good your call is basically. It's a very interesting insight into both the players, the thinking about the spot. So Tom's going to be forced all in next hand if he doesn't play this hand.
Yeah, let's...
and is it big blind first or ante first?
Ante first.
Okay, so that's really bad for Tom then. So I think he's forced all in.
Yeah.
Almost blind here. And I don't even know if he's looked, to be honest.
He probably doesn't want to. Let's see if he gets a little bit of help from any of these other players and lock him out.
Yeah. Looks like he's running to...
Is calling legitimate?
Can he call? Can he just call? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Rob's new to the game, doesn't know the rules. asking for like clarification on whether Naj can call the Tom's raise all in.
So is it bun pot now?
Certainly can.
Maybe it's just Naj said call but had oversized chips and
No,
peels.
come on, man. Get in the water form.
Yeah.
No, look, okay.
Right.
Yeah, you know, like a larger stack in his
It's hard for you.
So it looks like Tom's going to get four-way all in here, see if he can find a favourable flop to get the quadruple up.
Quadrupling me up, thank you. No problem. We'll look at the river, I haven't seen it.
I think everyone whiffs.
Feels good, feels good.
I expect to check around pretty often.
Not dreaming.
You think this will just go four-way, check, 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 check?
I think they'll try and bust a short stack, so it'll just be checked unless someone makes a very strong hand. That's my prediction.
Could be a 150 bonus round.
Yeah. So Tom just needs an 8 here and everything else. I think he'll knock him out of the tournament. Can't see the river. Oh, it is an 8 on the river. So Tom will survive.
Wow, you're going to just be 8 high?
I got 10 of hearts as the first one. That's a nice juicy one. Hey!
Oh, Rewa.
It's Tom.
The Queen of Hearts hasn't registered.
Go, baby.
Unfortunately, but it will be fixed.
Tom does river the effective nuts.
Yeah.
Very nice. 5x of his stack.
I have 3-7 off. I can't join you guys, man. I wish I could.
Yeah, look, let's be honest. Naj and the other boys that make the call, they just like Tom. They want him to hang around.
Yeah.
Donate.
Yeah. Definitely didn't want to bust him and get the pay jumper.
I mean, at the end of the time, we bust you, we shake your hand. Thanks for playing, but you know, but now we lose chips. You're good, man. You're good. Hang tight.
Shout out to Tyler, by the way. Still waiting in the terrace for Tony. So am I, mate.
You didn't
so
look.
am I.
Well, because next time I'm in the big blind and anti first, so I can't win.
You know, it's absolutely what you have to do.
Yeah, have to.
To talk about hash.
It's a bit of an inside joke, but yeah, from last night, there were the dinner upstairs was kind of a bit short, and I think Tony was going to meet us at the terrace bar and have a couple of drinks, but we never saw him. So shout out to Tony, shout out to Tyler.
Yeah, boys, you're probably better finding him because he gets dragged left, right, and centre around the Australian Poker Tour.
No, of course, I'm sure he had somewhere important to be, and don't fault him for not coming.
Mr. G's got the king queen off in a small blind here.
Hey.
Certainly could have re-raised pre and put some pressure on the middling stack, but he's chosen to go for the call. Tom very short in the big blind. Got a tough spot here, really, because if he calls, he's basically putting half of the stack. Does this make it tight laydown? Sorry, disciplined laydown. I wouldn't say it's tight at all. Very disciplined laydown. I think he's thinking about like preserving his fold equity for future spots where he just jams all in himself. So I think I like the fold.
Yeah, and I'd like to see the continuation here from Mr. G as well.
I think Luke opened the pot from the cutoff. So Mr. G's actually led the flop here.
Led the flop, yeah.
King Queen high. Obviously, pretty decent flop for the small blinds range. A lot of sort of middling pocket pairs like 8s and 7s. So
yeah, we're gonna have a pot builder now.
Obviously, Luke not going anywhere with the gut shot.
seen him double barrel, but this time he checks.
Does give up. The 4 sort of reducing the number of step combos he has. So, not the best card for him.
Could go to the river.
River's top pair.
Yeah. Mr. G might want to think, I can rep the ace, and Luke might go, snap, I got it.
Yeah, he's also got the Queen of Clubs working for him, blocking some of the flushes that Luke might have rivered. And like from the small blind, Mr. G is going to flat a lot of suited combos, so he definitely has a bunch of flushes here. You know, like the Queen ten of clubs of the world, the King Queen of clubs of the world, Queen Jack of clubs. So he can credibly represent a flush here.
Yeah, maybe Luke doesn't like the ace because of the kicker issues. But
Yeah, I'd say he doesn't beat any value here.
Yeah.
Kind of calling to pick off a bluff. I like, it's interesting how Mr. G's gone for a sizing here where he can rep a strong ace, like ace jack, ace 10, ace, that kind of thing, and also a flush. So he's kept his value range pretty wide here, and so that's why Luke is thinking he doesn't really beat anything.
Yeah.
Whereas if he'd gone like a much bigger sizing, then Luke would maybe think, okay, maybe he has a flush only.
Exactly, yeah, 100%. That sizing is the key to Luke's confusion.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There's put him in the blender here, which is very nice.
I believe you. Should I?
Oh, you just said I don't believe him. That's a confident move. Oh, and he's folded it. Mr. G's got him off the ace.
What a play from Mr. G there.
Yeah, that is the play.
Absolute legend.
Looks like all the players have left, but we are going on a break. Yida, if you want to check out our Facebook at the moment, we're going to do a cross with Lucy with you.
Oh. Sure.
So yeah, welcome to watch the interview, guys. We'll be back momentarily while the players take a break. Right here, this is the Lord 10K buy-in at the National Poker Championships.
I'm joined by Yeeta. He's just won the TLPT 25K here at the APT National Champs. Firstly, Yeeta, congratulations.
Thanks.
As soon as Andy busted there for third, you were left with Didier, your good mate, I hear.
Yeah.
And you did a deal. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I mean, so it was like 80 big blinds heads up, and neither of us could really be bothered to play for like, another 6, whatever it was, 3 hours, 6 hours, whatever it is. So we just decided to do a deal.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, just save a bit of time.
Yeah, awesome. 3 long days of play. How have you found the tournament?
Yeah, really good actually. Structure's been amazing throughout. So 60 minutes day 1 and then 90 minutes from day 2. Just really a lot of scope for play and like a lot of scope for sort of for like the skill to really shine as opposed to just sort of getting it all in and seeing who wins kind of thing. So yeah, it's been really good.
Oh, awesome. And look, lastly, a few more tournaments here.
Yeah.
Do you reckon you'll play in maybe the 10K?
Yeah, so I was planning to play the 10K tomorrow, and then I've qualified for the vault on day 2 of the vault, sorry. So I'll play that as well.
No, awesome.
Yeah, see how it goes.
Well, very short and sharp, but congratulations, Didier. I saw you had a Corona there.
Yeah.
Go enjoy with your mates and Didier as well, and enjoy that brand new ring and trophy.
Thanks, Lucy.
No worries.
for that comment? I don't really actually.
It's not fair. You have your coach like you have coaching. He's coaching you. Like.
Oh, that guy there, yeah.
Huh?
This is not a team.
Of course, I know.
Online people are hunting him.
All right, players in the volume. Brunswick recommends at 5,000, 10,000 with a 10,000 big blind ante. Dealers, shove off the deal, please.
Right, 65,000, 5 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold. 9 fold. 1 fold.
Alright guys, anybody else want to jump into the flips? Anybody else want to jump into the flips, let us know. We're going in 8 by 100 into the APT National Champs of the main event here at APT Sydney. 8 by 100. Second prize is the option of massage or credit. Blinds are up guys in the Mega Freeze. Mega Freeze blinds are up 1,500, 3,000. And the 3,000 big blind ante, of course, dealers and players in the Mega Freeze, your blinds are up. Alright guys, anybody else want to jump in the flips? I'm just flying around the microphone. Grab my attention guys, we'll round up these flips. 8 by 100 in the main, 6 by 100 in the beast. And we're doing a 10 by 500 into the 5k. 10 by 500 to 5k, you want any of those guys, stick your hand up. And we'll get you on the list and we'll flip it up as soon as we get 8.
5 fold.
Main event flip guys, anybody want to spot the flip?
Six rows, 55,000. 9 fold.
What happened? I opened 3-5, somebody called, I opened A6, no one called.
Yeah, but we saw what you can do with 3-5. How can we go up against your good hand? How are we going to beat you when you got ace there? You can't even beat 3-5, bro.
Full order queens.
Queens, yeah. Bye-bye. No good. Okay, so he's had aces twice. He's had kings. He's had aces. Financial once. He's had aces and queens and 5-3.
Aces twice?
No way. I haven't seen that.
5 fold. No, you didn't have any aces.
I don't think he had it.
We're just trying to keep track of who's biggest black box. At the moment, it's Rob. Who else?
No, I'm saying, you have to what? I know ace is one, king, queen, queen's twice, ace king twice.
No, I only have aces, nothing else, nothing else.
Yeah.
Everything else I have is a bluff.
9 raises. 95,000. 1 fold, 2 folds.
Ready for it. You've got some follows, buddy. It's 100.
Stick your head up if you want to jump in the flip, guys. $100 flip into the main event.
I'm funny with it.
Oh yeah? Yeah. I can see 9 for it. Queen 3 off 6.
Wow, what a bluff. Because it doesn't change the positions. That's why he doesn't have a big pair.
Hey, you playing 6 folds. Where? Mo. Talk to Mo. Okay. 9 folds. I'm playing chess.
Oh, yeah, chess, yeah.
Chess, yeah. One raise is 55,000.
Tell us some chess strategy there. Expert.
Two re-raise, 150,000, 150, 150,000. 3 folds, 4 folds, 5 folds, broken shot. One, two, three, four, five. 550, 575, 580.
Yeah. I was written for a call.
9 raises. 9 raises, 150,000. 150. 1 fold, 2 folds, 3 folds.
150.
Anybody else want spots to these flips, guys? I'm doing laps in the room.
He shows all in 9 calls. There we go, guys.
Keep your hand up, guys.
Queen versus 9.
An 8 by 100
Pull up.
the main event, a 6 by 100 flip please, and a 10 by 500 into the 5k extreme high roller. Come and see me in the bright blue shirt. Get those flips done as soon as I fill the list.
Did you have one of somebody else?
Hey!
Yeah.
Tony, do you want to know?
More like it's going to come in.
What is that?
160.
160.
160 is correct.
Yeah, it's not correct.
Okay, good. Nice green, under the gun.
I run pretty good. What'd you have? Ace 9. Ace 9 0? Tough.
No way he's good.
Oh, you put it in ace 9 then?
Huh?
You call ace 9 then?
Your position, no. Yeah. Even button against big blind. Pa.
2 raises, 50,000. 5 0. 3 folds, 4 folds. 5 calls. 6 folds.
So the walk.刚底气不是我意思，刚底气是酷，然后就跑赢他。底气我倒无所谓，我说感觉心里在毛毛的。
没有，我一直 free 都没赢过。我昨天也是，我昨天不是我一开始200嘛，我跟 free 了好多次。
1把。
对啊，全是那种误开的。就我对子跟 A 差4，我就这样掉下来了。我又不能不接，10几个 VP， 我拿对子，我肯定接了嘛。
不一定对的
8899一口。
open call， 还是别人 open shot。open 你说 open 别人 shot 还是别人 open？
我 open 别人 shot。
Sprinkle in your
2 folds. 3 raises, 50,000. 5 0. 4 folds.
queen good? I mean, is queen good? Queen, the queen good against you? I think so. So far. I feel like I'm scared of your race with early position. I can't even call it queen king.
Nash. Andres. Who's big one? Who's small one? Oh, huge. 3 folds, 4 folds. 5 folds.
What?
6 folds. Win. 9 folds. Now they know you're a fish.
That's why I called him my jack. He's calling queen. He for queens is always. No, it seems that he for queens.
Nice. 1 call. He raises 75,000 pounds. He wants to play friendly and then he gives it to him. You?
On the table, you really want it.
Very good.
That's what you say.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the room is still full. Past these slips out, plenty of interest. About 2.5 way slips done in the main.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, here we are back again at the National Poker Championships. This is the Lord 10K Challenge. I am joined in the box once again by the English guru, Jack Ramsden. Jack, how are you?
Doing very well, thank you, mate. And yourself?
Oh, mate, not too bad. You know, it is, Friday now? I'm starting to lose count, but the action's still good. The money's piling up. 90 entries here, big prize pool over 800K.
I think it's Saturday now, actually, Ado.
Yeah, well, it was Friday, one day this week. A lot of interesting strength on the table here, Tom. Jack, sorry. It's all right. As I was looking at Tom Amir, I've called my co-host his name.
So, strong final table, you think?
Yeah, I do think so. Tom Amir is the recent Players Champion, I think, or the Grind Champion from Brisbane. You've got Najim Ajaz. We met him many moons ago, Jack, at the Crown Casino.
Oh, did we?
We did, mate. And he used to have swirls and piles of chips, which is something he's brought out again here at the Australian Poker Tour.
Yes, I did see that. He was on the table next to me, and he had piles of chips in some very interesting fashion, for sure.
Yeah. We've been calling this gentleman Mr. G because we can't pronounce it.
Well, I might have a go and see if we can pronounce it.
Ben Boss in the comments, all we can hear is bloody Sportelli in the background, loud as usual, but what a character in the field of poker Sportelli is. Actually, it'd be a phenomenal commentary team having Sportelli and yourself, Jack. Two loudest blokes in the room. Come on.
I don't have aces to throw like you guys, man.
Chopper, the buy-in for this event is $10,000. This is a $10,000 buy-in event right here at Bankstown Sports Club for the National Poker Championships, the Australian Poker Tour.
Dealers and players in the mega freeze.
Jack, you played with many of these blokes on the table?
I've only really played this week quite a lot with Luke. He's a good shout to have at the table. He's very jovial as well. He's a funny guy. Plays very well as well. So just Luke's the only one I think I've played with for longer periods. I've also been told that Andreas is a particularly good player as well. So Andreas coming in for a raise with the Queen Jack. Just clicking just over min. The Gene flatting the deuces. And Chow Duan just letting go of the Queen 7. Always interesting to see on the higher buy-ins, the players tend to take a lot longer to act. Obviously a lot running through their mind. Deciding on bet sizings, looking at their stack sizes versus their opponent's stack sizes.
Yeah, as we were speaking about Naj, we've got some image here of some of the chip stacks that he loves to build, and hasn't got that at the final table. But check out this photo of Naj that we have here in the field. We'll cross over it to in a minute while the boys are in hand. Naj does have pocket twos in the cutoff.
Expect to see a bet and a fold here.
Yeah, and he takes that down. Check out this chip stack, Jack. Look at the swirls, the connections.
Impressive.
What's that place over in Asia that has the boat on top of?
In Singapore, the Marina Bay Sands.
Yes, it's the Marina Chip Sands. That's Naj's beautiful chip stack there, and it's always a sight to see. The one I seen was twice the size of that, and that was in Crown.
Wow.
Yeah. Let's go back into the action.
So we've got Thomas on the short stack here. See how he wants to proceed. I'm assuming he's going to pass the ace-9. Playing off just under 12 bigs. Could have some raise folds here, I guess.
Yeah, Tom took a little hit just a little bit earlier with top pair, but Mr. G barreling through 3 streets on Thomas, with Thomas hitting top pair and Mr. G going runner straight, crippling Tom.
1 fold, 2 folds, 3 folds.
But it was a play that got there, and it was risky, and that's why Mr. G's got all the greys at the front of his chip stack.
So I believe it's pronounced Halsey Gan.
Halsey Gan.
Halsey Gan.
6 rows all in.
How's he going? Such an Aussie thing to say.
It certainly is.
And he's going good, mate. He's got 2 million in chips.
And he's putting the pressure on Thomas again there with the King Jack off.
Yeah. So the Colombian, Andreas Vasquez?
Yep.
Yeah, mate, he's won himself. His best cash was for 26,595, but he's also a WPT champion, just like yourself, Jack, and looks like he scored that. Sorry, in Australian dollars, it's 39,558. I gave you the US amount, but yeah, he scored that in September 2022 on the Gold Coast, winning the 550 no limit action clock.
5-0, 4 folds, 5 folds, 6 folds.
Got Spano coming in here for the min raise with the King Queen off. And Thomas with the Ace-5 suited in the big. See if he chooses to defend or just to stick it into the middle. I think he's probably just going to go with this.
Even if he does stick it in, it's very hard for Spano to fold. Good luck if he eventually does get it in, but he's just flattered.
All right, guys. Just so you know, there's 7 names on the list for the 5K high roller.
Sticks it in, he goes to the rail, Jack.
I mean, sometimes that's inevitable, right? He's in a tough spot here as well with ace high.
Yeah, very small stack, making it very difficult. He's in survival mode, and look, Thomas is a great poker player. Let's see if he can come back from the crippling blow.
It's a good river, it might save him some money here.
3-bet 75,000.
You river the Queen.
As expected, a card that he's definitely going to be worried about, the Queen 9s, the Queen 10s. I like this line from Spano.
I like the call on the river with the Queen, because it could have been quite possible that he thought his ace high was good with the 2 pairs, kings and jacks.
Could also be worried about 9-10. I'm not too sure. I haven't played with Spano, but most people would probably also go for value here with a straight as well.
So, day 2 of the mini main has now reached the final table. There is only 600 left. This was a $200 buy-in.
6 left.
Did I say? I said 6 left, did I?
Yes, 600, I believe.
600.
So there we've got 6 players battling out for $11,250.
That's first place. First place prize.
Yeah.
It's a total prize pool of 50K, with first place being $11,250. Throwing any more bullets into the field, Jack?
Quite possibly. I might play the main event, or we'll see how many runners. See if I fancy my chances at all in the last high roller event.
The extreme high roller, the 5K buy-in.
That's the one, but at the moment the field looks a little bit tough for me.
Yes, you will see the names of the likes of perhaps Jungle Man. I think Yeeta is looking to go into it, which is the second place of the 25K. I think it will fill out eventually, especially with all the eliminations. Off the back of the Lord 10K, that extreme high roller might run out into, I will predict the number probably be 40, maybe, runners.
Possibly. I think you're probably going to look at maybe a little bit less. I'm thinking it's probably going to be closer to 25, possibly 30.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, you've got a lot of recognisable names in there. Certainly, like I know Martin Finger's planning to jump in there. He's already registered, and obviously poker fans will be familiar with him. He's been around for a very long time, crushing.
Anybody want to spot the flips, guys? We've got flips breaking everywhere. We've got 3 main event flips running.
So as you can see with Thomas on the 6th blind stack, people are really locked, just trying to get to the pay jump now, hoping that he busts. There's a lot of medium stacks there, and you know, there's not a lot they can particularly do until he busts.
Get him off the table. Get him off the feature table. Send him to the 125.
As punishment, you gotta go. Banish him. Banish him.
The vault is now into the money as well. There is a lot of players in that field. There's a couple of day twos happening. So you never know, Jack. There might be other players playing into the field for those such prestigious prizes.
Definitely think that you'll see...
but I think later on in the piece, as you see those fields fall off, that 5K will gain a little bit of traction. There was 473 entries into the vault, 38 remain.
See how Robert chooses to proceed here, checking back.
That's it.
Free check.
Yeah, he takes down with ace high. It's a long week, mate, isn't it? Like,
it's a very long week.
You go from, especially yourself, you've just come straight off tour. You had a little bit of a break. And was it many days?
So I got back to where I live in Manila on Tuesday. Slept for about 24 hours, woke up on Wednesday and was like, do you know what, I have to go and see my old mate Ado in Australia. So took off, I think it was Saturday afternoon, so I had about a three-day break. I'm not quite as committed to the tours as a lot of other people. I know they do that commonly, but normally I tend to do at least a month off before I consider going on another poker trip.
Yeah, yeah. Mentally draining it can be whilst going from deep structure to deep structure. Are you one for a bit of self-preparation, Jack, or you're just a bit of a guy that says, come on?
No, I think obviously I don't really like jumping straight off a plane and jumping into a tournament. Normally I'm up an hour before the tournament starts, not really a breakfast person, just a shower,
natural,
and then get ready to play. But like you said, it is quite draining, especially when you're thinking for so long after the tournament. Stop, say the end of day one, if maybe you've got 10, 12 hours till you go back, but you take a couple of hours perhaps to unwind before you get your beauty sleep.
Do you deal with fatigue well, or you ride through it?
So 3.5 is
I mean, you get kind of used to it. So I play, as you know, a lot more cash games, and some of the games I play run for 24 to 30 hours. So dealing with the fatigue's not such an issue, but it's definitely significantly more intense in a tournament, because when you play cash, generally you'll have played with a lot of the players before, so
more history.
You've got more history, so you have more of an idea of what's going on. When you haven't played with people as much, obviously you need to think a bit more. And the thing with tournaments is, you know, as you go deeper, one mistake has huge consequences. Where in cash, yes, it's bad if you make a mistake, but you can get away with it a bit more. Also, the later you get into a tournament, the less big blinds you tend to have, so the less stack depth there is, versus cash games where they're generally always deep.
Christmas has come early.
Yeah, so there's a couple of players out there today, Jack, that has a birthday.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, there's the second place. We said happy birthday to him recently, and he came on and did some commentary.
Fantastic.
I'm having a bit of a mind block right now of what his name was. I've written it down.
Yeah, insane.
Anyway, and
happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Chris Skinner, one of the guys who is very known all around Australia. Happy birthday to you, mate.
Happy birthday, Chris Skinner.
And Monica, if anybody knows Monica, she works on their registration with us here at the Australian Poker Tour. She's currently not with us, and you probably know her partner quite well. His name is Smurf. He's our head floor. Happy birthday to Monica.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. So Chris Skinner is very well known. Most APT final tables and cashes. We call him the principal.
130,000.
Melbourne guy. Trucks around Australia.
Fantastic.
I don't think he sleeps very much either. Oh, and Stephen Dean. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Stephen Dean. So we've got an interesting spot here. We're expecting Luke to call this off. Wow. Decides he wants to preserve the chips. And what a fold from Luke there.
First card's good.
It's like he had a sixth sense.
5 ranges all in, 9 calls, table cards guys.
So we've got
King Jack.
Chow Duan
King ball.
having Thomas at risk with the dominating hand.
Chow Duan. 498 wet board.
10 of spades for a sweat. I don't mind.
Spades no longer a factor.
I was the one flip. Other man.
And GG to Thomas.
There he goes. He's been eliminated. The pay jumps have now arisen. There goes the grind champion.
I think we're going to see the game open up a little bit more now. He was incredibly short. So we can hear actually the hand being discussed. So Luke perhaps suggesting that he's not sure that folding King Queen is good there.
That's why you hear Spanner and everything.
By the way.
You would play 30 times more than me. Probably more. I played 1.5 weeks in March. I'm playing 1 week ago. That's what he says.
So we just got a comment from Jamie. You're my hero. Who's your hero, Jamie?
That's why I'm here, because after about 6 months, people start getting more.
So we've got Najim opening from the hijack with the ace-8 off. See how Chow Duan chooses to proceed from the small blind.
Sorry.
And 6 queen. 2 flowers. It's interesting. We've got a defense here from Mr. G. How's it going? And 4-3 of hearts.
2 bets. 400,000.
Bit of a wide range.
So Najim's c-betting and taking it down against the 4 high.
Yeah, he's just defending the little suited pair.
One.
The prize, Jake for For first is $250,000.
Congrats on fifth then. Get out of the hole.
Two folds.
Anything on top of that is gravy.
Three folds, four folds.
All right, folding round to Chow Duan on the button. Opening up the King 10.
50,000 total, 5-0. Six folds.
All right, let's see how Andreas is going to proceed with the ace-9 off. Could opt for a 3-bet, would suspect most likely just to defend.
I do like those glasses.
Remind me of the T2 Terminator glasses.
Yeah.
Broncos, heads up.
Top pair for Child One.
One check. Five bets, 45,000.
And he c-bets small and takes it down. Hard board for Andreas to defend the ace high there.
Luke, shuffle. Spanner's the seating clue. Huh? The seating clue.
Everybody has to be in. It's the best. Feels better when everybody's in. No. Feels more fair.
Three raises 50,000. 5-0. 4 folds. 5 folds. Action was 6.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll bring over one of those plates.
Marco.
But 800, 7. How much you have? How much you have?
So we've got Halsey Gann opening up in the cutoff with the 7-5 off, which is perhaps a little bit loose. And Andreas on the button with the ace-4 suited. Choosing to call, playing low variant style, I like it. Obviously, good candidate for a 3-bet.
Jack and I are just going to call the next few hands, and we've got a couple of special guest commentators coming in. Braden Jinx with Lachlan Crilly. The boys are going to come in, do some analysis.
I'm ahead of 3-5
and we might jump out of here, Jack, and we'll go have a bit of a bite to eat or something nice.
Go get a bit of a feed, mate.
Yeah.
So everybody missing this flop.
Very cheap.
And Halsey Gann choosing the 7-5 for a C-bet here into four people with the low-end gut shot. Quite interesting.
Yeah, check. 75. Andreas with the ace-4 suited. Taking time to make a decision.
I think you're going to see Andreas pass here. The Jean pass, and maybe... Oh, wow. It's floating. Interesting board to float on.
Very cool.
Well, 3 players in the pot. Action with Robert Spano. Goes Chet. How's he going to bet this one? Check.
All right, let's see if Andreas is going to put that plan into action. If he does somehow find a bet here, I don't really see how they can continue.
Yeah, he's definitely sold it well, hasn't he? Went into the tank, slowly makes the call, and the rest of the players slow down their action now that he's in here.
It's a real good board for his range as well. You know, he has all the queen jacks, the 10 jacks, the king queen offs. It's the 9-10s as well. It's yeah, his range really hits that board flatting from the button.
Oh, here we go.
This is I mean, this is a fantastic play. It looks super strong. It's flatted the button and 2 snap folds. Oh no, not just yet. How's it Gann having a think about it?
Is he going to fold? Is he going to bet?
I mean, this would be a wild bluff, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Wild bluff. Nice bet from Andreas. That's it from Jack and myself. We're going to get the other 2 boys into the commentary. Enjoy the analytics from the 2 boys coming up. Naj is currently the pre-flop raise specialist with 18%. And there is Christopher Skinner in the field. That's the birthday boy. Most final tables, most cashes in Australia, APT.
All right, we're going to leave you with some expert analysis coming into the booth now. So have a good day all.
What? What did you say? Nothing important.
6 races, 50,000.
So guys, if you're sick of hearing my voice, jump into the flips.
Four races all in.
Huh?
Three, 4, 5. 5.95.
All right, guys, who wants them? Three more seats to sell, then I'll flip.
All right, thank you, Aidan. I'm joined here by Mr. Braden Jinks and myself, Lachlan Crilly, to just give you a bit of commentary on the 10K. How you going, Braden?
Oh, good, mate. How are you?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. Pretty good.
How's the week been going? You've had a very good week.
Yeah, not too bad. Had a good score on the Goliath, which I was pretty happy with. But I'm excited to see some good high-level poker here on the FT. Some very good players left.
You can give yourself a pat on the back. Come on.
Yeah,
it's not every day you can win 50K in your job.
Nah, we'll take it. We'll take it. Nah, it's good to see you here in Sydney. You're a bit umming and ahhing and coming, so it's good to see you here.
Yeah, most of our playing happens on the Gold Coast, but I don't know. Sydney's been good. The Kings has been good. This has been such a well-run series as well. Numbers are popping off. It's been good to play here. Have a look at Andreas and Naj, both in the sunnies. World-class operators.
Yeah, I love it. Don't have the famous chip formation that Naj had yesterday, but it's still looking pretty nice.
3 fold. 4 fold.
So it looks like we've got 6 left. Absolute crunch time, which is pretty cool.
Catching up with the distribution here, do we have like an overwhelming chip leader already? Naj, the chip leader here, or?
I haven't had a chance to look just yet.
I know
sure
people watching will know and we don't.
Exactly.
But we've just jumped on.
We've just jumped in. I'm sure we'll get filled in very soon.
The race was 55.
So we're going to see 3. That's a pretty nice flop for Andreas. Yeah, not.
Pretty easy C-bet, I think, with the Queen of Clubs. But as I said, he's a world-class operator. He'll know the right thing to do.
Absolutely. I think it's one of those ones you can mix between, small betting and then also checking back.
I think we like a bet specifically with the Queen of Clubs. But
I think so too. Yeah.
40K?
She does.
45.
Yeah, it's nice hit from Andreas.
Interesting decision here for the big blind. Just with it being Ace Jack 10, we're probably just going to see a call, and we do. But You know, we might have been a little spicy on a different texture, like, you know, Jack 10-5 with a spade, but just with the ace on board.
And he just drills it.
She's there, mate. She's absolutely there.
He's absolutely found it.
Not great for our range from the hijack. I don't think we may see a check back with this specific hand from Andreas. You know, it's not the hand we really want to bet 60 to 70% on the turn and face a raise, especially if our opponent has got some type of backdoor diamond draw, which would, you know, we just have to fold the best hand. But I think that Andreas may find a check back here. He's checking for the jack of diamonds, I think.
Looks like Troluminous TTV is saying that Naj is chip leader at the moment. Definitely comment in the chat who you're following, who you're backing in, who you think you might win.
Nice check back from Andreas, really like this.
I like it too.
What do you think? The 200k fold? Just never checking here, are we?
I don't think so. I think you're going to have to target.
But yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Are we?
Just trying to get sneaky. But I think
I'm not sure
you're
that
right.
was the spot for it, but I mean, he is on a 10k final table. He's there for a reason.
Absolutely.
But I think that, you know, Andreas is going to have hands like ace-7, ace-8. He doesn't check back ace-8. You know, ace-4,
yeah,
ace-5, ace-3 suited, which he's going to check back. You know, and may have to call off 200k. Maybe not with that specific turn, but maybe we've missed a little bit of value there, I feel. It's just a board that Andreas is going to check back a lot. It really wraps around the big one's range after he calls the flop, but you know, he'll have his reasons for checking there, I think. Maybe if he bets and has to face a jam, he doesn't like it with the front door flush coming in, but...
Which I think it would actually be a pretty cool one for Andreas to...
With the jack of clubs?
Yeah.
The queen of clubs, sorry.
It would be a very cool one.
He's very capable of that too, but I mean, you can't think of what's... You can't think of, you know, can't kind of think in poker that way, like just with that board texture, you just really... Sometimes it's a simple game,
Yeah,
but you're good hands for value and then make a decision.
Yeah, it's very easy to overcomplicate the game.
Also easy for us that can see the cards, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So seeing Rob opening the ace-9-0 from the cutoff.
See, definitely here.
Yeah, it looks like there's plenty of play left.
Rob, just such a stalwart of the Australian poker scene. He's at every series, every high buy-in. It's good to see him here on a 10k final table.
6 check.
Yeah, definitely love seeing Rob doing well. Always fun to have around the table, Jinxie.
He is. Loves the punt, chat to him about the horses. He's there in the mix with us every day. You know, a good guy.
So it's gone check. So Rob's gone here with the delay. I'd expect this one to just get through. Yeah. So there's...
Very even stack distribution.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a lot of play left. A lot of tight stacks. It'll be interesting to see who kind of takes it by the scruff of the neck, as they say. Hey, Jinxie.
Not having played with the seat 5 and 6 before, but you know, definitely Naj and Andreas are really going to be looking to put themselves in a position to win.
Yeah,
especially Naj. You know, like he's just these are spots where, you know, really probably won't mean too much if he finishes 5th or 6th, and it's not going to, you know, if he knows he's going to have to take a flip at some point for all the chips so he can put the pressure on to win the tournament, you know, Naj is always taking those spots, and he's definitely got the stack to do it at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. And he's definitely got a lot of experience playing in spots like these, having some good runs in the last, you know, year and a half, some big tournaments, so definitely won't be afraid.
3rd at the WPT main last year and countless other victories. He's a late reg king. He's won a lot of 2.5Ks. You see him rock up on day 2 with 20 bigs. 2 hours later, he's got 80.
Every chip in the room.
Every chip in the room. It's unreal sometimes. Such a talented
I'm not
player.
saying someone from
Obviously, much more adept at Poplar in Omaha, but you know, he's still a great holding player as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, someone definitely is good, right?
Look at these glasses from Andreas. It reminds me of the glasses Espen Jolstad won when he won the main event last year. Such a stoic figure. The reflection, the John Lennon style glasses. He's cutting a good figure out there in seat 1.
Yeah, he's looking very sharp. It's like he's come here to win and he wants to look good doing it.
If you consider like everyone dying there,
have you often seen Naj as a sunglasses wearer? I haven't seen that a lot before.
No, I haven't. I haven't seen him wearing the sunnies. He was rocking the hat earlier as well, but he's taken that one off. But maybe he's trying to rock a new look. Who knows? And I'm sure if he gets the win today, I'm sure we're going to see more of it.
Yeah, no doubt.
Really nice hand here to look down to on the button.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
At this depth, obviously we're going to see a 3-bet from Naj. You know, for a little bit shallower, 25 to 30, unless we've probably seen Naj flap it at this step depth. 3-bet our good hands.
Absolutely.
90,000 total, 190.
Very easy peel here with the Queen Jack suited.
I think so.
Let's see if we can get something spicy on the flop for a little bit of action. Are we seeing some type of 4-bet here? Now 2.
Wow. What are your thoughts on this, Jinxie?
What can I say? Probably not a hand we'd be looking to 4-bet nearly ever. We want to 4-bet hands, button versus big blind, that have good blocking properties that may not play too well post. We probably have one of the best hands to play post versus this range in the whole of No Limit Hold'em with Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited. You know, once we 4-bet and the times we have to fold to a raise, and this is just a disaster actually. You know, I'd love to opt for a 4-bet if you really want to go down that path with Queen Jack offsuit.
Yeah, I
take
agree.
Queen Jack offsuit to the streets. Take a Ace 9 off. Now he's asking for a count. I mean, what are we doing here?
I think he's just trying to save a bit of face here. It's definitely going to slide into the mark. I don't think there's much to think about. But I definitely agree with you. A hand like Queen Jack suited plays really well post flop, especially with those polar 3-bets coming into the big blind more and more.
Yeah.
Plays super well against the King 2-0, the King 3-0, and
the hands Queen 6, Queen 5 suited are hands that
800
or hands that will sometimes you'll find players 3-betting here from the big blind. King Deuce offsuit, as you said.
Yeah.
We just have so much equity against that range, and we crush like the low suited queens. I'm not sure specifically that's happening this deep on a 10K final table. It's more of like an online thing, but I think that it's just like that's just such a disaster to 4-bet fold a hand so good as Queen Jack suited. If he has Queen Jack off, we'd be sitting here saying we'd be praising it. you know, he's had a crack and he's just run into it. But you know, having to 4-bet fold that hand is just hurts.
But music to Naj's ears when you're looking down at the two kings.
Yeah.
Kazu says, hi, Krilly and Jinxie. Hey, how you going, Kazus? Probably Kazus, not Kazus.
We've got a reason for Naj wearing the glasses, having played with him all year and never seeing them wear it. He's got conjunctivitis, so he's wearing glasses for other players' protection. Never wears them usually. Well, there you go.
Well, good on you, Naj, for doing the right thing and protecting the other players. We thought it was a new fashion look, but lots of respect for protecting the other players and yourself. So, nah, good to know that information. Thank you, Kazus. Interesting to see how Andreas navigates this spot. Just sub 40.
Last one, guys. One spot left in the beast. Last spot for tomorrow, 6 by 100.
Knowing Andreas, we're just going to likely see him
The beast,
up this to 140 maybe. This is just such a good hand to 3-bet. This is carrying on from the last hand we saw. You know, if we look at it down at a hand like ace deuce suited and we 3-bet versus this range, Chad just has to fold ace 7 off, ace 8 off. It's got such a good hand to 3-bet.
Yeah.
We fold out dominating hands, 135. He's gone even smaller. This is the Michael Adamo approach to 3-betting. But it's such a good size because we spend so few chips to gain a pot nearly. Obviously not risk-free, but we have to spend so little chips to pick up this pot uncontested, and we have a deuce in our hand. You know, it's such a great spot to pick up chips, and just King Jack's just going to have to. Well, I shouldn't say going to have to. We can probably see anything, but
who knows?
I think we should be folding or 4-betting if he feels that way. It's probably not a bad hand to 4-bet if he wants to peel that way, which can never be calling here, I don't think. But what do you think?
Yeah, it's very. Yeah, I agree as well. You know, these offsuit broadways, out of position, it makes it really hard dynamic.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about the Queen Jack O instead of the Queen Jack suited as a 4-bet. Maybe King Jack O can go into your 4-betting range, but I like the fold. I like the fold.
Yeah. Oh, well, obviously never calling, but I just think that from what we saw in that last test,
just
I'm
never
not
know.
too sure what we're going to see, even though it is a 10K. But,
but I think you nailed it on the head. You get to deny so much equity and you fold out dominating hands as well. So I think that was a really nice navigation from Andreas.
Under the gun's just got to fold a6 suited there. Like, I mean, for a lot of us that play a lot of the time, this can be a little standard stuff, but you know, we've got a lot of viewers that are just going to be tuning in, you know, recreational players that want to watch and enjoy the game, who, you know, want to improve and play and have fun. Like, it's such a good 3-bet from Andreas to take down that pot with ace-2 suited. As we said, he folds out dominating hands, and we just get to pick up that pot, and you know, we have a deuce in our hand. It's just fantastic. He's 40 deep, and we have a hand that can play well post.
Good to see Naj finally picking up a hand.
This is unbelievable.
He's found the.
This is goodness me.
This is very cold for Rob.
It's all over.
This is very, very cold.
It's all over. It's, there's no way out of this whatsoever. There are some spots in No Limit Hold'em tournaments that this can be avoided. But this, I'm sorry, is not one of them.
When you're against someone as capable and as good as Naj, the button versus small blind, you know, even, you know, that 50, 60, 60, 70 big steep, you're just not getting away from this.
What are we 40? What are we looking at? Rob's 50 effective?
Flip one of the main event. So, 8 by 100, 675 to get off for grabs.
A bit more, about 60.
Yeah.
1.5.
Yeah.
So, even this deep, this is just a hand that we just... I feel for Rob here.
Ryan has Queen 7 in 5. Kenny Tran in 6 has 9 deuce of hearts. Tony Biden in seat 7 has Jack for the flat tyre and
Kings
Shunker.
versus Kings, button versus small blind on a 10k final table.
Let's go to a flop.
All in and a call.
All in's been announced and a call. And we're gonna see
Rob knew straight away.
Yeah.
It's obviously he does with that 4-bet, but I just...
All right, so we're going to see 5. Can Rob find a queen, or is Naj going to increase his chip lead?
Look, I don't want to preempt anything, but I know it says Spanner has 22% equity, but Naj does not lose these 78% of the time. I'll give you the tip. Yeah, it's looking pretty grim.
I mean, it is paint and it's a heart, but the wrong.
That's so unfortunate for Rob.
Good game, Rob. Very nice run. Obviously very disappointing, but not much he could have done in that one. Giznet is asking for the payouts. So Rob's just finished 6th, 41,000.
I didn't get hands all day. I finally got back to back.
I wonder if we can get the payouts up on the screen. But we're 5 left, guaranteed 55,000. We've got 4th place getting 79,000. 3rd place getting 116,000. 2nd place getting 168,000. And the eventual winner getting 250,000.
Lost one, Josh.
Definitely a lot of play left and a lot of money to be won.
Oh, wow. God.
Lost one, Craig.
Alright. I'm going to spice one now.
How much do you have? Like 2 mil?
Always exciting as a short stack when you see a middling stack bust and getting a ladder.
80 big ones. Such a donation, bro.
Yeah.
Just with this deep, with this caliber of player on a final table such as this, it really only takes a call like that for that to occur. If you're, you know, Luke's just laddered up.
Massive.
What's Luke laddered up there? 15 grand.
Yeah.
Just from a stone cold cooler, you know, it doesn't happen often when you're second or third, you know, last or second last in chips, but you take them when it does.
Absolutely.
Mic test 1, 2. So guys, flip 2.
Wow.
We are off and racing again. Flip 2 in the main event. The whole of Sydney has just voted. Michelle Saris, you're not invited to
Good
be any
interaction
other
from
flips
both holdings here.
ever. No more flips for you. No soup for you.
Spades in a hand, I quite like a check raise here from the big line.
What sort of sizings are you doing on these sort of textures?
I mean, he's just calling on.
He just calls? Yep.
Just like, I think that, you know, this is a board we're often going to see bet a third. Check,
Insta check. Do you ever think we can go for
well, I mean,
thin value?
of course we can, but
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm really sure what
I
I'm
know,
looking at.
because,
But
like, when I accidentally go to it, it's like that. So you know, this one's the one that was meant to be here.
just not. I'm just not sure in what world we don't bet the river. But I mean, ideally we just big bet the turn and probably just check the river. But if we don't do that, we bet the river. But it's gone check. They're on there. They're on the final table. I'm sure they got there for a reason. But I just going back to the flop. You know, we're going to see a c-bet there of 40k, third pot, quite a lot. And under the gun's got to bet their range on a board like Jack 7-5. When we have a hand like 8-6, especially with the 6 spades, it does. It's not great. It's not great to check raise and have to get folded off a hand that's we've probably got 8 clean outs to the nuts. But it's such a good hand. Does Naj have kings again? He does too. This is something else. We've jumped in the box at a pretty good time. So when we check raise a hand like 8-6, we fold out hands that under the gun has to bet like Ace-10-0, Ace-9, Ace-8, King-5 suited because we're 5-handed.
No, wheel aces.
Wheel aces, all that type of stuff. They've just got to fold those hands and we get to take down the pot with 8 high. Once we're called, we still most likely have 8 outs to the nuts, at least 6. But we have that backdoor spade as well. So, you know, if the turn's like the 8 of spades or the 9 of spades, it's a card we're going to have to barrel, and the under the gun's got really, really hard time versus that big blind range. But I mean, it just went check, 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 and just trying to give the viewer some type of semblance of how those ranges interact and how we should approach a board like that with that specific hand from the big blind. You know, as I said before, like when Andreas bets the ace-2, we just get to take down a hand like that. This one's even better. We get to check raise and take down a pot a lot of the time with 8 high. You know, that's so great for us in the long run.
Yeah.
Not sure where David
Barbara is 50,000.
You want to see Chow open here the ace-6-0 from the button.
Wow, that's juicy. 8-6 versus 6s. Marcel just standing here. Jack 3, Queen, no change.
Now I expect this to fold, but there's always some interesting dynamics in the big blind. More and more 3-bets are coming in, but I expect this to just
not with
be
his stand-up.
Not with
He's
his
got that look on his face.
He did have the look, didn't he?
He's just sussing his options out.
I saw one in the 25k earlier where there was an open from MP, middle position, and the big blind 3-bet the 3-do-so. So there's more and more creeping in. A lot of scamming in the big blind.
You never know. He might have looked down at a no side, and just thought maybe it's aces. Let's 3-bet. But
I looked down first card, king. I was like,
I don't think I'm going to be able to deal if Naj is getting.
Naj has had kings 3 times in 20 minutes and has shipped up significantly with 2 of them.
Have you actually returned the case?
But it's just so important to run well and get dealt good distribution on these final tables. Like a lot of the time, you know, we can come in thinking we have like a big skill edge or whatever, but this deep is a little different. But a lot of the time, you know, it's down to distribution. You just really need to run good in these really high equity spots. And
absolutely,
Naj is,
you know, picking up hands, you know, winning flips is so vital.
Naj's image there too. You know, when he just 4-bets when Naj 4-bets the button there, it looked the way he's put his chips out. It obviously looks quite strong, but you know, in that spot, Rob thinks he's got the nuts.
He does.
Rob does have the nuts versus Naj there, and there's just nothing that he can do.
Number 3, we are going into the beast, just 6-handed.
And Rob obviously knows that, you know, he's on a 10k FT. People are finding bluffs in these spots. You know, they're not afraid.
Especially Naj.
Especially Naj. So when you have a hand as strong as that, button versus small blind, it's just going in. We're going to see a complete and small from Naj and a check back.
6.1 tomorrow's beast.
Expect to see one big blind and a fold. Yep. Yeah, very nice move by Naj.
Yes.
The king middle low.
7 deuce. In 4, Dennis Huntley has pocket jacks in C5 and C6.
Now, Jinxie, I know it's hard to go past Naj from here, but who's your pick with the final 5 remaining? Who are you backing in to take down the title?
Aiden asked me this question on the 25k final table. Obviously, we had a star-studded lineup there, but we had Yida and Didier with an infinite amount of chips between them. I'm not even sure they probably had 70% of the chips between them, 6-handed.
Yeah.
Obviously, Josh McCulley's on that table, and many would say at the moment he is the best player in the country, and he probably is. He was Aiden's pick, and my comment was more so, Josh is great, but Didier and Yida also very great players too, and it's just going to be so difficult to overcome the amount of chips that they actually have, no matter how good you are.
Absolutely.
And with, you know, Naj's experience on these final tables,
And it just seems like an easy pick for us to say Naj is the pick from here, but he just is. He just is. He just has a lot of chips. He's got so much experience, and it's going to be really hard for him to lose from here. I haven't played with the two gentlemen in seat 5 and 6, but if Andreas had maybe 2.5 million at this stage, which they're still very deep. Andreas has 40 bigs, but I might say my pick is Andreas, but it's very, very hard to overcome. It will be very hard to overcome Naj's advantage at the moment, so he's got to be the pick.
No, I definitely agree with you, Jinxie. Very experienced, got a lot of chips. It's going to be hard to take the title away from Naj, but anything can happen in poker, as they say.
Anything can happen. Joe Carter had one big blind with 7 left in the World Series main event, and he just ships it for, I don't know what he won, $7 or $8 million. But you're just never dead. It makes this game so great. You are just never dead. No matter you've got half a big blind left, you're still there. Like especially with being on a final table, if you've got one big blind, a couple of double ups, you're back with 10 or 11, and you've got something to work with. Yeah, you've got to win those first 2 hands, but you're never dead in this game. It's what makes it so great. The old chip in a chair saying.
I like this from Chow here, Jinxie. With the one backdoor diamond, he's defended the big blind against the cutoff range.
See, this now surprises me because I think that this is a line he could have taken with the 8-6.
Yep.
The spots play very similar. It's a little different because it's a paired board. We could spend 20 minutes on that, but if he's not check raising here, I'm not sure what he is check raising. So it's good to see that this is in his game after seeing that last big one defense he had, and we'll just see a call here. So I really like this from both players.
I'll tell you what, there are some turns, Jinxie.
There are some turns. I kind of feel like in my gut something's coming. There it is. Oh, no, actually.
Now,
may not be. He's got Chauvet now.
Do you reckon this is where Chow's probably going to slow down?
Yes. Yeah, of course, because he's got it. Yes, he's got. He can now take his hand. He can try and get his hand to showdown. Now he's got a pair against a specific hand that Andreas has. There's a lot of other cards. There's other clubs. Probably not this club, but there's other clubs, obviously diamonds as well. He's going to have to barrel. We see that he'd be drawing stone dead, but...
Now, if you're Andreas here and he slows down, are you going to be realising your equity and checking back, or knowing that you have jack high and you're probably not good, are you going to...
I think we're always checking here.
Yeah.
We have a lot of equity when we bet, and the big blind finds a... Say we bet... Yeah, it's always going to be check. So say we bet a size 60%. I think we might see check, big bet, tank is what I'm feeling.
Seems like this one might be a mandatory one for Andreas when you find yourself here on the river.
The only thing I will say is that it's not the best combination. I know we have jack high and we can't win. It's obvious. Andreas knows the big blind's hand kind of looks like what it is. So the problem is Andreas wants the big blind to have cards that he has. The 9 of diamonds, the jack of diamonds, hands that are finding check raises.
Yep.
So Andreas really, he doesn't have the best combo to bluff, but it's going to be very hard to not bluff this river because he knows he can't win, and the big blind's hand looks like it's a hand that it is, sorry.
So you're saying here, if we have the Jack 9 of clubs that we float with the 2 overs in the backdoor, mandatory.
Mandatory.
Yeah,
but
I definitely
we
agree.
want the big blind to have the cards that we have in our hand, but sometimes we just have to bet, especially on this river, regardless, because we do block a lot of bluffs. Ooh. Sorry, his hands go down to his chips. I thought we were going to see a call there, but. He's got a decision. He really does. The only diamonds I think that get here... I mean, Andreas can have some ace-high floats because he knows that the big blind can have a hand like, 6-5, 6-3, all these hands that check raise the flop. So there could be some ace-high floats because we're ahead of that range. But now we're betting this for value. A lot of the time, most of the time, we've just got ace-high diamonds. We block those with ace-6 of diamonds. But I kind of feel that it's just an impossible card for Andreas to bluff, not bluff. But we might be able to find a call with a 6 of diamonds in our hand. It would be thin, but it's maybe.
Yeah,
Big blind should. Sorry, just very quickly, what's on my mind. The big blind should know that Andreas should have king, queen of diamonds, jack, 10 of diamonds, queen, jack of diamonds. There are a lot of bluffs, and it is a very good card for Andreas to bluff. That's what's going through his mind right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, if you're turning up here, with, like the jack 10 of clubs, or even like, do you reckon, like the king queen O with,
Just don't think you get here with that.
You don't think so? Like with a
king
diamond?
diamonds, maybe.
With a diamond?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Could just actually we're never checking that, but would ICM changes things a bit too, but.
I know what you mean by taking this combo as a bluff, because you really want to
fold.
You don't like having the order folds in your hand.
Correct. Andreas knows this. It's also a very good. It's a very good. Thank you, Liam Murray. Nice compliment in the chat. We'll get to that after it's done. But I think that a good general rule for us, and it's where players can make a lot of mistakes, is we bluff our flush draws on the river. When we get there in a certain node and we're just like, oh, gee, I've got a flush draw here. We haven't hit. I've got to bet.
Yep.
Very simple thinking, but that's just, stay with me. They're usually bad combinations to bluff because we want our opponents to have those cards.
Exactly.
And when the flush draw doesn't come in, good players will often check and let you try and bluff. But very good players won't bluff hands like his. Andres is a very good player, and this is a good bluff, don't get me wrong, but it's just a good general rule for us to think about as players, is that a lot of the times these aren't the combos to bluff, because as I've said 100 times, we want the opponent to have these cards. That's why Chow's been in the tank for quite some time. I'm getting some type of call vibe here, but I'm not sure. Getting a call vibe. He's thinking very hard.
No, these spots are always hard, tough, and like deep in the tournament when there's a lot of money involved. The cogs are definitely turning, aren't they, Jinxie?
I'm feeling call. I don't know why. Oh, he's folded.
No, he's folds.
No.
Folds. Can't take it. Plays on a break.
Yes, it.
This flush draw, he just knew. He knew.
He did
Sometimes you just got to put the chips in. That's such a frustrating hand. That's such a frustrating thing in poker. Is like you know someone's up to something, and you've just got cheese. Like, he doesn't have cheese there. He's got actually an okay hand to call with, as we discussed, but your opponent's put you in that spot. You know this is probably some type of. He's said it himself. As soon as he mucked the cards, he says the words at missed flush draw.
Yep. So Andreas has thrown them up in a way to try and make him see, which is generally not a good indication that you've made the right fold.
What a great game.
But yeah, I definitely like that conversation of the trade-off of, not bluffing hands that we want to, our auto folds, but then also knowing that we've come to the river with bottom of range and knowing we're never winning if we check back.
Correct.
So
that's one of those. That's just one of those spots. I think that
with a card that we can represent.
Correct. There's not too many cards. I think Andreas takes as a bluff there. I'm not too sure with ICM implicated, but that is the card he just knows he's got a bluff, even though he's got a hand that's. Even though his hand looks like what it looks like, the big blind knew that, but knowing is one thing and paying the wager is another.
Absolutely. It's always easy to, make the decision when we're up here in the booth or, we're watching back at home. But when you're in that spot deep in a 10K for a lot of money, it is hard to put the chips in.
Absolutely.
With third pair.
Yeah, absolutely is. Are we on a break here, are we? Or?
Yeah, it looks like it. I'm not sure how long they're on a break for. I'm guessing maybe about 10 minutes, but we'll be back to it shortly.
No, the beast goes to like, out of here. The beast goes like 5 a.m. It normally goes to, it normally goes forever. There's going to be infinite running soon. Right, this is going to be stacked. Where the fuck Princess?
Greg Davidson of You in the House. We are waiting on you to do the 5K hurdle of the first of many, hopefully.
Do you want to do some of these stacks?
Oh, you haven't counted them?
No, I can't.
Okay. Well,
I'll figure it out.
Oh, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, 1,230,000.
So we're just going to go on a small break here. The TD's going to colour up some chips, and we'll be back giving you more action very soon in the 10K.
Three, 4, 500. 550,000.
Oh, okay, yeah, the coffee. All right, I'll go for a wonder once this gets out cup. You want a coffee? No,
I'm good. I'm good for the time being. Right. 500k. Everybody happy with that? 500.
Yep.
Yep.
So 1 million.
5 coming in.
1,000,005. 1,007. 1,008. 1,860,000. Yeah, this one must be out. We have.
The other cards get a bit sticky, did they?
Oh, bro. Like a cheese block. Brutal. Alright, so we got 8, 1 million, 1,003,000, 1,395,000.
Awesome.
All good? Alright, that's 8 for that.
All of our featured dealers are what?
All of our TV dealers are stuck. Princess is deep in the main. Taylor's doing his own 5K and I'm here. How did we get to this?
You couldn't make it up, could you?
In the 5K extreme high roll, so here we go. This is flip number 1.
I think that's enough, right?
If you are
to leave in play.
want to come have a look anyway, we can come and have a look. We are 10-handed, 10 by 500 flips into the main event.
We went from like the most organised group in the world to just absolute water.
Okay. Alright, we'll just keep those 5s in play, yeah? Just then. Cool. Should we take out 2 more stacks, you reckon?
No, it's alright.
It's alright, just leave that? Okay. I'm happy with that.
How long have you been on here for anyway? Just that level. Just that level, so now? Yeah, I'll do the next one.
Alright guys, 10 handed flip. If you are in the flip, come have a look.
Yeah.
All the hole cards are out. You want to come have a look? We've got 2 hole cards face up, 2 hole cards face down, as we do in the flips to make it super juicy. Scotty Wood in seat 1 and seat 2. George Kennard in seat 3. Ewan in seat 4 and 8. Ryan in seat 5 and 9. Josh McCulley in 7. Rod Manessas in 10. And Greg Davis and Lucky Last in seat 6. Jess, let's go to a flop.
Test out, Scott.
This is for a $5,000 extreme high roller flip. 843. Pocket Jacks in seat 1 in front of this stage. A fair few pieces in that. Let's go to a turn. 10-4 in seat 7. 10-4. Josh McCulley in seat 7 has 2 pair. Of the cards that we can see, let's go to the river. 8.
Yes, mate.
Hey, mate.
How are you, mate? Ball rolling the right direction. Is that playing in seat 4 or seat 3? Oh, we'll find out in a moment. Okay.
We're peeling the 3rd card.
1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Beautiful.
Hand all the way through, guys. Bit of entertainment. Nobody's peeled an 8 yet. There's 2 8s on the board. Pocket 10s. Pocket 10s in seat 7. Josh McCulley has a full house.
Are you counting yourself?
Of course, I thought I was.
Alright, let's go to seat 1. We need to beat Josh McCulley. We need to beat him.
It's funny, I get no cards all the time on FT. I go to this morning I go to make pay. And then he gives me the same orbit and I say that. He gives me kings 3 times.
Nobody's got an 8 after there's 2 on the board. And Josh McCulley has a massive 10-10-4-3.
Blinds are up 15-30 with a big blind down here 30.
4-3 and then he's got 10s and hits a 7 on the turn and fills up the river. Josh McCulley, you're in the high roller. For the 10k players, the $10,000 10k invitational, your final total is going to recommence. Okay, challenge.
Where's the other guy?
Alrighty guys, thanks for those playing.
I got another one.
Yeah, you can. Well done, brother. All sorted. Thank you, Jess. Thank you for your patience, for everybody in the room, for all the flips.
All right, welcome back, everyone. You're joined here by myself, Lachlan Crilly, and Braden Jinks for the $10,000 challenge and at the Australian Poker Tour National Poker Championships. We're down to our final 5 here in the 10K. Definitely a lot of play left, a lot of money to be won. We're going to see Luke here open the Ace 9-0 from the button. Just over 20 bigs. He's got 22 effective. Very lovely compliment by Liam in the chat. Thank you, Liam. Stephen saying no more pros in the commentary booth, please. I think pro is a pretty loose term nowadays. Just students of the game, Steve. Adam says, I think this buy-in level is quite high for Naj, so he's wearing glasses to protect from tells.
I know Adam's making a joke, but it's not a joke. It's a fact.
He's trying to debunk the conjunctivitis story, but pretty funny by you, Adam. I'm going to see Luke continue here on the 8-6-3.
6 calls. Heads up.
See Pauji call the 10-7. I kind of expected maybe a check raise on this disconnected lower board, but it's going to call with the over and the gut shot.
Deals in the mega freeze, finish the hand you're on, players you're on a 30-minute dinner break.
He's certainly got his own style. Gentleman in the big blind.
I'm going to see Luke continue here. He's trying to start putting pressure on, third, fourth pair. Even some floats, and he's going to get it through.
It's one of the, I think it's a hand that we may have to buckle up and.
It's kind of indifferent, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, if he's taking that line, depending on what the river is, if he's taking that line, big blind calls the turn. We may have to, not 100% sure what the SBR was in, but we may have to. We've got a good hand to buckle up and triple barrel
and put him to the test.
He's got 3-4 suited. What's he going to do?
Yeah, if he's got the 6-7-0, put him in a tough spot when he's opened off 20 effective. See Naj find another hand here. Open the 2-10s from the hijack.
2 raise, 60,000. 4 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds.
Oh,
we'll be seeing 5 cards.
It looks like
we'll be seeing 5.
We will be seeing all 5 cards. Expect Andreas to put a few more chips in the middle here, Jinxie.
This is the type of hand we were talking about before. Sorry, we just lost the screen for a second. Good. This is the type of hand I was talking about before where, Andreas is a great...
All right, he's just going to defend.
Heads up.
Hey, this might be up your alley, could be above my head, but... How deep are we? 40.
40.
And Andreas is second shortest.
I mean, we are 5-handed, and there is a shorter stack as well.
Do bet 45,000, 45.
I wouldn't mind, depending on how this hand plays out, I wouldn't mind. I might try and ask Andreas later on if I see him.
Definitely be a
thoughts behind this.
We know that Naj is going to be opening, a few pips wider now that he's got the chip lead. He's going to be pressuring. But we also know how much money's involved. Naj is just going to fill up.
You know it's going to go check bet call, and the river's just going to be a jack.
I really hope for Andreas' sake we don't have to ask his hand straight away, and he doesn't find a jack. But we'll see what happens.
Definitely not claiming to be any type of ICM expert. It's extremely. ICM is very, very difficult. Some of the best players in the country, either don't worry about the concept or don't have a lot of knowledge on it, and it's very, very difficult. And it's a part of everyone's game that they should be working harder towards understanding. The flat here, Andreas is doing it, so it's obviously correct.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't mind asking him why. Was he 50? No, he's 45.
And that's not a good river for Andreas.
It's still going to go check bet call.
One check.
It's only just going to go check bet call, obviously, but just an interesting dynamic there. Andreas choosing not to get that in. We're 45 effective.
Yeah, just over 40.
Yeah, and with the second shortest.
Andreas is an extremely smart and studied man, so it'd be
what he's doing. What he's doing is correct. We're just in here. He's in the blender. He can't fold, but what size have we gone here with? We've gone with full pot nearly.
Yeah, on this sort of texture, lots of things complete.
Ace king with no diamond. This is where this actually is a spot. This is a spot that sucks so much because we're so under-repped. We are so under-repped, and Naj is aware of that. This board smashes Naj. Right. Once it's gone check back call for 2 streets, Andreas obviously has quite a good hand as well. And his range is also strong. He's aware of that. His range is strong. His range does have a lot of Queen X, so does Naj's. But this pot-size bet, especially with the diamonds completing, Andreas is sizing him up now. If we see a fold here,
it'd be very classy fold.
It would be a classy fold.
Very disciplined.
Now we talk it through. It's making, a fold would make sense, but the EVs would run so close between call and fold. None of them would be a mistake. We see that Andreas is behind. Calling is likely a profitable decision. So is folding, I think. But ICM's so difficult. What I was circle back to what I was going to say before. Andreas flatting here, it's correct. If he's doing it, it's correct. And we can speculate at the reasonings. Seat 6 might have like 1.1 million, so they're even stacks too. I think maybe he's got like 1.3, and Luke chipped up in that hand, so maybe Luke up to about 800. We can't see the stacks in front of us.
Yeah.
So now that they're even, maybe now that we're talking through it, we can get on board here with a defend and such a under-repped hand. But
it's one of those things that it's such a different game between early stages of tournaments, playing that chip EV, to playing ICM dynamics later in the tournament when all the money's involved, and transitioning between the two.
It's cricket and football. Both require some athletic capacity, but they're two different games. I know we're still playing poker, but the difference between chip EV and ICM is astronomical, and people don't realise it, and people make a lot of mistakes on these final tables. We're looking at two players here that don't make those mistakes, but it does happen. It does happen quite often, and it's just something we have to be conscious of when we're playing, especially. It's so important because when we play chip EV for the majority of the tournament, we get to the final table. That's where all the money is.
Yeah.
All the money's in the top three. Yet we're unstudied in the in the portion of the game that we need to know best.
Absolutely. You start getting to the final 33% of the field. You start getting near the bubble. Those starts, you start transitioning in. It's definitely a really, really tricky and intricate part of the game, but it's something that we all make mistakes in. These guys at the highest level, they're thinking, really deeply about these spots with all this money involved. And I think Andreas is, thinking about everything right now that he knows about the spot. It's really hard when you come to this.
This size has polarised Naj to basically the nuts, which he's got.
Yeah.
But he's polarising himself too. I'm not even sure he goes this size with a flush. He could with ace jack of diamonds, but this size is a full house, or it's jack nine of. Oh no, jack nine's a straight. Sorry.
If he has a hand that that blocks full houses as well, maybe like the ace 10 of diamonds.
Yes.
The jack 10 of diamonds that can block combos of full house.
Yeah, of course, very true.
Yeah. But you're definitely right. Naj isn't coming here with pocket aces, with the ace of diamonds. He's not betting this size.
Never.
So Andreas is weighing this all up, making his decision. But he also knows how wide Naj is going to be. I think he's counting combinations of hands that Naj can find himself here.
I did speak about this on the 25k final table. Is that it's different because it's Naj, because he's definitely capable of it. General population of players tend to not triple off.
Yeah.
And he's just found it.
That's a really, really, really classy play by Andreas.
He's just so good.
He's so good. A lot of us are probably out of the tournament. We 3-bet the big blind and Naj probably puts the chips in.
I'm out. I'm actually out.
Yeah.
I'm not.
And we're not folding the ace king, are we?
No, I think the way that's played, I think we could potentially, we would call ace king if we had the ace of diamonds. We've got the ace of hearts here, and Naj has polarised himself to a full house, or as you said, one combo of the nut flush, which is ace 10 of diamonds. I'm not sure what the other card on the flop was. At a 4, ace 4 diamonds. I'm not sure if that was a thing.
Queen 4 queen, 2 diamonds, 1 club.
Yeah, so we polarise ourselves to one combo of the nut flush, king queen, queen 10,
pocket 10s,
pocket kings,
yeah,
and
pocket 4s,
and pocket 4s.
That would be disgusting. You know, and what are our bluffs once the diamond completes? You know, what are they? I'm not sure. King 10? King 10 would be a nice bluff. But, you know, it's also a hand that we can... Andreas thinks he's probably just going to check that back because now he's riveted some showdown value.
I think it's going to contain a lot of stuff with, you know, the backdoor clubs, maybe the jack-hater clubs, stuff like that.
Yeah, very true.
That's not worth a lot.
But think of how many combos of the queen of clubs is on the board. So think of how many... What's that? Jack-8 of clubs, Jack-9 of clubs. Jack-9's a straight.
Yeah.
We don't go that size. There's not that many bluffs. I can't think of many bluffs.
Yeah, the 8-9 of clubs is very few. We can think of a lot of combos of value, but
8-9, yeah.
Who knows?
So once we realise there's not many combos of bluffs, Andreas is trying to step into his shoes is very hard because he's so good. Once we realise there's no combos of bluffs, now the question is, what value do we beat? What value do we beat once Naj has gone this size on the river? And the hand is exactly 0 combinations. So he's worked out, okay, we don't beat value and there's very little bluffs. It sucks that we've under-repped our hand and a lot of players will call there just on a very simple level. Oh, I can't possibly put me on a hand as strong as ace king. Can't think about the game like that. So just high class from both players. I think both of us might have just got that in sub 50. But
yeah, I think we would have just been out of the
we're
tournament.
out, and that's the difference. Andreas is in.
He super classy from Andreas there. Jasper Tedesco on the chat. Good to hear from you, man.
It's going well, Jasper.
He says top level navigation from Andreas. Absolutely, play that hand extremely well. I think most of us would have been out of the tournament, getting our flipping shoes on.
Yeah. Complaining we lost another high equity flip when we probably should have just called.
And that's the difference, isn't it, Jinxie?
That is the difference. That is the difference. That is the difference.
It's definitely very enjoyable to sit in the booth and watch these guys navigate.
Apologies, the great Didier Duran has just popped his head into the commentary booth.
So we've seen Naj size up from the small blind, and we've seen Luke wager all of his betting chips.
It's a lot. Is this a... What is this? Or 26? Or 26?
Yeah, BVB.
Yeah, okay.
Now Naj is just going to get a count, see his stack depth.
Naj is just talking some nonsense here, knowing that he's never going to call it off.
I think Naj is just enjoying a little bit of TV time, a little bit of chat with Luke before he puts it in the muck, and he does. Always good to have Naj on the table, always makes it very enjoyable.
Yeah. Good friend of mine from Western Australia is chiming in with some poor comments in the Facebook chat. Thanks, Sam. Shout out to Sam, great guy, great sports bettor, good poker player. Good to see you following along.
We're definitely very blessed to have the mind of Jinxie in the commentary booth. Thinks about the game very well and articulates it even better.
Six folds.
So we're going to see Andreas open the ace-jack O, just sub 40.
One raise, 50,000. Two folds.
That was more of like a...
Four folds.
Personal
Now I have a question for you, Jinxie. For the people, you know, who might not, you know, learning the game or learning the trade or might be new to poker, what do you mean when you're saying EV? Like, what is EV?
Just your expected value of any type of situation. So, if we're going to put that into
Blackjack.
Context here, what have we seen here?
We can't really see a flop here. I'm sure it'll come up soon. We've seen Chow defend the 6-5 suited.
see a spade on the board, and it looks like it's
It looks like
a jack.
paint. It's either a jack or a queen. I'm sure we'll get updated with the graphics soon. And we've seen a check, a C-bet and a fold. So we didn't see what came out on that texture, but Andreas will take it down. So you're saying expected value. So what does that actually mean for the viewers at home?
It has, I mean, there's a lot of different connotations. We have a certain amount of expected value in a tournament when we register.
Yes.
You know, what? Are we going to have an issue here with the?
Hopefully it was just
cards.
hopefully it was just with the one hand.
Yeah.
We'll see on this one. Looks like we're cooking again. Hopefully next time we see a flop, we'll get to see the C3. See Naj open the Ace Queen O.
2 raise, 60,000. 4 folds.
It's always nice when you're chip leader and you're just finding premiums, aren't you?
Yeah.
You know, players thinking that they're getting run over a bit.
Sean Oy, Braden Jinx, any thoughts on bankroll management? Would appreciate some help, thanks. I don't think Sean Oy needs advice on anything, to be honest. The APL Millions main event winner.
6 calls.
Bubbled this 10K final table, and after that comment he's just posted, deservedly so. No, bankroll management is definitely, we all have areas of improvement in our lives. Bankroll management, I've come from a background where I just like to, I've always just played with my own money, and once I thought I would develop I thought that I had developed a good skill for the game, I always just like to back myself. And I think that comes from a competitive, a competitive background. I played football at quite a high level all the way through, juniors and seniors, played cricket as much as I could too. And I've just always been very competitive, and I hate losing. And probably taken bigger shots than I should have, but I think that that's really important to be able to keep your, keep the profession viable. You just have to sell, and once you get a certain level of skill, selling at markup is also very good for both parties, as long as that markup is fair. But Sean just having a bit of a crack at me there, that I'm notorious for
balls to the wall, as they say.
I'm notorious for really backing myself, and I mean, it's not. I come from a very different back. There's a lot of people in poker that come from, gaming or chess, background in mathematics. And, I'm just someone that comes from sport and loves to gamble.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I grew up in a racing family, and, worked in racing most of my life before I started playing poker for a living. And, just the mentality is different. If I'm going to sit in a tournament, I want to believe that I'm one of the best players in the tournament, and you just gotta roll with the punches, and sometimes it doesn't work out, sometimes it does.
I think it's one of those things as well. Talking on bankroll management, like Jinxie, if you're absolutely going for it, launching it in, you get to enjoy the winnings, but then you also have to deal with the losses too.
You certainly do, and it's
there's a lot of losses in poker, isn't there, Jinxie?
There certainly are.
What do you have?
The old saying is the highs are never as high as the highs are never as high as the lows are low.
And the lows can be low.
And the lows can be low. The
And
lows
for a
can
long
be really
time.
low. And for a long time, you can go on 1,500 buy-in downswings. You can go on 1,000 buy-in downswings, and you could make the best decision in every node in every tournament you play for 1,000 tournaments, and be down $1 million or $2 million if you're playing online. That's the sickest part of this game.
Yeah, there's definitely some good content out there on YouTube and other places. Top level pros like Fedor Holtz talking about some of the massive downswings he's been on, and being one of the best players in the world. So we all experienced it, even the top level pros.
Sam's been quite funny here. Expected value in a
8-game tournament. Referring to the 8-game tournament, I won in which I didn't know what lows were in the low games. So I just sat out of the low games and somehow won the high games. But that's how tournament poker works. You can go into a tournament and not really have much idea and get really good distribution and take that to a win.
That's what makes the game we play
correct
so good, because it gives us all a chance.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what level you're at, it gives us all a chance. If you get the right distribution and you run hot on the day, you can win. Yan having a bit of a laugh, saying expected value is like getting a Tesla. He's also said, would I buy his action at 0.383 markup? We'll have to talk about it off camera.
Interesting little spot developing here.
Yeah.
Just raised under the gun with 6s.
I think Andreas looks like he's going to 3-bet this one.
One re-raise, 245,000.
Now, a lot of people are going to 3-bet the big blind with the 2 10s and the small, but, you know, like we were talking about those ICM dynamics, I actually like this flat a lot.
Yeah.
You know, getting blasted off a hand as good as 10s is not nice. So... we'll sit back and see how Naj navigates the spot.
You could honestly just see fold, jam, fold. I think that once Naj fold, I think he might. Particularly the size that Andreas has gone to, I feel like once in the small blind, once we flat 10s, we may have to pull out a back jam. We just can't fold. So think about the options that we have: call, fold, or all in. Hands like 10s benefits from a lot of protection in this spot, even though we are 50 effective, which makes it quite interesting with ICM. But think about the options we have in front of us. So Naj has folded.
Yep.
And, you know, we just can't fold 10s here, and 10s benefits from so much protection. With ICM, we could find calls. I'm not 100% sure of this node, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a back jam to the size.
I definitely agree with you, Jinxie. Obviously, Andreas is going very polar here. You know, this is one of the...
He's jammed, has he?
I think he's just asking to see his stack.
Okay, yeah.
So Andreas has started about 40 effective. Yeah, it's never nice, you know, when someone 3-bets the big blind. It's definitely a very polar spot.
As we spoke about before, when, you know, Andreas 3-bet the ace-2 suited, got such a good hand to 3-bet here. It has such good blocking properties against these two ranges. It's very hard. You know, it's very hard to continue versus this big blind 3-bet, especially with, I mean...
6-fold. Wow, and that just shows the power.
It does. It does. I am surprised to probably not see a back jam there. It could be an ICM thing. But I'm not sure if I would prefer a call to fold. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, it's very interesting because, you know, when you start doing the math count, like, for example, right, Andreas is polar in this spot. You're going to be crushed quite a bit. Are you getting the right odds to, you know, flop us out in it? And he's probably weighing that up, but then also this is one of the best hands we're going to have here, 2 10s, and it needs a lot of protection. You know, if Andreas is 3-betting, you know, the ace-king, you know, and then also denying equity. If we do flat, denying equity against hands with like 30% as well, you know, the ace-2-0, stuff like that.
Yeah, what a great hand King Jack is to bluff there and just gets 10s to fold.
Such, you know, such good blocking properties. Yeah, Andreas is definitely navigating very well on this final table. Honka 90 saying, who is this commentator? He's the best at everything, apparently. Jinxie is pretty good.
No, I was more talking about the competitive nature of sport, just my background. You know, I did play football at a high level and I played cricket at like a medium level, and playing those sports, you need to go out and be, you really need to, if you're playing full forward in AFL, you want to be playing on the you want to look at the fullback in the eye and just think, I'm better than you. I have to, or else, what are you doing walking out on the field? If you're not, I might go sit at the, you know, the 5K that's on right now, the 10K yesterday.
Heads up.
You know, I know in that 5K, definitely not going to be the best player at the table, but I at least have to think I'm a chance, or else I shouldn't be registering.
Absolutely, and it's the same with poker as well. You need that competitive and that, you know, competitive spirit, but also that confidence when you register a tournament, you think you're going to win.
Yeah, you have to, or else you just, what's the point? What's the point in playing?
Same in sports, same in poker.
Dare say we'll see a bet call. Bet call here. No. Marsh finds the check.
2 checks.
Very sneaky by Naj here on the river.
Definitely sucks when our opponent gets to the river here with Jack 10 and decides to check it back, or Jack 9 of clubs or something and decides to check back. Should still be betting for value, but I think Naj will be opting for some type of check raise once we are against a bet, I think.
Well, like we were seeing before with, you know, how quick Jay checked back top pair, those 2 streets, the Jack 10 suited. I think we want to, you know, lead and not let him check back those sort of hands again, target and get a bit of value. But now he's decided to go for a small value bet, and I think Naj is going to
just call. Oh no, he's raised.
Yeah.
I was surprised to say they just called.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get some value here. Now it's going to be interesting to see how Jay thinks about this spot. You know, we bet small for thin value, and now we've opened ourselves up against a capable player.
Not sure how many bluffs we have either now, because I feel like some of our missed clubs just lead the flop, lead the river,
yeah,
or bet the river. It's not very common to see this line with many bluffs that I can think of here, and just missing the flop action. Sorry, maybe it's gone check that call, but you know, our bluffs often will maybe just lead, maybe just bet the river, and finding a check raise here is not something you see in the general population too often. So he's got to think that, yeah, clubs missed, but aren't those bluffs betting leading out on the river? You know, it's uncommon to find a check raise here as a bluff, I would think. So
it'd really be having to turn, you know, those one pair hands, you know, those showdown hands into a bluff.
Yeah.
Trying to take it down to showdown, realizing he's probably not good. I think that's where our bluff's going to come from, you know.
I agree for sure, he's called.
And he's called.
Just in this line as a check raise, it does take away a few of those combos of bluffs, I feel. So it's called. It's so well played by Naj. He's the best for a reason.
Yeah, extremely well navigated by Naj. You know, not only getting good card distribution, but playing extremely well in these spots too. So he's going to increase his chip lead.
I thought you have like 3 block and 10 blocks. Like 3 blocker? Yeah, like 3. Yeah. Given that sizing, I would do that. Yeah. It was same value better check there. For you. Wow. Then I have some check raises at that as well. Yeah. It's a good play. I didn't expect to have value in this time. I did.
5 raise, 60,000. 6 folds.
Joe in the comments saying Andreas reminds me of James Obst.
James is just one of the greatest, definitely one of the greatest Australian players of all time.
He's definitely a legend and crushing it over in the US, having some deep runs. He definitely had a deep run this year as well.
Yeah,
in the Players Champs, wasn't it?
No, he did.
50K Players Champs?
He final tabled the 50K Players Champs, which is obviously, it is probably the most prestigious tournament in the world. you know, if you win that, you're the best at all of those games. And you've got players like Brian Rast have just won it 3 times. It's unbelievable. But, you know,
it's just unheard of, isn't
final
it?
tabling at an event like that, it's all of the best players in the world. There's no spots in the
Absolutely.
50k players champs, and James Obst is he made I think he made a couple of other mixed game final tables, but obviously a great Hold'em player as well.
So Luke's gonna risk all these chips here.
5-fold.
With the ace, queen of clubs, just sub 30 bigs. And I think this one's gonna get through.
He still has to weigh up his options, but it's just gonna have to fold. Yeah.
1 fold.
You know, we
Bad timing for me.
I think maybe we call 8s or not, or maybe just even fold 8s with ICM. Say ICM's just so crazy, but you know, calling 8s plus, maybe 9s.
9 seems,
decision.
yeah, 9 might seem like the line that's really close. Like we said, there's so much to think about in these ICM dynamics. 9 seems close, 10 seems, you know, might have to flick it in. But yeah, he'll take down a nice pot. Always nice to pick up a pot when you're, you know, trying to grow your stack.
6 folds.
Andres gonna find the ace queen in the cutoff.
One raise, 60,000. 3 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds.
But yeah, like you were saying with James Obst, like such a prestigious event, that 50k players champs, and they're not just insanely studied at, you know, Hold'em, but all the different variants of poker itself. Those guys think about the game so well, and all the different variations too.
Yeah, no, it's
they're on a different level, aren't they, GZ?
They are. Those guys are, and it seems to be a lot of the same pool of players that play that, you know, that 50k. James, I think James had a really deep run in a main event one year.
He did.
Well.
I remember him making one of those insane folds.
Yeah, with 7s full, I think.
7s full against the straight flush.
Straight flush.
Against Michael Ruan. Iconic hand.
It is. James gave up the game for a few years to play tennis.
Really?
Yes, he did at the age of in his late 20s, I believe.
60,000.
He couldn't stay away.
No, he couldn't stay away. I think this was probably his. I'm not sure if he played last year, but this is he put in a lot of volume this year. It was his first year for some time, but he definitely gave tennis a crack. I think a very good, like extremely good amateur player. Obviously found poker and tried to go back to tennis, but now he's back.
6 golf. Heads up.
Geez, definitely a fun flop here.
Me too.
Both hands interact.
6 checks. Two bets, 50,000, 5-0.
Not typically a board we're going to see a lot of check raises on, but this gentleman in seat 6 has shown he can be capable of a lot of different type of plays, but you know, has been.
Yep, he just calls.
Just calls, which is very good. You can't just look at the board and I know we're on a 10k, but just for the casual viewer again, you might think you've got ace-2 and you want to, very simple terms, protect against the flush draw and stuff. But if we think about our overall range, we're not going to have any check raises on this board, so our hand just becomes a really good hand to call down Naj, who wants to keep in his bluffs, and things like that. Naj's just going to take his equity and get to the river, and
going to realize his equity, and he's going to miss. And we're going to see what Haojay does here on the river. He's going to check.
6 checks.
And this is a spot we were talking about before, about, you know, having cards that we might want our opponent to hold, but also finding ourselves at the river bottom of range. And that's what I mean. He just won't fire the flush draw because he blocks the order folds our big blind wants to have.
Also not a great card. You would probably lead a lot of 7s too, but you know, if Naj gets to the river with ace-X of whatever,
exactly,
he reopens the action to get put in the blender by a 7, which, you know, the big blind has infinitely more 7s than we do as Naj raising from there. So
absolutely.
And as you said before, with the flush draws, Naj doesn't have a great combo there to bluff, and of course he goes check, 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 and he loses the absolute minimum. That's what makes him such a great player.
Yep, very well played by Naj, losing absolute minimum there.
Two folds. 4 folds. 5 folds.
I think off 30 here with this specific hand, we want to do a lot of limp calling.
I think so too. Especially into a covering stack in these ICM dynamics with a hand that definitely plays well post flop.
Interesting spot here is someone's just coming onto stage.
Yep. Yeah, interesting how
One
Andreas
checks.
navigates.
What's up?
You know, a high-low can definitely mix in some ISOs, but he'll check back.
Especially covered as, especially covering with a specific combo that plays so poorly post. A lot of those combos come out of our range with ICM. You know, we do a lot of raising here with 10-2 offsuit, 10-3 offsuit, Jack-3 offsuit. These hands just have no post-flop playability. Especially covering the small blind, it would be a really good hand to raise. It's easy to play. We can raise, just fold to a 4-bet. And, you know, we can take our opponent to the streets once they call. But just with ICM, you know, it's perfectly fine, obviously, to just check behind as well.
We're going to see the third heart come here on the turn.
It's an interesting spot here. Andreas is just, he has to call another, he's going to have to call another. Is that an over? 80K, sorry.
Yeah, so the oranges are 5 for the viewers at home. The oranges are the 5K chips, and the greys are the 25K chips. So he's about 80 into 150 here.
Size is very fishy. Andreas, I have a feeling, knows he's getting fleeced. He just has to call another street.
It does look very milky, but when you're blind v blind and you flop a pair, sometimes you just kind of have to buckle up.
Yeah.
Heads up.
Interesting.
Very interesting card. I think this one's just going to go check, check.
6 check.
Always.
We have to contemplate turning our hand into a bluff.
Yeah.
But it's just in that little region where we just have we just got enough showdown value, blind v blind.
Tell you what, Andreas has been playing extremely well, and he will check it back. Yeah,
of course.
One check, showdown.
Just a little too strong, I think.
It is.
If we have, you know, the 10-7 offsuit, you know, that third pair, you might not think we're good, but just enough. So a nice pot to win there by Hauger. Will add to his chip stack. Definitely let us know in the chat who you're following, who you're backing, getting behind, who you want to win in the 10K.
Well, we've got a long way to go. So much playability, these long levels, incredible structure. Obviously, you would expect that in a 10K, but
they went to 1.5 levels, didn't they?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah,
they did.
levels,
Yeah, 90-minute levels. So there's so much playability. We're pretty deep. Andreas going to complete here with the 2-3 suited.
Two checks. Heads up. One bet's 35,000.
Just going to go over one big blind here.
Just going to has an easy continue here. King High here is good a lot of the time.
Yep, going to be, beating those 9 highs, those 8 highs that, Andreas is trying to attack the Queen High portion.
One bet, 80,000.
Such a great player, Andreas. He continues to value bet here.
Do you think this is kind of a merge?
Not too sure with ICM. I just feel like, once it goes check, we get, let's just say Naj has King 6-0 with the 6 of spades. Goes check, spade lands on the river. It's actually a disaster for a hand. We can fold out that equity.
Yeah. That's what I mean. We can fold out those, a bit of equity.
Yeah, I mean, Naj has still got 2 overs by the turn. Obviously, he continues with any spade in his hand, but Andreas still knows he likely has the best hand, and he still needs to charge those hands. And will seem strange to the casual viewer, but he's still betting for value there, and then he just has to reassess if Naj decides to raise or call and evaluate the river.
Joe says the big folds win you a tournament. My money is on Andreas, even though he's a short stack. Definitely a strong pick there, Joe. He's playing extremely well. Extremely strong player.
He really is. He actually, I know he's good. Like, I knew he was good, but I just seeing it and commentating and watching him play, he's just so impressive. Good combo to raise here from Naj.
And look, we'll just get rid of the ethy, as Mr. Liam Jehu likes to call it.
Yes, 8-3 offsuit, quite the reputation on the Australian Poker Tour.
Very nice compliment. Nice of you to join us, Taylor. Very privileged and blessed to be in here in the commentary booth with Braden. Taylor says, would love to see Andreas and Naj heads up. That would be an awesome battle.
That would be something you would pay, you pay your PokerGo subscription every 12 months series. Like, you would pay to watch Andreas and Naj go heads up in this, especially if they're, 40 or 50 deep. It would be great to see. Andreas obviously has a long way to go, but the way he's playing, none of us would be surprised to see him get there.
I don't think the other 3 gentlemen are going to let that happen, but would it also be good to watch, a battle like that? And I'm sure whoever finishes heads up, it's going to be a good battle as well. Craig says, let's go Najim Ajez. I want to see a well-engineered tower of chips and the winner's pick too.
That was spectacular.
That was
last
incredible.
night. The amount of chips Naj had leading into, so we were 5 and 5, I believe, on the final table bubble. That tower that Naj had manipulated with his chips was, I think APT's posted some photos of it on their Facebook page. I've honestly never seen anything like it.
I don't think we have the correct words to articulate how impressive and well engineered it actually was. There's no chance I'd be able to create something like that.
No, it was amazing.
Firstly, I wouldn't be able to get those chips, let alone be able to stack them like that.
Like he had, but the funny thing was, he had he had the stack like you can see now on the final table. He had a stack of chips that he was playing from, and he had another stack that he had manipulated into a tower. So he had two stacks. He had one he was playing from that was just stacked in 20s, and he had so many chips he could still do a chip tower.
And not only it looked good, but it was maneuverable as well. Someone said that is flimsy, and he moved it across the table.
No, didn't he go? I'm not sure. There was I don't know if he called an all in or he went all in, but whatever he did, he moved the tower into the middle. It was extraordinary. It really was.
Not a single chip drop either.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a photo out there that you can all see.
Yeah, I actually think APT posted quite a number of them on their Facebook page last night. It's worth checking out.
It's definitely worth seeing. So I'm going to catch up with the action here. Luke's going to open the button with a Jack 9-0, and Haoji is going to defend the Ace 9-0. We're going to go check, 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 and we're going to see the 5 of clubs on the river. Haoji's going to try and take down his ace high. Some like to say fake showdown, but we'll see. Definitely can be beating hands. Luke's going to bet the value here.
Four bets, 80,000, 8-0.
He's going to take it down. Yeah, Haoji definitely can be beating some ace X, so he's definitely going to check the river, and he's going to go check, bet, fold. Jasper says, crazy how he could move that spiral tower back and forth with ease.
I think it comes from, I'm sure Naj won't mind us. Naj plays quite high stakes PLO, very good high stakes PLO player. And I can just imagine the amount of chips he would accumulate in those cash games. I feel like he's had quite a lot of practice at being able to make towers, from the $5 chips that, he doesn't really care too much about because he's playing such high stakes PLO. But, I think he's had quite a lot of practice at making towers like that. I've never seen anything like that before in my life. I really haven't.
It was quite the incredible sight. Yeah, it definitely wasn't his first rodeo, building a stack like that.
5 raised, 60,000.
Craig Abernathy, very nice compliment. Plus EV commentary.
6 folds.
I'm hearing I'm spotting a bunch of people doing different times in 25 seconds.
I hope you're enjoying the commentary back home, but more so enjoying the action here in the 10K.
One calls.
So we're going to see Chow open the 6-5 suited and Andreas defend the King 9 suited in the big blind. Pretty good flop here for Chow to continue.
1 checks, 5 bets, 45.
Backdoor spades. Andreas here. The backdoor King High flush draw.
Hand's probably a bit too good. Obviously, we've got A7, 8. We're not going to see a lot of raises, but our hands are probably too good for raises too, even with the backdoor hearts and King High good here often.
Yeah, we can definitely be ahead of a lot of hands here.
We've got auto C-bets like Jack 10, Queen Jack. We're ahead of those. And we also have the nut flush draw redraw as well, so we're just going to see a continue here, I would suggest.
Yes, backdoor straight, backdoor flush. 3 of each. So he's reaching for a raise.
Yeah, okay.
1 raise, 115.
That's obviously correct. Andreas is doing it.
Yeah.
I just didn't think, especially with ISM, we would see a lot of raises on this board specifically.
But if you are going to see them, I don't mind hands, with this backdoor potential.
Yeah.
Those, Jack 9 of hearts, Queen 9 of hearts, a lot of turns that we can barrel to start putting pressure.
115.
On his sort of, Jack highs, Queen high, like King high, small pair.
I mean, what do we do? Oh, this could be a little interesting, but I mean, what do we do here? If we're just on the button with ace-2 of clubs, for example, ace-3 of clubs, and Andreas's check raise barreled off 3, what are we going to do?
Exactly.
What are we going to call? You know, it's a good hand, I think. Now he's taken this line to be able to put some pressure on, but it's not the greatest turn to continue. What are your thoughts?
No,
Base check,
yeah, he does check. Interesting to see what Chow does here. Does he realise? You know, calling the raise, his range is definitely protected.
This is quite a complex spot now.
Yeah, looks like he's really sizing up here.
5 bets, 400,000.
Yeah, he's gonna bet pot.
He's got to call off now. I know. Let's just say Andreas has a hand like Queen 7 of clubs, Queen 8 of clubs. He sized up 400k. He has to call the jam, which is not good. We have 6 high.
No.
But once we have, let's just say best case scenario, we've got 18 outs to. We've got 18 outs. Obviously, we can't fold, but that size really doesn't allow us to fold a hand like 6 high. In the long run, that's going to be a little bit of a disaster. It could be a good hand to check back. Also a good hand to bluff. But just with that SBR, just found that was a very complex spot. We're not going to be able to give you the correct answer there. There's an argument to be able to just bet there with 6 high, and we can fold out a hand. We fold out Queen 9. I know we've got 18 outs or whatever we had, how much equity we have. We still fold out King High, some random 7x that may have check rate. I don't know if it's 7x, but we fold out Jack, Queen Jack maybe. I'm just trying to think of hands that.
Like we were talking about on the flop, the Jack 9 of hearts.
Yeah,
stuff like that with backdoor that we're not beating.
What would happen though? Andreas doesn't have enough. Let's just say Andreas has 1.4 million. We bet 400k and Andreas jams. That's an absolute disaster because we'd likely have 18 outs to the nuts. Our flush draw is usually good because it's come through on the turn, and our likely straight draw 8 out straight draw is likely. We're usually going to have a lot of clean outs, and you don't want to get blown off when you have 30% equity on the turn. Yeah, that was an interesting spot. I'm not sure that that's. I'm not sure. If we look that up in HRC or something like that, that would be the play. But he's bombed the turn with 6 high, and he's got a fold. It's worked this time, and it's obviously been working for him for 2 days.
But like you said, Jinxie, definitely a complex spot.
It is a very complex spot.
Very, very good one to see and how they navigate.
Yeah.
Now,
been a really, really good hand to be able to go home, put in GTO Wizard, and put into HRC, and see what I don't think that's a hand that would ever really continue that Andreas has. But what do we do there with 6 high, with 6-5 of spades? We do only have 6 high, but we've got so much equity.
If we are betting, what size are we making it? But are we checking back, realizing that 30% that we should have?
Yeah. Check. 4 checks. 4.
I mean, he's not really going to get. He's going to try and eke out something, but.
He's going to bet the 1 big blind. Nash here with the king high, blind. I think he's going to peel 1 at least.
2 calls.
So hard to get paid when you have the board on lock.
Martin Ward, shout out to Martin, who final table this event has sent through some incredible photos of Naj's stack, and I know obviously can't show the viewer here, but it's actually more extraordinary than I thought. I know we harped on about how incredible it was, but after seeing it,
how the colours intertwine.
I actually feel sorry for Martin, who was Naj is in seat 2, Martin's in seat 8 or 9. He had to look at that. Martin's got 12 to 15 big blinds, and he has to look up and he sees a stack as big as Naj's. It's very intimidating.
So on the river, it looks like it's gone check. Very milky sizing, the 1.1 big blind. And Naj just paid it off with the king high. Sometimes you just got to see it.
Naj definitely has that. Naj knows that 99.999% of the time there that
he's never winning the hand.
Good, but he doesn't want to wait half an hour to see the hand. He wants that information right now.
Probably thinks doesn't matter if I lose this one. I'll just accumulate it in the next one.
Just leave you on your own here for a few minutes. You're in the capable hands of Lachlan Philly, and I'll be back.
All right, you're all stuck with me for a little bit while Jinxie heads out.
1 fault.
5 left here in the $10,000 championships at the Australian Poker Tour here at Bankstown Sports Club. Got Haoji opening the Ace-9 of Hearts in hijack.
I'll be okay with that.
Very interesting. Luke doesn't really have his folding face on here. Looks like some devious intentions. He's going to 3-bet the 8-6 suited.
240,000.
This is very spicy.
5 faults.
What you have left?
And if you're Haoji, it's pretty uncomfortable facing this from a stack that, you know, a similar stack depth to yours. And
6 calls.
Haoji's going to defend, and we're going to see 3. See a Jack 3 deuce flop. Luke really hasn't flopped much here. Haoji's got, you know, ace high, backdoor straight, backdoor flush. It's starting at dicey. The SBR is just at, you know, 1.5. Never comfortable when you're sitting here with 8 high. So he's going to continue. Looks like
4 bets, 150,000.
about 1/3. He's going to go with. And he's going to get it through. Just shows the aggression and how much aggression works in poker. Josh says, just ran the King 9 versus 6-5. Good spot for 6-5 suited to bet 70% pot once checked on the turn. Really complex spot as mentioned. Thank you for sending in your thoughts, Josh. Good to have you here watching the stream with us. Lee saying, enjoying the stream, fellas. Awesome to hear from you, Lee. Hope you're going well. Definitely been a long time. You missed out, Jinxie. A very spicy 3-bet from Luke in the small blind with the 8-6 suited.
Oh.
Yeah, and gets it through on a Jack 3 deuce rainbow flop.
2 raise, 60,000.
Now just going to open the Queen 9 suited.
How nice is that? Just 3-bet that hand and just get a board, C-bet, fold.
Yeah, he was against the Ace 9 of Hearts and Jack 3 deuce 1 heart, but he bet 1/3 and gets it through. Just with the SBR, just 1.5, it's very hard to navigate, realize.
6 folds.
And now just going to get that one through. Now, what are your plans for the rest of the series, Jinxie? You got in here a couple of days ago.
Yeah, we'll be jumping in the main event tonight after we're done here in the booth. I think me and Lockie will take us through to the break. And then we'll be jumping in the main event. It'll be bullet number 3.
Bullet number 3, hopefully third time lucky.
Time's a charm.
Yeah, at least give me the King X. At least King X. Yeah, King X.
How much?
21st or something in the main event today.
Not a bad result.
Yeah, it's okay. Jump in the main event and try and
bag chip lead.
Try and bag some type of chip lead. The numbers are popping off, so there's going to be a lot of chips to be won.
Now, if you do start getting those numbers up to chip lead territory, I want to see you try and create a stack similar to Naj did. Some sort of formation.
I've never had that amount of chips is just unthinkable.
It's absurd.
It is absurd. It's not even in my calculation.
There's no words, really.
There's no.
All right, Chow's going to open the queen to a clubs here, and how she just over 22 big blinds here with the pocket nines in the small. Yeah, I expect him to wager all of his betting discs here.
Triangle, please, dealer.
Triangle, please. And he's moved all in, and he's going to get it through.
1 fold, 5 folds.
Very nice hand to find, and he's going to add to his stack.
Queen X.
Queen 2 suited.
Queen X.
Well, my man Chow just said Queen X suited, very pretty hand. And when you see a pretty hand on the button, we're going to try and C5.
Yeah, I think she's a little greedy. However, you know what? He's on the 10K final table and we're commentating, so he's there.
Well, I mean, also, I guess obviously not the greatest hand, but he does cover both.
Absolutely.
So you can definitely start opening these sort of hands and start pressuring.
Yeah.
Especially with Andreas being a middling stack and you covering. He's not. Oh, sorry, Andreas isn't middling anymore. He's the lowest stack now. But
5 folds.
But yeah, you can definitely start pressuring. My bad with the mistake with Andreas' stack. Andreas is going to find the King Jack of clubs, blind v blind.
Awesome.
About 25 bigs effective. Very nice hand, and he's going to start with a complete. Oh, come on. No. Naj just finds the ace king in the big blind.
I just don't see how it doesn't go raise jam, Paul. I really don't. I know Andreas got away from the just flooded the ace king, completely different note, of course, but you know what? We might see call. Andreas has just played so incredibly well all day.
So Naj is going to go just under the 3.5x, which is usually pretty standard. That 3.5x is this stack depth. Such a good hand Andreas has. We'll see how he navigates.
As we saw before, you know, with
and he is gonna.
He couldn't. This one he couldn't get away from.
I don't think so.
He just can't. He just can't. Like he just has to.
And he's just gonna absolutely run into it here.
Concept we spoke about before. Obviously, you know, Naj is going to have a lot of those just stone cold trash. 10-6, 10-3, 10 deuce.
Yeah, that high low.
Yeah,
you know, that middle low that just doesn't play well. That's going to ISO.
And he's also ISOing 10s, 9s, 8s, 7s, so we're just going to have to run it. And Andreas.
Oh, he just finds it.
There. She's absolutely there for Andreas.
She's there.
Me and Naj cackling in the background.
It's over. Get your Vamoses out in the chat.
Absolutely. This is a spot that we spoke about when you first asked me who's the pick for the tournament. Obviously, you know, if Andreas has some type of stack that can be manoeuvred and navigated without Naj having such a big chip lead, yeah, Andreas is the pick for sure. But this is a momentum changing pot. Naj is still going to have Naj, I think, will still be in the chip lead. But this changes the momentum of everything. Probably the most accomplished player at the final table. Oh, sorry, Naj has a lot more. Naj is quite experienced, but Andreas is such a great player. The momentum's changed. He's got a stack now. Watch out. Watch out.
obviously you never want to give chips away to anyone, but how well Andres has been playing, Naj definitely did not want to give him the chips.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The whole tournament has now changed. You know, I know we can lose pots, double up, you know, lose small ends. That's a big all-in to a player that's really going to be able to utilise his stack now. And the tournament has completely changed.
Both of you. Just long to do, you know, scammer.
There has been a bit of love for Andreas in the chat, so it's good to see him still
it's a cooler
in the tournament.
Blind, cooler anyway.
All the guys watch the stream.
Five folds. I can't return.
You don't have to talk? It makes you go back. Oh, I'm returned to
6 raid.
Turned to up north. Unless he wants to play in the game with you, then he's welcome.
This is interesting. All options on the table. Not be stuck in here, sub 25 with sevens, but not. We might just see a call, but whatever Andreas does is going to be the correct decision. But we'll see.
Yeah, it's very interesting, you know, cut off first button. I think he's probably going to find a lot of calls here, and he does.
One call.
Apologies for the viewer at home. There's a wild Liam G who's rolled into the commentary box chirping from
Paddy,
the background.
All calls.
It'll be his turn later on, but if he hears some incessant garbage in the background, it's coming from the great man.
So we've gone 4-way to a flop here. Luke's peeled the Jack 7-0 in the big blind.
It's obviously not something that you'll see every day. Every day, especially on a 5K plus final table. This is something you may see. You may see in a 1K grind final table, but you're basically never going to see 4-way to a flop. Here on a 10K FT, especially 6-handed.
One bet, 80,000.
You're not going to see too many family pots, as they say.
I like that one. I like that.
Yeah, very interesting bet here by Andreas. I think he's trying to start putting on pressure on, some like Jack X that might check, or, some pocket 8s, pocket 9s, pocket 10s. Probably realizes his hand's probably not good 4-way.
6 fold. What's up?
And he does get the Queen Jack to fold. Interesting to see what Andreas does here on the turn when the club completes.
Just with the 2 red 7s, I wouldn't be surprised if we have a give up here. Maybe some arguments to barrel for ICM. Again, complex, not sure, but
a lot of things do connect with that turn, don't they?
They do, especially with Luke peeling from the big blind and calling a bet. He's also going to have to continue any bet here from Andreas as well. But
do you think there's a lot of relevance between, the 2 red 7s and maybe the 7 of hearts and the 7 of clubs? Or
I just think, I think there could be arguments for both. Andreas knows he definitely can't win the hand. He could have a very good hand. Maybe 6s, maybe 7s and 8s are a good barrel here. But I just think that it's definitely one set. Check.
Yeah,
he has checked, hasn't he?
And I think he's probably, when that repeats on the river, this one might go check. Might take the fake showdown.
I don't even think this is a fake showdown hand, to be honest. Like, just 4 ways and Luke calling. 4 ways and Luke calling. He's obviously betting for value here. I think it's just a check give up.
Yeah,
it's very hard to give up on pots in this game, but
he really just never wins this hand. A bit of a joke there with the fake showdown. Red 7s is never winning.
So 1 BB a 1BB scam, as we call it.
This is very scammy. It's very interesting, you know, to know if, you know, he's doing that with his mega nuts as well, not just...
Yeah, potentially. Not sure how many mega nuts he gets there with. Some low, you know, ace 6 of clubs or something like that. But, you know, a lot of that time that bet can be forced to induce a very good regular player to raise. But, you know, he's looking for, you know, this is probably on another level. He could be looking for a hand like ace 9, actually ace 9 suited might have 3-bet pre, but would be betting there because he doesn't want to face a 60% pop bet on the when Andreas reopens the action. It puts him in a bit of a spot. But I also think Andreas's king X hands most likely bet the turn, like king queen, and hands like that. But they could actually check back too because flush was a completer. Another bit of a complex spot, but I just think that fairly standard. The bet on the flop with the 7s. Not something you would probably see too often, but you know, Andreas will have his reasons for it, and that would likely be correct.
So I'm going to see Naj open the ace 2-0 from the button. Chow's got the ace 8-0, playing just over 50 bigs effective.
Dennis Huntley just poking his head into the commentary box. Hello, Dennis, one of the greats.
I give up. Where are we? Where are we? Hi, Dennis.
I'm also out of the quaddy at Ascot, so I'm going to have to go fly the main event and try and cash it.
No, I don't want like
type of funds
like 4 and then 4 to flop. Like,
That's me.
So Naj is going to take it down. Charles is going to fold the ace 8-0 from the big blind.
That's a great comment.
No, I didn't say no 3-bet.
I saw the players vacating the seats that would have been on some type of
because I'm thinking about his deck. I
think, I don't know about you, Jinxie. I'm probably defending the ace 8-0 there. We're definitely deep enough, but you know, Chow will have his reasons for putting that one in the muck.
He did what?
So Naj opened the button, and Chow just folded the ace 8-0 from the big blind.
Yeah. For your stack, yes, 100%.
Yeah, probably a bit of a tight fold that one, but
I mean, we're sure the cards are correct.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just no scenario where that
don't think that's
is a done thing. But I guess, you know, maybe
he'll have his reasons.
He'll have his reasons. He's on the 10K. It's on the 10K final table. We've seen him do some very unorthodox plays, especially when we first got into the box. The 4-bet with the Queen Jack suited, obviously.
Nah, different. So that was Hao Ji with the Queen Jack suited. This was Chow, yeah.
Oh wow, wow, really?
So
I'm actually even more. That's actually surprised me more. I think that you know, obviously an easy defend, a hand we can raise too, but obviously we're just crushing down in range there. I'm not sure why that has occurred, but.
That's the thing. That's definitely a thing about poker that we love. Is, you know, people have different styles and think about the game very differently, and it makes it very interesting and complex. And yeah, like we're saying, Chow would probably have his reasons. Always very hard to play against players that don't, you know, play by the, you know, by the book.
Such a good point. You know, some good friends of mine make fun of me quite a lot playing against players like that. My brain can't compute at times what's going on.
Absolutely.
And it can be quite difficult. But the good thing about the game, there's more than one way to win. You know, there's a lot of very, very good players that have been winning players for a long time. They've never looked at a solver, or never looked at a chart. They've just got their own reasons for doing things, and that can really, you know, that can really throw you out. You know,
make it very tricky to play against, kind of jinxy.
Absolutely.
Which you definitely find more in live environments. It can be very tricky to navigate.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of the time online you find players playing in a very similar manner, but live there are definitely a lot of different styles.
Yeah. It's what makes the game great. Everyone's got their own theory, and there's more than one way to win.
I'm going to go check, check. Very interesting that Tauji's not going to try and take this pot away from Andreas.
Man, what are we doing here? We've just got to fire the 9-6 nearly always. We can't win. We have equity. We fold out an infinite amount of better hands.
He's just given up.
He's just given
up.
I don't know. But I think Andreas has got a hand there. He loves to get down to showdown, but I think we just have to bet there nearly always.
I think so.
Was it limp call? Was it just limp check?
Yeah, it was complete check back. I think we really need to start, targeting those jack highs, those queen highs that.
The hand that Andreas has. Andreas probably calls the flop, folds the turn.
It's hard to find. It's hard to fold out some king highs, but maybe that's one with no real backdoors. But we really need to start pressuring those jack highs and those queen highs. How G gave up pretty quickly as well on the later streets, so.
Four fold.
I don't know about you, but I always love looking down at Jack 10 suited.
It's just one of the greats, especially like Jack 10 suited. Jack 10 of spades, Jack 10 of clubs. Just something about it.
It even just sounds like saying the Jack 10 of clubs.
Jack 10 of clubs.
One fold.
I'm going to see Naj probably defend this one. I'm going to see 3. Another fun flop, both kind of connected. Naj here with 7-eye with the flush draw. And Chow's flop bottom pair with an open ender. It's going to go check, check.
5 check.
And Chow is going to drill the nuts on the turn.
2 checks. 5 checks. Heads up.
It's going to go check, check again. Interesting to see what Naj does here.
Could be an okay candidate to bluff, but I just feel, especially the check turn is different, but once we've checked flop, we know that he's got some type of showdown value.
Yeah, it looks like he's really sizing up here.
Yeah.
Really trying to pressure, an ace-X hand, maybe. Or even like a hand like Queen-8 suited that might have checked back middle pair. On the flop. But I tell you what, you're loving life when you've got the nuts here and he overbets. And I think Naj is going to know pretty quickly where he's at.
What was that size?
I don't know what size it was, but it was a lot of chips in the middle. Call this, brother.
Call this, Naj.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just...
That was a lot of chips in there and very quickly.
I don't want to take tanking and racing is fucking. Yeah, tank for what? I don't think you got anything.
So sounds like Chow's reasoning was, I don't think you have anything. I'm just gonna bet big.
Oh, okay, I get it. I got it. Yeah, I got it. Did I misvalue it? Or maybe.
I think Naj has obviously said some type of mistruth regarding his hand, given Charles said he's misvalued. So Naj just told him he's folded some type of pair. So it makes him he's just one of the greats.
Always fun having Naj on the table. His table talk's always fun.
Definitely he's a very fun player to play with.
Just got a little reaction out of the Chow, which is quite funny.
6-12.
I am definitely liking the Sunny's look by Naj.
Yeah, obviously we've found out since that he's doing that for the protection of his other players. But
he's looking sharp doing it too.
He's still looking sharp. He's still looking sharp.
He's going to 3-bet here. Really going to try and leverage on Andreas' stack. It's the enjoyment of having the chip lead in these ICM dynamics. Going to put Andreas in some tough spots.
Just a great combination to do it with as well. We have some post-flop playability if we're called, and we also fold out so many better hands as well. And
exactly. We've got blocker effects as well.
Yeah. wonder if we can see it would be a little spicy. We could see a 4-bet with the King 10. We don't have a lot of post-flop playability. We'd probably see a call with King 10 suited at this depth. If we were a little bit more shallow, a hand like King 10 suited, for example, would be a great hand to 4-bet jam. But at this depth, I can see Andreas getting a little spicy with a 4-bet. I can also see a fold here too. Obviously, calling is never an option. So
yeah, I think all three options are on the table, but I don't blame him for folding.
I mean, I don't know about the call there. Getting some feedback regarding that hand. I just think we need post-flop playability versus that range. King 10 suited at that depth would be a great hand to do that with, and we might want to put King 10 offsuit in the range to 4-bet, because obviously our 4-bets, we have great blocker properties with King 10 off. You don't want to be taking King 10 offsuit to the streets there with ICM, I don't think. And Andreas has gone for what is most likely going to make the most money in the long run in this specific ICM spot, and that's fold.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Jinxie. Very well said.
6 fold.
See Naj have the King Queen O on the button. Gonna open this one up. 60,000.
60,000. 4 folds.
Easy again.
5 folds.
He's gonna take it down. Blinds with some cheese.
Doesn't matter. My hand can't play at all.
So this is the stack distribution.
Don't even think about it.
This is interesting.
You don't need to get good cards.
He's just said there that he's got a hand that he can't even think about defending in the big blind. When Naj sees that that's 3-4 off, a hand that he could defend, Naj will now know in 30 minutes time he's defending his big blind extremely tight.
Yes.
So once he finds check raises on these low paired boards or low connected boards and whatnot, a lot of those hands, when they should be in his range purely, are now not there because he's looked down at 3-4 offsuit and he's got an instant non-defend. Of course, that's a defendable hand, but once Naj finds that out in half an hour, Naj can basically open the button. Naj can basically open the button with impunity. He can open. He can now open 100% of hands. He can.
He can.
He can because Charles is going to look down at a hand and I can't defend this. I'm just going to fold.
I think that's what makes Naj so good. Just his experience. He's been around a long time. He knows how to get information out of players just by talking to them.
Yeah.
And if he gets that information later, like Jinxie said, he knows he's just going to be able to open so often and get zero resistance.
I mean, he just folded ace-8 in the last orbit as a defend. I mean, I have no words for that, but just him saying that he's looked down at a hand like 3-4 and goes, I'm not even going to play this.
Yep.
Naj now knows he's folded ace-8 and he's folded, he doesn't even want to compute playing 3-4 as a defend, which he could sometimes, especially if he's third in chips here with ICM.
Yeah.
A little greedy, but he can do it. It's not losing money.
But like you
Naj
said,
can now open Naj could open 9-2 offsuit on the button for the rest of the final table, and it'd be correct. Now that he's going to find out that information, it could be, Jack could be extremely good, very, very good high stakes cash game play. We don't know, but he's showing now that a lot of these spots tournament regulars are very experienced in. He hasn't been in before. I'm not sure if he's got previous tournament results, but just not defending these hands. He's and so he's now shown that he's opening himself up to be exploited by Naj, who's one of the greatest exploitative players we have in the country, and it's not a good spot for him now.
I think that's very well articulated, Jinxie, and if Naj is able to get that information, he's definitely going to use that to his advantage.
Make no mistake, his friends will be telling him what's occurring.
Absolutely.
In half an hour's time, we may see Naj really open the arms up. actually we will see Naj open the arms up. That's just a fact. Now that we've seen a couple of these previous hands.
It's not an if, but, or maybe.
Correct.
We will.
Especially Naj being such a great exploitative player. We will be seeing that.
See Luke here with the King Queen O in the hijack. Gonna make it 60k.
4A, 60.
Just a bit of TV time here for Haoji, I think. Or maybe...
don't presume anything with Haoji. He's shown, obviously he's going to fold 90% of the time, but he's shown that he's capable of some funky stuff, some very funky stuff, which has got him here. We've got to. Here's the difference. We've just found this out 2 hands later. Naj has a hand that he can defend with 8-4-0. Yes, he's got chips he can defend with, but the gentleman in seat 4, Chow's still has 1.8 million chips. He has an easy defend. Naj. Those are easy hands to play. So that's a proper defend. When Naj, as we've harped on it, but when Naj finds out that these other players aren't defending properly, this tournament is at Naj's mercy with that information.
Absolutely. Definitely shouldn't assume what the players are going to do. They're definitely thinking, maybe thinking different things to us.
Live streams change the dynamics so much. They really do. You get to see exactly what everyone's doing in half an hour's time.
Absolutely.
Andreas is going to have someone at home giving him information on every single hand. Every single hand, and there's not many. 99.9% of the time you sit down in a tournament poker, you don't know what's going on.
Absolutely not. We're not on a stream.
We're not on a stream. The stream changes the dynamics, and that's what the point that we're trying to make now is that, Naj is now armed with elite information regarding his players, and he'll adjust accordingly.
And Haji will get that one through with the Queen Jack O.
Yeah, one more.
Sounds like they might have one more hand before the break. I guess we'll find out soon.
I think that's going to see you and I out. It's been good to be in here with you.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure, Jinxie. If this is our last hand together, we'll find out soon. Hope you all are enjoying the 10K championships here at the Australian Poker Tour and Bankstown Sports Club. Make sure you let us know who you're cheering for, who you're going for, who you want to win. Stick with us if we're heading to a break. Get some refreshments, get comfortable. Feel like we've got a lot of play left.
6 folds.
Andreas looks down at the American Airlines slick.
The American Airlines. Of course there's some spicy action occurring because their last hand prior to the break.
Unraised. 60,000.
Why can't Naj just have S4 suited there or something? Oh, hello.
It's great to see a flat here, I think.
Yeah, of course. Yep.
Quite a lot. Yep. And Chow's going to come along too.
I mean, if you fold it, we'll just see a flop.
See Queen 9-4 two-tone. Andreas here very well ahead. He's got the backdoor clubs as well. Chow's flop bottom pair. He's got third pair. Pretty nice flop here when you're in Andreas's shoes, with the overpair and the backdoor clubs. He's going to check back, keep the pot
One
small.
Checks. 3 players.
Turns the jack of diamonds.
Now that Andreas so often making great decisions, not saying that I would think we would often see a bet there on this specific board, especially maybe the ace of clubs comes into a small combo of aces that we do check back here multi-way, but very surprised to not see a bet there. And Andreas
being protected by the backdoor potential,
of
is
course,
what you're saying?
Correct, yeah, that's what I mean by that. But I think that, a little surprising, but I'd love to speak to Andreas about that. He'll give me, the perfect reasoning as to why that's a check back. It will have something to do with the ace of clubs. But just on a specific board multi-way, I'm surprised we don't just see a third. We do a lot of small betting multi-way, especially with ICM. 20 to 30% would have been a very lovely size there, but we're going to go with the delayed, and it's just going to get through.
He's going to delay, and this one should get through.
Andreas has just played so well since we've been in the booth. Obviously played so well up until this point too. It really was a pleasure watching him play, and there's a couple of hands there. It'd be great to be able to hear his explanation as to why this hand particularly, especially with the ace king versus Naj's tens as well. We tried to decipher that too mid play, but yeah.
So it looks like a 40-minute dinner break is coming up for the players here in the 5K. We're probably going to be heading out of the booth as well, but it's been an absolute pleasure being able to commentate here and watch the action. Me and you, Jinxie.
Yeah, no, it was actually a lot of fun. Some really funky hands there. We had a lot of fun commentating. It was a pleasure doing it with you, Lachlan, so I look forward to doing it again.
And good luck in the main event today, Jinxie.
Appreciate it, mate. Thank you.